relatively different paths so far. Like Endpoint, I think we can both agree, should have won yesterday. Like they didn't particularly look bad, but it was just the fact that they threw away a massive lead after on train. Like they couldn't cope with the CT side of Hard Legion, and overall it was pretty disappointing. It looked like they should have had it and ended up letting it slip away. Nordavind, on the other hand, never really looked like they were competing with Sprout. Like there were a few rounds here and there where there was like a battle back and forth, but ultimately Sprout looked like the much better squad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw some of the Nordavind players tweeting after the game, basically saying we never really showed up. We were kind of still half asleep.
We were too tired.
The classic, we were too tired excuse.
Sprout are in the same time zone. That's not an excuse.
No, exactly.
I'll be a morning person.
Yeah,
even though esports is normally through the night, so it might not be the best idea.
Yeah, true. I think in general, though, heading into this one, yeah, it's just a question of whether Nordavind actually show up individually. And they said that their team play was a bit off, which I think just in general, if you're not at 100%, that's going to be the case. You're going to be slightly slower with your trades. You're going to be slightly off with your aim. That's what we saw yesterday. As for Endpoint, I don't know what to say about their game against Hard Legion. That was hopefully just a blip in the radar for them where they could not close that one out. It kind of sucks we get this game in the lower bracket, though, because I want to see more from both these teams, but only one of them will stay alive.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. It's a fairly brutal playoffs bracket. Obviously, you've got to look at HAVU as well after losing yesterday. They're also going to be in that elimination spot, although I do expect them to be heavy favorites versus ESPADA, so that could at least be them going through, and ESPADA are clearly one of the weaker rosters that we have, although they have shown some decent form recently. But yeah, going further into this match, obviously in terms of previous matches, we have seen these play a couple of times. It was Endpoint to win every single map. It's 5-0 so far, but a couple of close ones. I know that we do have the map pool available to us, and interestingly, Endpoint have actually gone for a Vertigo pick. I think one that is not a bad map for them, but more importantly, a pretty weak map for the likes of Nordavind. So probably going to be a tough one for them. We also have a Mirage, which I believe the last time they played went to overtime. So maybe some potential for Nordavind to take that one home in a map that they've been willing to play. But again, I still stand by the fact that they are fairly hit and miss with their roster. I think that's one thing that's always been the struggle for Nordavind is they don't have too much consistency. Even just looking at the percentages of wins, it's not quite 50-50, but if you balanced out all the maps, excluding the bottom two, which clearly aren't particularly good for them, it does end up being pretty much 50-50. Like, is HS having a good day? Is cromen playing well? Do you get tenzki performing? Because tenzki was playing quite well yesterday, but I don't want to harp on him, but if he's the only one performing, they're probably not going to win. Like, they need others. They need someone like Harry. They need NATO with the AWP. Yesterday, it was only really tenzki, and well, you could see from Endpoint at the moment, that was their loss yesterday. Probably should have been a win. I think they also were tweeting out saying that, don't know how he let that one slip, like, don't know how that's gone wrong. And I've just noticed that your pen makes you a little bit biased in this situation.
It does. I got the UK pen out for today. Over on the Nordavind side, though, like we were saying, just didn't show up against Sprout. And I think it's a good point that it feels like on this Nordavind side, they need at least a couple of their players to step up. Because they don't just have one guy who's going to be always far and above the rest, right? It has to be more of a team effort for this Nordavind side. Whereas we've seen games for Endpoint where Crucial's been able to take over, where Thomas has been able to take over more. And here's that recent history you were talking about. I say recent history. Some of these are from 2019, but the most recent one on that Inferno being a win for Endpoint. And yeah, still close wins on most of these maps. So that's at least something to get somewhat excited about if you're Nordavind. You know that you can at least play Endpoint close. We've just got to see whether they can actually get the win this time.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Endpoint go for the Vertigo pick. As I said, it's a map that they're very good at, and it seems a map that Nordavind are very poor at, but I would have thought that they might edge just into a Dust 2, a map that they've beaten them on fairly recently, comfortably as well, a map that they pick quite regularly, and one that they're clearly confident on. I thought that might be coming through, but I guess this still works. They're not a bad team, and they've ended up on Inferno being the third map, which I would favor them on as well. So I think either way, you have to go into this expecting Endpoint to be the favorite, and going into Mirage even, like, sure, I'm not going to include the loss versus Fnatic, because Fnatic have always been a fantastic Mirage team. It's a map where a lot of their players feel very comfortable, especially someone like Crims, who's probably one of the best Mirage players of all time. He resides on the stairs, so let's exclude that.
And Complexity. Complexity are a good Mirage team as well.
there's still the loss to Whistler Krakow, which that one I can't really sit and go, oh yeah, no, they're a fantastic Mirage. Like that's a team that Nordavind should be beating. So it's still not a map where I'm looking at this and going, oh yeah, it's in the bag for Nordavind, which is a bit of a scary prospect, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. Just the fact that Endpoint can have, I think, if their players show up, probably more firepower already makes Mirage a map where they could take over. I said some of those names earlier. We haven't even talked about guys like robiin, and robiin's been a bit quieter for me on this Endpoint roster, but he's someone who, when he is having a good game, he plays very aggressively, and he shows that confidence and can really start to just completely take away portions of the map from you. So Endpoint in general, I think, are a pretty difficult team to play against. We'll see what Nordavind can do as the knife round comes in. Very aggressively from Endpoint. They are wasting no time with this one. It's not going to work for them, though. Nordavind, on their map choice, get to choose which side they start on as well.
This Mirage. Like, it's one of those maps where I really don't think it matters that much. Like, I think most teams will still choose to start CT. I don't think most teams even really think about the side. So it's going to be interesting to see if there is a switch in play. They have actually, well, unless they haven't done it yet, it looks like they've opted to stay, which that would be quite interesting because I think there are a lot of teams that actually have a better T side. Like we even saw yesterday on Dust 2 where we both sort of agreed that HAVU probably should have picked their T side to get off to a better start. They didn't do that and got trounced by Nemiga because of it. And it's like, it's so common for teams to pick the CT side. I think it's just become default that if you win, you just automatically do it. So if Nordavind have picked the T side, which it looks like they have, that's actually fairly interesting.
Yeah, I like this. I always am an advocate for starting on T side, especially on more balanced maps. I just like the fact that you can just choose what pace you want to set the game on right from the get-go, and that's what they've got the option to do here. 2 sets of nades for Nordavind, NaToSaphiX and cromen, with 2 smokes and 4 flashes between them, while Endpoint also have 2 sets of utility. Surreal's picked up the kit while MiGHTYMAX gets some flashes, and Endpoint starting with a stack over on the B side of the map. This allows MiGHTYMAX to have those flashes for an A retake if they need it, and they might need to retake A, because Harry's on that A site right now. Nordavind still have the bomb back at B, though, and this rotation is not well timed from Endpoint.
Yeah, they have absolutely no idea. Like, Harry has sold this fake very well indeed. He's been spotted elsewhere, but now Thomas getting that kill into the apartments actually makes things fairly interesting, and Harry being removed, all the space that's been gathered, now just becomes useless. It was so close to being perfect. The fact is, if they just run into the site, they would have only had to deal with Thomas and had much more of an opportunity. But knowing that Harry was in aggressive position, they decided to fall back and basically lose everything that they'd gained just moments ago. NATO, though, will at least be able to get a pick back. Turn things into still a 4-on-3. Thomas, you can tell he's tempted to try and get aggressive here, but he knows that his teammates are right within the back of the A site. They can already just play for a retake if they really wanted to. But the fact is, again, this is the second attempted fake already being thrown in. And surprisingly, Endpoint haven't fallen for it.
Yeah, this has been a very individually focused pistol from Nordavind, but they'll finally push B with 2 of their players. The problem here is they can't really swarm the site as successfully. Thomas is here to stop them. I think Nordavind just getting a bit complicated in this round, needlessly so maybe, with these Glocks just spreading out all over the place. They lose a couple of solo fights, and then by the time they're pushing B, it's not the same full force B aggression. It's just 2 players trying to push on in. So as soon as they lose 1 or 2 of those early kills, it's basically all over. Nothing that can be done at the end there. It's Endpoint who take a long and drawn-out pistol round in their favor, but that first shot from Thomas, I think, was a big help for them. And then later in the round, just landing some shots from short. He always had the other man for assistance as well. So solid start for Endpoint, but here comes the force buy for Nordavind. Even without the bomb plant, they're going for the pistols.
Yeah, plenty of Tech 9s, lots of utility as well, so it looks like it's going to be a fast play in towards this A site, a full execution, and well, there are a relative amount of rifles here. robiin will be holding the cross, and then Surreal is the only player who doesn't have a rifle in hand. So he's going to be playing a close angle. It will be perfect for this MP9 to play around. It gets a little bit dicey, though. NATO has been able to kill him off, and this will give them a path onto the bomb site. That smoke actually leaving a much larger gap than you'd normally see, and that's so close to killing off NATO through the box. But they will get a bomb plant. Already a success, I would say, for Nordavind, and going into the next round, it may even allow them for a force buy. But that's if the retake actually comes in. There's still an awful lot for Endpoint to do. cromen waiting in an aggressive position. They do have some flashbangs, which they are going to be utilizing, leaving cromen completely blind, and HS falls to Thomas as well. He's had a very good start to this game so far, looking to help his team clear things out. It's left all onto tenzki, and he does some damage, but they should be able to get on this defusal. MiGHTYMAX is the one with the kit, thankfully.
Yeah, Max makes sure that Endpoint win that round. I think Endpoint there did a pretty good job at using their utility on that retake. They had a smoke lined up all the way from CT, which landed at Palace, just to make sure that that position wasn't one they had to worry about. Then they started using their nades to clear out some of the positions on the site as well. And you can see the odds over on Unicorn favoring Endpoint at the start of this series. I think that's fair based on what we've seen from both these teams. I think Endpoint should be slight favorites, but Nordavind have definitely got a chance to put up a fight in this series. Maybe not as much of a chance in this round, although they've got plenty of nades. Crucial has to be careful, but he ducks away from all those nades that land at window. And now Nordavind's options are much more limited. They're trying to rush into mid, but it's not working for them. Harry gets the 1 kill, and that's all Nordavind will get out of the round.
Yeah, 1 rifle killed, but not the end of the world. And Crucial could, in fact, just invest right back into his AWP, which he will. So, if anything, it's the one man you probably didn't want to kill. So, it is going to be 3-0 in favor of Endpoint, but this is where the T's finally get a purchase onto the board. It has been a little bit of a slow start for them, not a huge amount of damage done, and you can see the CT side already starting to build up a little bit of a bank, but not in a position where a rebuy in the next round would be ideal at least. Again, we're going to see early presence into this A side, but I like the aggression from Crucial. Taking tenzki down already. He resides in the Palace an awful lot, and how has Surreal got away with that? 2 kills, the flashbang seemingly a little bit too late, and this round is already looking done.
Yeah, we're getting some early flashes of Nordavind's performance just yesterday, where they were really slow to start, and where their individuals just didn't look like they could win fights early. Surreal somehow wins both those battles. I don't know how he gets 2 kills, but Crucial getting aggressive early already put them off on a good start. And okay, Harry gets 1 back, as does HS. Hang on a second, HS with another kill. We're back to a 2v2 in a matter of seconds. Crucial still on the A site with this AWP, but you'd think that Nordavind would be aware of this. He landed a shot here previously. Crucial's moving into under Palace though, and this might be an unexpected position. The bomb's moving in from ramp. Now they're going to try and focus on the site together though. Both Nordavind players here, and Crucial is going to land the shot. Hey, HS able to get the trade, and it's into the one-on-one. HS is going to be able to get this bomb down. This is a real chance for Nordavind. It looked like the round wasn't going to go their way, but the information's gathered. HS can get the bomb down, and it's all about the post plant.
The nade over the top, both players forced out. It's a little bit awkward for HS, but he retrieves the rifle, and Thomas is there to save the day once again. Definitely not the round that Endpoint should have ended up with. That was a pretty good turnaround from Nordavind. HS, these are the sort of rounds that you want to see from this man. Like, there's no doubt that his skill ceiling, I would say, is higher than anybody else's in this server at the moment. Arguably, you could put cromen maybe within that bracket as well. Obviously, his days in FaZe seem a little bit far away now, but HS still has that spark every once in a while. And he's definitely not that scrawny little kid that we saw back in the day. He's now ripped as hell, got tattoos all up his arms, but he can still pop heads in the server.
Which is the most important thing if you're a Counter-Strike player, as it turns out. Yeah, good effort there from Nordavind in that round, though. And it does keep Endpoint's money somewhat limited, which was important, because in those earlier rounds, there really wasn't much damage from Nordavind. So now the money for Endpoint isn't great on some of these players. Thomas is the only man with a significant amount of cash, and cromen's found the entry onto the A site. Crucial will be able to get a kill back at mid, but the A site should be lost here. Nordavind are likely to get the bomb down right now. The smokes aren't in the best positions, but I think they'll still be fine. And cromen lands a shot through the smoke. Make it a second. 2 kills through the smoke from cromen. We don't see how it happens, but he gets both of them, and Harry's given away his position at just the wrong moment. MiGHTYMAX with a kill that might prompt them to try this retake, but NaToSaphiX instantly takes him out of the action. And even though Thomas has been having a good game so far, a 1v3 retake is one step too far for him. Nordavind will be winning their first round. I'd love to see those kills from cromen as well.
Well, that's the thing. It seems like I'm counter-cursing people at the moment because I said it seems like his phase days are a little bit further away, and then he just goes and wrecks the whole of Endpoint in a matter of seconds. But this is exactly what Nordavind want. Like, they have these players that can completely take over rounds. They can dominate versus a lot of very good players. Like, you have to remember that fairly recently they managed to like fight versus the likes of Fnatic, and they do have that skill. It just seems like sometimes it just disappears off the server. They mentioned yesterday the communication wasn't quite there. This time, though, they've had a couple of players just step up big in rounds when they need it, and they put the pain onto the economy of Endpoint. It leaves them in a bit of an awkward spot, but somehow they seem to make these rounds work.
Yeah, and the communication won't be as important if cromen's just going to get kills like that onto the site, because it makes it much easier and much simpler to just react without even needing the comms for the most part. Cromen can just say where he's got those kills, and then everyone else can kind of adapt to that. So that's definitely a positive sign for Nordavind. Two players waiting behind this ramp smoke. Surreal's about to spot them, but he doesn't get the kill. Thomas is there to back him up, but he's trapped up close at A ramp here, and that might be the death of him. NaToSaphiX, oh my goodness, he tries to change weapons. Ambitious, but they were not working for him this time.
Crucial. Left in a little bit of an awkward spot, but he finds the peek onto Harry. That's perfect. A second one as well as tenzki goes down. He knows where HS is. That is a filthy triple from Crucial. He's going to win them the round and bring them straight back from the depths. But luckily for Nordavind, they do still have the loss bonus behind them. So they are going to get at least a reasonable purchase in this round. But again, it does seem to be the battle of the individuals at the moment. We've had some decent rounds from Thomas. We've had Crucial stepping up. And then you could say on the other side, you had HS with an almost round, and then cromen having to drag them through another. We've not seen like any real rounds where it's just been like, oh, okay, we're doing this as a team, or we're keeping it clean. It always seems to come down to one man and his rifle.
Yeah, and I think based on recent form of just the individual players, this probably isn't a style that Nordavind want to be playing against Thomas and Crucial, who've been in really good form recently. Crucial especially has been stepping up. He's the highest rated player on Endpoint in the last 3 months. It's great to see Crucial finding his place on this Endpoint squad. He's really stepped it up for them recently. Crucial, speaking of, doesn't have the AWP in this round, but the M4A1S is definitely a worthy weapon. robiin up close in the ramp, just chewing down both those opponents, and that's the bomb gone. Nordavind have got to move into A, and Harrah's able to do so. Another kill for Nordavind, and robiin's caught at the ramp, so Nordavind turn this round on its head.
Thomas is still in the backlines, but MiGHTYMAX is only left with an SMG. This is not a battle he can afford to take. And tenzki, I said it yesterday, he's always in that palace. It seems like he's still doing it even while having the AK. It definitely worked a little bit better with the SG meta. Now Max just trying to escape, but he's not going to be allowed to. So economy now reset for Endpoint. Probably going to force this one just based off having so little on so many players. But it's left them in a bit of an awkward spot because now there's the chance for Nordavind to break straight back. Again, a couple of impactful kills coming off the back of the ramp and then just taking control of that A site. I will say that so far Nordavind's ramp fights, at least initially, have not been going well at all. And if it wasn't for that connector push being very well timed and maybe a little bit of over-aggression, I would say, coming out of robiin, I think maybe he should have actually just tried to hold on to the ramp rather than actually facing back out of it. But even still, it does seem to be basically high risk from Nordavind, and a lot of the time it starts off pretty poor.
Yeah, robiin's a player who's been known to be susceptible to over-aggressive rounds at times as well. I think he's got a bit better at it recently, but sometimes he does stray a bit too far out for my liking, at least. In this one, though, Nordavind just need the one kill on the B site. MiGHTYMAX was trying to be that anchor, but being alone on B without a great weapon to work with, he was never really going to be able to stop this from happening. Nordavind get themselves onto B. And at this point, I guess it's worth saving for the Endpoint side of things. The only thing that kind of sucks about this is that Nordavind should be able to save all their guns as well. So the T-side economy will start to get really strong. It will start to get rolling. And Endpoint aren't exactly saving great weapons other than the M4 of robiin. So you see Thomas is sticking around somewhat close, but Nordavind are all exiting through the apartments. So that T-side money will start to get strong. And for Endpoint, they've just got to focus on this next round instead.
Yeah, looking much better for Nordavind. They found the hole in the defense this round, and more importantly, have actually built up a bit of a bank, because that's always the worry. Like, when you do finally break out of that rut and then just have your loss bonus slowly diminished, if you don't keep those rounds clean, you may not get a rebuy when you inevitably lose. So the fact that they've had a flawless round will basically set them up to get a rebuy if they lose. And now, unfortunately, again, for Endpoint, it's just going to be the same. The few pistols that they have, the one rifle onto robiin. MiGHTYMAX can't afford to spend a dime, as he'll be left with, well, basically a diminished buy in the next round if it goes wrong. Already, though, this is starting to get a bit worrying. Some dinks hit and another couple of kills coming up. robiin's found another as well. What was such a good round in the last has completely faltered in this one. They have one man left. The rifles have all been retrieved. And while now tenzki has to ace it with only 52 HP, I do not believe.
Yeah, this is such a shame for Nordavind this round, because Endpoint's money wouldn't have been that great into the next with the losing bonus they had. tenzki gets that kill, but he takes a bit more damage in the process, so finding 4 more is unlikely, to say the least. And yeah, Endpoint's money wouldn't have actually been that great in the next, because they only would have had the $2,400 loss bonus. So their buy would have been okay, but they would have been missing the AWP, they would have been missing the nades, and now all of that isn't a factor anymore, because Endpoint is just going to be winning this round. They've got 4 rifles right now. tenzki's trying to do damage at the end, but he won't be able to do so. Crucial takes him away. And Endpoint will get to save 3 AKs and an M4 over. A big swing in the economy. A big swing in the game as well, potentially. If Nordavind end up losing this one here, they might think back on this round as one that really cost them here in this first half.
I think even if they don't lose this next round, they've got to look back at that and say, how did we allow that to happen? I do think that Endpoint have proven time and time again that it doesn't matter what buy they have, they still manage to like cause some costs and do some damage. I think they have some talented pistol players, but that is not a round that you can afford to let slip away, especially in an elimination match. It is a crucial time for both teams, and well, Endpoint are going to be very happy with that one.
robiin seems aware that a player might have been boosting. Cromen's taken some damage early, as has Harrop, but nothing significant. Now Cromen will start to clear out some of these angles towards window. He won't just want to go for the peak completely alone, though. He'll want a flashbang at the very least, you'd expect. The problem is that's when you start to give away the fact that you might be pushing the window, so he might just go alone, and oh, that's not a fight that's going to be good for him. robiin are very well prepared for the early boost.
Interestingly, they're actually not breaking the vent as well, so they've taken this position while going the long way around, which means that they're obviously peeking into middles a little bit tougher. But it means that if they do push through and if somehow they do lose a fight, they know exactly where that player is, so it can help them out. Surreal, again, Harry's pushed in solo with the bomb. I'm not sure why we're seeing the T side go so disjointed in a lot of these rounds. That tenzki is so late to actually take those fights. Maybe he was watching into CT, but you need to at least go together, because if you're going to allow individual duels like that for Endpoint, especially when they already have like passive positions and angles to hold, that's going to be very, very easy for them. So I do think this has been a consistent problem with Nordavind, that sometimes maybe it is just early in the day, but I feel like that excuse goes out the window when it's midday wherever they are at the moment. So it's not really acceptable anymore that it just seems to be disjointed with their communication or with their actual timing on their hits.
Yeah, and just thinking back to some of the rounds they've won, there was the round where cromen got 3 entries onto 8. Oh, wow. Crucial, flicking over for that first shot, makes it a second. Nordavind did force up here, but it does not look good for them. Crucial keeps on landing shots. Quad kill for Crucial, just picking them apart on the A-bomb site. He's up to 16 kills now. A great game from him. His teammates have been helping out. And yeah, in the rounds that Nordavind have won, it's more just been maybe an individual getting entries than the trade kills. Yeah. And that is concerning, because you can't just rely on that.
But the other thing as well is I feel like, well, it's almost like a single prong attack. Like they've just been going towards the A side. One of the rounds they won was on B, but that was pretty much with one player there in a force buy round where they decided to stack the other side of the map. And they're going to go back there, but I feel like this can also give you a false positive in the sense of you're only going with pistols. So if you go into this sort of round and go, okay, this doesn't work, it's like, well, you haven't actually tried to go here with a buy round. Again, very disjointed. This is one by one. It could not be easier for MiGHTYMAX to get these kills. I honestly think in this situation, I could get these kills with one player running through a smoke and not having the vision to see me. This is just looking weak at the moment from Nordavind, and they're a team where, at least in terms of the individual players, I have a lot of respect, and I do enjoy like watching them play, but this has been really disappointing. And although, like, going into this, I definitely thought that Endpoint were the favorites just based on previous results, how they've been playing, this is just, it's not been good at all. Like, even if you just consider something like mid control, I don't even think they've had mid control pretty much throughout. Like, there was one round, I think, where they met, one of the rounds they won, they split through connector, and that was where they win the round. Other than that, there's been very, very little in terms of a battle, and wow, only one player going across. Can't really blame NATO too much for that. It is a nice jump made and a decent shot coming out from the other side. How does Harry not get that kill? MiGHTYMAX taking a risk, and well, tenzki at least does get one out of the palace, but again, this is just solo fight after solo fight. There has been no team play in this round whatsoever from Nordavind.
Yeah, it really has been a problem for them. Just fighting across the map, just trying to brawl with their opponents, and Endpoint are up to the challenge right now. 10-3 lead for the CTs. And in all honesty, even if this was Endpoint's map pick, I wouldn't be feeling great about Nordavind right now. Considering this is Nordavind's map pick, it's a real worry for them right now here on Mirage. You can see the odds over on Unicorn heavily in favor of Endpoint at this point. It's shifting towards them. And you can see why with how this game has been going so far. And into round 14, it is full Galils from Nordavind. They've made sure to focus more on the nades than anything else. Crucial there, just got to kill while blind. I barely even saw that. Crucial has been so quick on these kills in and around the A site. Sometimes he's going mid, sometimes he's going A, but wherever he's going, he's making sure to land shots. And Nordavind have been slowed down at the start of this one. They have their nades that they're going to try and use into the A site, but they've already used a smoke for stairs and jungle. So that's 2 smokes gone. They only have 2 smokes left. And there's quite a few players waiting on this A site for this push to come against them.
Yeah, it seems like the buys are getting weaker and weaker as the days go by. I don't think we've seen a single AWP for NATO as well, which is a bit of a peculiar one, especially when the counter AWP on the other side has been having such a good game. A lot of the time you'll bring up that AWP just to try and fight back. Some aggressive positions being taken as well by Endpoint. They've got so much map control that they can afford to take some risks. They can gamble some players back in the other direction. Surreal's got to be careful, but he still wins that duel and is even able to get back around the corner before anybody has a chance to trade. NATO at least trying to sneak his way back out, and I'm not sure what happened there. I guess Crucial was watching it, then switched, and Surreal didn't realize that somebody could have come out the ramp. HS has found a kill onto Thomas as well, and the wraparound from MiGHTYMAX could be everything. He's not going to fall, and now, well, the T's have to go forward. They know they're locked in. They either have to kill that man off or try and face into the side, but they're running out of time. The bomb's gone down on the ramp. This has all fallen apart. There's only 10 seconds left. They have to run. They have to retrieve it. They don't know where Max is, but they will be able to get the plant, although he's coming in for a prime angle. It is going to go down a little bit too late, and he won't be able to get the double spray. It's dicey, but Nordavind, they get it done, and they find a 4.
Yeah, it's not pretty, it's not convincing, but it's a round for Nordavind, and that's all that matters for them at this point. They're trying to salvage whatever the hell they can from this half. There was that shot from Crucial, blinded in the palace, but he nailed that first kill. Was doing a bit of damage in and around the site, but fair play to Nordavind. They save it, even if they did leave the bomb at ramp, which nearly costed them. They are able to get it onto the site in time, getting some very important kills in the mix of it there. And oof, NaToSaphiX comes so close to that opening kill. Finally pulling out the AWP on the T side to try and counter these 2 AWPs that are in play for Endpoint. And even though he doesn't land the shot, he comes very close to getting the initial frag for his team. And now Nordavind, or rather Endpoint, might have to respect Nordavind a bit more, knowing that there is that AWP in play. Surreal just holding the palace right now. He's alone on that A side of the map. Endpoint have focused more on mid control this time round. And if Nordavind are going to spread out at the start of the round, this is much more like it. Just holding in a default, seeing if Endpoint give them any early fights.
Again, it looks like this round is going to end on the A site. It has in almost every single round so far this game. I think we've seen 2 go in the direction of B, and neither of those used mid. That's a great flash from Harry, though. Setting up Nato to get the opening pick. Crucial is going to rotate in, and is there a gap? There is a gap. He's not quite going to land the shot. It's going to be a trade from MiGHTYMAX, and there's 2 players within CT that need to be dealt with. Nato's going to go for the peak, taking a risk, but it might just pay off. They need to try and hold on to this angle, especially with the bomb now ticking. Nato lands the second. I'm not sure why this AWP didn't come in sooner. It seems like he's going to do the job on his own. MiGHTYMAX just rounding that corner, looking to try and get in with tenzki waiting, but he knows that both players are there now. The rest of the team can now home in on the angle. A 5th looking definite, and the combination of Harry and Nato is enough to get them a 5th round. It took them some time, but they have got a few on the board, and although the comeback seems unlikely with a pistol, who knows, it might still be possible.
Yeah, it still felt like a pretty one-dimensional T side from Nordavind, almost always going into this A site, but at least at the end here they showed why they've been trying to go for these A plays in some of these rounds, where they have been able to win these fights and go for these faster plays. Harry there closing it out with 2 nice kills at the end, and 5 rounds at the half for Nordavind. Endpoint, though, should be feeling good about their chances here, heading into their T side. Nades being bought by MiGHTYMAX early. Looks like only the 1 set of nades for Endpoint, though, at least for now. And yeah, robiin will be buying the Kevlar. So 1 set of utility, while over on the Nordavind side, they pick up a single kit. And Endpoint all leaning over to B, where right now there's only 1 CT here to stop them. Harrow would have to have a monster hold to try and deny this B site.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. Got a lot to do. Does manage to get a first, and tenzki's actually found another one on the cross, but the trades come back thick and fast with HS trying to hold on to the cross, and the bomb still not down, or at least not planted, I should say, as it is down on the ground. They need to retrieve it. Cromen has caught another one, but MiGHTYMAX has picked one more. Nato from behind was not expected, and now it's left all onto Crucial, and HS submerging himself, or emerging himself through the smoke, is going to get them that pistol. So Nordavind back on the board, more importantly, back in the match.
Yeah, they're still alive here. Endpoint should be going for a low buy or the force, which is what they've decided to do. You can go ahead and check out Hellcase, where you can use code SLTV15 for a 15% refill bonus over on Hellcase. And Endpoint have gone for the force buy here. Flashes and smokes alongside the pistols. This is a force that they didn't really have to go for, but I think that they're a team that want to get that AWP out for Crucial, and if they'd have just saved here, they would have only had the AKs in the next round. So maybe that's part of why they've gone for the force. Maybe they think that Nordavind are weak as well. We'll wait and see, because it was a slow start to the game for Nordavind. Maybe these pistols will have some luck. robiin winning that initial kill with the deagle. HS struggling at range, and finally gets one with the FAMAS, but he's quickly traded by Crucial, and Endpoint already proving they are not going to be going down without a fight in this round. It's back to a 2v3 thanks to NaToSaphiX, but Nordavind have lost this B bomb site, and this is really concerning for them.
Looking like that comeback might be slipping away already. Surreal trying to find someone on the edge. The peek comes through. It's a little bit dicey, and you can see all the flares coming through the smoke. Lots of damage done. Cromen somehow managed to get another. I'm not sure how any of these shots didn't connect onto him. He was only on 4 HP, but somehow he's managed to make it work with a little bit of insanity. They are going to have the defusal, but with an extra bomb plant, there may be a temptation here for Endpoint to risk it for a biscuit.
Cromen is desperately searching and trying to scavenge another gun. And he's got a FAMAS, so he gets an upgrade at the end there. I think Endpoint will be kicking themselves, though. The fact that Cromen is able to just jump through that smoke and win that first fight to begin with was absurd. Then he wins that second fight while low on health. It must have been some missed shots from Endpoint, in all honesty, which is what's allowed Nordavind to win that one. And I like this decision by Endpoint. I think at this point, you get the bomb down, you can go ahead and buy something into this round. They're basically using the extra money they got from the bomb plant just to invest a little bit into this one, just to keep the pressure on Nordavind's money, but they're not going for the full-on force buy, which could be a bit of a risk at this point of the game. So I'm happy that Endpoint have made this decision, especially considering what they did in the last round with just the pistols. Nordavind have to respect this buy. Surreal searching for a fight over on the A site, but he's not been given an opportunity just yet. Crucial going for the kill at mid, but NaToSaphiX is there to stop him. And it looks like this time the pistols won't have anywhere near as much success, at least not at the start of the round, where Nordavind are winning all the early fights. Ooh, nice shot.
Okay. A little bit of extra damage done. HS is going to drop the bomb. And robiin, well, all he can really hope for is maybe one extra kill. They will finally get a full buy going into the next round, but by this point, it will give a little bit of a chance for Nordavind to at least make some extra cash, have some rifles going in as well. May even be able to pick up an AWP if HS is willing to drop it as well. I do question how much robiin can do, because even an extra kill here would be quite valuable, forcing an extra rebuy, making sure that Nordavind don't really get the chance to build up as much money as they would have liked. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the case. We'll see, though. I am interested to know if HS is going to drop that orb, because I think it definitely did make for an interesting dynamic going into the end of the last half, but he bought nades instead, so never mind.
Someone who will be having an orb, though, is Crucial. Picks one up on the Endpoint side of things. This is the nice thing about taking that save previously. It's a strong buy across the board. Crucial has decided to just go without the helmet. Instead of getting a helmet, he's gone for some nades, which might come into play. But we can see it in the scoreboard. Crucial has been having a good time of things so far. Thomas has been having a solid game, but his ADR isn't actually that high. His damage isn't actually that high on the scoreboard. He's more been cleaning up the kills, clearly, while the rest of the team have been a bit more involved in the action across most of these rounds. As for Nordavind, like we were saying, NaToSaphiX started to show up towards the end there. Still some of their players being a little bit quiet. We're not seeing the same tenzki as yesterday. Cromen and HS have been okay, but not outstanding. Still only a 2-round difference, though. So even though Nordavind have had this slow start, they've shown tenacity to keep themselves in this game. And it looks like Nordavind's coach has just left the server. So this might be a slightly extended pause here ahead of the first gun round. At least it's a pause ahead of the first gun round, though, because whenever you get a pause like this before an eco, it's just the worst. Because you come back after like a 2-minute break and you're like, oh,
now they're going to get slapped. Yeah. Well, Endpoint, they do have the max loss bonus now as well, and we'll see if they can continue what was a good run of form in the first half. Of course, a 10-5 half, although they were up 10-3, and then the last couple of rounds actually slipped away from them, so it could have been more dominant. We'll see if that actually comes back to bite them. We are just going to have rifles on the side of the CT, and not a huge amount of cash remaining. I am a little bit disappointed that we didn't see maybe a nade saved, an HS handed, or handing an orb over to NaToSaphiX, because I do think that he is someone who can have that high level of impact once he gets the orb. Some aggression, though. That might be the reason why. There's a plan for the CT side. Thomas tries to take the fight versus 2, gets nothing, and the CTs with their early aggro are now just going to fall back.
Yeah, nice little switch up from Nordavind with some early aggression. Gets them the man advantage. I like that they go for something a bit out there in this round, knowing that Endpoint will be wanting to just go for their first gun round and will be wanting to be able to set up one of their plays. But you kind of take the playbook away from Endpoint a little bit by getting aggressive early, by causing them some issues. Now whatever plan they had at the start of the round might be going against them because they don't have the full nades anymore. They don't have the early ramp control that they would have maybe been wanting. So it just makes Endpoint a little uncomfortable at the start of this first gun round. Still looks like Endpoint have recovered, though, as robiin goes for the information play. Spots a man in connector. 2 smokes deployed in mid for Endpoint. That's all their smokes used now. So they've got to rely on their aim and their flashes to get them onto a bomb site. NaToSaphiX just now breaking that vent for a fast rotate over to B, which may be required here. There are 2 CTs on the site, but Endpoint are sneaking up short.
Maybe sneaking a little bit louder than they would have liked. Yeah. Definitely some footsteps there. Still an entry for MiGHTYMAX. Needs to try and get the second nose. The bomb has now been dropped in the open once again. They've only got 10 seconds. They have to go, and they have to go now. It might be retrieved and just about going to go down, but cromen knows this is his moment, this is his chance. He's not quite going to be able to deny it. The rush doesn't work, and now he's left into a 2 versus 2, but tenzki comes in and saves the day. Again, it's a close situation for Endpoint. Again, the time becomes a factor, and well, again, Nordavind come out on top.
Yeah, a couple of rapid kills from tenzki. Endpoint thought that they were maybe going to be able to just quickly get onto the B site with some fast frags. It was the initial aggression from tenzki into A ramp. And let's see these final kills. Oh, both players tried to peek him, but the first man didn't land any shots, so tenzki was able to just transfer over to the second player. And even if tenzki goes down there, he would have gathered information for his teammate who was close by. So good work by tenzki, good work by Nordavind on the retake, and a nice timing on the rotate from NaToSaphiX, who arrived at the B site just in time. And speaking of NaToSaphiX, he's missed that first shot at mid, and now he might be in trouble. He's low, the molly lands, he's got the smoke to keep himself safe, but there are still nades in play, and okay, MiGHTYMAX and Surreal both getting kills. It's complete chaos at mid. NaToSaphiX is still just sitting here. That nade landed, but he gets away on 3 health.
Yeah, it almost seems like the rest of the players on his team did their best to try and save him, and he escapes and the other 2 die instead, which I really don't think was a worthy trade. Maybe he'll prove me wrong, but it looks like the CT side are going for the all-in gamble. They've pushed their chips into the center of the table, and they've bet them all on black, or in this case, B. And we'll see whether or not that's going to pay off. Already the push towards connector seems to be the play and the right one of that. Although Harry's given a chance, he does manage the first pick, and the rest of the team are going to start rotating. It seems like they've changed their mind. They've doubled down, and especially with Harry finding another one, NATO even going to close it out. Somehow, some way, Nordavind come out on top again.
Yeah, Nordavind stepping up now. Some of their individuals are really starting to make the difference here. And over on the Endpoint side of things, some of their players have really slowed down. Thomas has been on 14 kills for a while. I think Crucial's had maybe a couple of kills in the second half at most. It's been a complete turnaround in terms of individuals. And when Nordavind step up with the majority of their players, that's when they can be a very, very dangerous team. And we're already seeing that. Endpoint, though, moving into A, where cromen is here to stop them. AK good for the first kill. Make it a second. Ooh, it's actually 3 for cromen before he's finally taken out of the round. And that allows NaToSaphiX an easy cleanup at the end there. Nordavind get themselves into the lead, I think for the first time in this game.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me with how well Endpoint have actually been playing, especially on their CT side. But this is what we like to see. Right. Nordavind finally stepping up, getting some of their players to perform a little bit better. Those last few rounds on their T half clearly making a bit of a difference. And now I would say there's no excuses, but then again, Harry's actually playing this round with a Mac 10, so who knows? I'm interested to see where he's going to play. It's just going to be close on the B side. It can work, although I would much rather see him use some of his $6,000 to get a rifle on the board instead, playing close around the edge of the smoke. Maybe he'll get one for free. That would be nice. Everything's nice when it's free. Well, Surreal actually just going to make the decision to fade back around the smoke. Might have been heard, and well, the bullets definitely will be. In the meantime, his teammates have taken some control in mid, which has been something they've been far more focused on than what we saw from Nordavind. In fact, it's almost the opposite. It's like if you combine both of their T-halves, you probably have one good T-half, where it's a lot of mid-control for Endpoint, and it was a lot of executions onto the A site for Nordavind. I think a mix of both would probably have been the best sort of T-side you could have.
Yeah, Endpoint have been much more B-focused as well, and that trend is set to continue in this one. They've got a fair few players stacked in and around this B site. Harris playing close on the site, and Surreal's got to clear this angle. Oh, Surreal's running in, but look at the rotation. Nordavind have so many players here, so many players on this B side of the map, and that will spell the end of the round for Endpoint. A couple of kills for robiin is all they're able to get. Nordavind just seem to be one step ahead of Endpoint right now. The rotations are so fast that even if Endpoint were to get decent trades onto the site, it wouldn't really be good enough for them. And those odds that were favoring Endpoint fairly heavily earlier on are definitely going back in favor of Nordavind now that they are looking much better on their map pick. If you want to check that out, you can go ahead and check out Unicorn. But unfortunately for Endpoint, into this next round, it's another one where I don't think they're going to get too much in terms of an investment. Thomas has still been on 14 kills for quite a while. I'm not sure how much he's done in this T side. And he's one of the players we always look at on this Endpoint roster. Same with Crucial. Just in general, the entire team slowed down, obviously, but it's players like that not showing up that can be a real difference maker here. And over on the Nordavind side, clearly NaToSaphiX, now that he's getting the AWP in his hands more often, he's having so much more impact. He's up to 20 kills now, top fragging for his team. And up against the Pistols, this should be another chance for Nordavind to extend their lead even further.
Yeah, this is starting to look rough for Endpoint again. The same as yesterday, starting very strong, having a great first half on their CT side, and their T side just looking lackluster. And well, that's something that they definitely can't afford to let slip away. This is, of course, an elimination match, and going into the second of Vertigo, they're heavily favored, but I'm sure they'd want to get this done in 2, especially with the amount of matches they've been playing recently. It does seem like everything they're doing is fairly well scripted. Crucial might be able to be a little bit sneaky, but Cromen has his back. A first kill coming up for the CT side, and so far these Pistols been unable to do anything.
Bomb's been left behind at mid, and MiGHTYMAX is moving through the smoke. HS has got to be aware of this, got to be ready for it. He actually doesn't land the shots. MiGHTYMAX a little lucky to get away with his life there, and wow, he lands a great shot with the Deg. Maybe that's a way into the round for Endpoint. Back to a 4v4. There's no way for them to get that gun right now, and tenzki moving into mid might have a nice angle to watch connector here. MiGHTYMAX isn't looking the right way. Easy kill from behind for tenzki. He's getting aggressive at mid, though. That's a bit of a risk, but he moves into the ladder room, which is a much safer position to be in. And with Cromen landing a further shot for Nordavind, it looks like they've got Endpoint's number in this round. And Endpoint don't have an answer for them here. Just robiin left. Nice shot again, but there are 3 more to find. And 10 seconds.
Yeah.
He's got to die. Oh, he might die after time. That would suck.
Well, if he gets an AK, it's okay. Not the dying after time, but just saving the AK, which he'll be able to do. So it basically makes no difference. He just makes the same money back that he probably would have spent. Maybe would have had a little bit more, but he gets a free deagle and had some Kevlar, so it doesn't really matter too much. Can invest into grenades anyway, and Crucial will have his AWP once more. Even still, though, this has been a really good streak of rounds. You have to bear in mind this was a 10-3 scoreline. So it has now been 10 rounds in a row for Nordavind, bringing this back. The last couple on their T side, and now, I think, what, an 8-0 start? If my maths isn't as bad as I think it is on this second half.
Sounds about... Oh, maybe... Wait. Yeah, no, that sounds right, because we're in round 24 now. Good job.
I like how for a second you doubted me and then went, no, that's probably right.
Probably. Trust you more than me.
Yeah, you know, my GCSE in maths is doing well.
Oh yeah, what did you get in maths at GCSE?
I got an A, and then I tried to do it at A level, and after the AS, I dropped the whole subject because I completely failed the first exam. But let's move away from that. That doesn't affect my basic math skills. And I'm going to tell all of you guys out there, I have never used algebra in my entire life, so screw it.
Crucial not landing shots at mid. MiGHTYMAX is, but it's Nordavind who gets some kills in reply. Early trades leave us in a 3-on-3, but robiin's found his way onto the B bomb site. They didn't even really get a kill on B, but robiin's found the gap. robiin's found himself in a great position, and he's got himself a freebie. Cromen's not ready for the aggression, not ready for the position, and Endpoint have to be winning this round here. They've got the B site, they've got MiGHTYMAX cutting off mid, this is their best chance yet to get their first T round on the board. And unless Nordavind can land some great shots here, unless they can get this early kill, they might be in trouble. Where is MiGHTYMAX looking, though? He's looking the wrong way. The players at mid get him, and maybe Nordavind now have a chance at the retake, but they're still going to have to be fast on this one. tenzki's got the kit, but I don't know if they're going for this. They're taking so much time. As smoke finally lands on the site, but Endpoint know that there's no one on the site. So I think Nordavind had just given up on this. The smoke didn't even land where they wanted it to. It landed on top of the bomb site itself. So Endpoint get themselves an 11th round win. Nordavind still have plenty of money, though. Don't get ahead of yourself, Tom. Can't be celebrating
Hey,
yet.
they got one. That's what you don't want to ever lose a half completely flawless. So even just getting the one, at least it's a combo breaker. They're going to have enough money to still invest into this round. So will the CTs as well. So it's not really much of a muchness. They're actually going to go for a double AWP setup. Harry picking up the secondary. But realistically, at this point, it's down to Endpoint. If they can pick up this round, if they can grind this one back, maybe they can start talking about economy and worrying about what Nordavind are doing financially. For now, they do have themselves plenty of cash in the bank.
This mid control continues to work out for Endpoint. Although the CTs are putting down some utility and are trying to be sticky at mid, trying to make it a bit more difficult for Endpoint to take this area of the map. It's over at B, though, where Harris' secondary AWP gets the initial kill for Nordavind, so they get themselves an early man advantage. It's a clean pick as well. And again, Endpoint have this mid control, but they don't exactly have an ability to move into connector right now, where there are a couple of players stacked. Nordavind are kind of just keeping Endpoint contained in mid and not letting them near the bomb sites, which is obviously the end goal for any T side. If you need me to tell you that, then you've got some problems on your hand if you're playing Counter-Strike at home. 55 seconds left, though, and Endpoint not really getting too active across the map. They're continuing to take their time, but from the 4v5, they've got a fair amount of work to do to come back into this one.
And not a lot of time to do it. 35 seconds up and coming on the clock as they have to start moving forward. Time is going to be everything, and NATO's now spotted two players going onto short. The likelihood of a B play was high, but with already tenzki picking up another 2 kills, again, a high-impact game from him. And Harry just waiting patiently for the remaining players to try and push their way through. They don't even have time. They might as well just be saving these guns. I guess loss bonus is high enough that they'll still be able to buy, but this round is over. They don't even have time to retrieve that bomb, and Surreal, he's just got to try and survive or die right now. And, well, he's actually waited a little bit too long, so if Harry can kill him off here, it would be prime time, and that's not what you want to see.
No, especially Surreal, who only had, what, $1,000? He's not in a great spot now. Some of the other players had a bit more money, so maybe could have rebought, but yeah, that's not what Surreal needed. He's fully investing into what little he can. Thomas has that one AK, and the rest of Endpoint are buying pretty heavily around it. They have some money saved, so they probably can still buy into the next, but it's just fallen apart for them here. They've only found one round on this T side. That did come over towards the B side of things, but HS has already done some good damage early, and HS is getting inquisitive in the midst of the smoke. He needs to be a bit careful here that there are players close by, but he gets 2 kills early, 1 through the smoke. HS keeps on fighting. He knows they're coming his way, but it's Harriet and NaToSaphiX both chiming in, and a nice little one tap at the end for style.
Yeah, this has been a real resurgence. Like at 10-3 down, I think it was quite easy to harp on Nordavind for like having this map as a choice. Really didn't perform well on their T side, but I feel like the last 2 rounds gave them that boost, and from then onwards we've seen only 1 round going the way of Endpoint. And even just on an individual basis, we've seen some fantastic rounds again, but there seems to be a little bit more synergy on the CT side of this map. Again, if you look at the scoreline, NATO now sits right at the top after having a pretty slow half in the last, and there's only 1 player who's actually negative on kills, and even that's only by 1. So, yeah, a real step up from them.
I'm kind of tempted to look back to see if Thomas has got a kill on this T side, because I keep on saying he's been at 14 kills for a while, and he's not been able to do a whole lot. And again, it's partly just because Endpoint's T side has been a bit stale in general. They've generally got the mid control, and then they don't know what to do from there, it feels like. I'm just scrolling back through the kill feed. Yeah, I don't see a single kill from Thomas on this T side, so that's not exactly ideal. And again, Endpoint are getting the mid control, but the question is, what can they do with it? They haven't been able to split bomb sites, and this time Nordavind have 4 players stacked on A. This is a big risk. And early on, Thomas has been able to take out the first man before he's traded, finally getting a T-side kill.
Maybe that'll make all the difference. He is normally someone who I'd consider to be the star of this team. So the fact that he's just not been able to perform on this half is worrying. Crucial as well, I think, has had a pretty big slowdown. I think he was on like 22 kills, maybe, in the first half.
I think it was 2021, something like that. So he's on 22 now.
Yeah, the fact that we've seen so many players just almost fall off a cliff for Endpoint. Crucial, though, has been able to gain some real ground here, though. NATO is going to have no idea. There's the first kill. tenzki should have the trade almost instantly, and he almost gets another, still leaving his team with a chance. And after last round, I'm not going to be the one to doubt HS. Timing could be everything here. Looking for the headshot onto Surreal, who's almost trapped in the corner, but the Molotov will be thrown in. HS actually makes the decision to push past it, but you've got to be careful. They shouldn't spread up onto the bin, but, well, sometimes Molotovs are trash. Ha!
Nice. HS, that nade should be good. There we go, Surreal's dead, but there are 2 more players still to find and no more nades to try and take them out of the action. HS realizes this round isn't winnable. Or should be saved over, unless robiin decides to try and make sure that can't happen, but I think HS will be fine. Just pulls out the dualies for funsies at the end, but it's Endpoint who get themselves another round win. That's only 2 on the T side now, but they finally find a bit of success on the A site, which we hadn't really seen from them too often throughout this half. I wonder if they are going to just throw in some A executes at some point, because, again, the mid control, as much as they've been able to get it, it hasn't been effective at winning them rounds. Over on the Nordavind side, plenty of money remains for them. They get that double AWP setup out once again. And into round 28. It's another chance for Nordavind to try and close it out here on their map pick. And this time, Endpoint aren't going for that early mid control, but Harry's going aggressive over at B, almost landing that shot there.
It wasn't far away. Still doesn't net them anything. NATO, on the other hand, has that same aggressive peek we see onto short. HS now waiting within the window. He's got to be careful because Crucial is still there with the AWP. Patiently waiting, trying to re-aggress. Doesn't seem to have any supportive grenades, though, to actually get him out for a proper peek. And it seems like the full team has just made the decision to rotate back towards the T-ramp. Look to try and get themselves into this A site. Maybe a split from Surreal. Going to bring them round from behind, but ultimately still a pretty bleak situation for them to be in. A minute up and coming on the clock, and now seeing them begin their move. The smoke's falling, the cross covered, a man still sat in the corner is going to be the only defender. Cromen needing at minimum a kill, ideally going to want to get a little bit more, and Thomas is going to be his primary target as he looks to come out of the palace, although actually the peek could be perfect. There's the kill. Thomas peeks out, second one for Cromen as well, and this is all and done. It's going to be easy in the end for Nordavind. After being 10-3 down, they bring it all the way back and take themselves the victory. I think Endpoint once again are going to be kicking themselves because they should have really taken that start and run with it, but I think it was an 8-round streak before they finally get a single round, and then after that it was all Nordavind.
Yeah, it was another game, honestly similar to Endpoint's game against Hard Legion, it felt like, to some extent, where they get a good start, everything's going well for them, and then they just hit a wall where they can't seem to win a single round. I mean, you're going to get the highlights of the first half, so you'll get some nice highlights from Endpoint to begin with, but I think you'll see once we get into the second half, very few highlights for the Endpoint side of things. I think a big issue was, like we were saying, both Crucial and Thomas just slowing down so much in that second half, and even though some of the other players had rounds where they were getting kills, it was never enough to get them over the line. And, well, we were harping on Nordavind earlier, but here on the CT side, their team play was so much more effective, so much better for them, and that was a big difference as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, I think the on the T sides, we saw both teams sort of fall into the same patterns, where it was a lot of players trying to be the hero, and a lot of the time becoming more of a villain by giving up rounds, or just like this, just very disjointed pushes, just allowing for the individuals on the other side to do a lot of the work. And even timing sometimes was just not enough. Like the bomb being dropped with only 10-15 seconds left, it really did feel like the teams just hadn't quite come to play. And then as we grew into it, it seemed like, okay, Nordavind have now woken up a little bit, performing for the last couple of rounds, and then also stepping up onto their CT side as well. And after they got going, they just looked like the better squad, and there was nothing from Endpoint on their T side, which is bitterly disappointing.
Yeah, I wonder what the reaction to this will be like from the Endpoint side of things, because they've got Vertigo next, which is a map they should be fairly comfortable on, and a map that Nordavind haven't been great on. But it is always concerning when you see a team lose in this fashion. They have to be able to reset mentally, especially because a lot of it came down to not landing shots. And like you were saying, just a bit stale throughout on their T side. They never really switched it up massively from going for that mid control. They never really went for example, a straight up quick B play. They never really did that. They never really went for too many plays onto the A site. They started to do that towards the end. It just came way too late. And you see that NaToSaphiX, someone we didn't talk about too much because of that quiet start, but he really did step it up as the game went on, heading into that CT side. It's obviously nice for him that they just had the money right from the start of the half, so he had the AWP basically the whole time, but that's why you get the AWP into his hands, and he actually ended up out-fragging Crucial, who did get 20 kills from that first half. Just completely turned it around over on the side of NaToSaphiX.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to the old saying from back in the day, which is get this man an AWP. Why are you playing with your AWP and not on an AWP for the majority of the match? And even when we saw on the T side start to come up, he was getting picked. So yeah, get your AWP or an AWP. That's always a good thing to do. He ends up being even with Crucial in the battle, and considering in the early stages Crucial was absolutely banging it, it really does show that neither of them did particularly well on their T side. So a bit of an issue there, maybe something they need to work around to try and make that AWP more of a focal point to start them off in some of these rounds. But ultimately, yeah, great comeback from Nordavind, and now going into a map which has been pretty weak for them in the past. It's going to be interesting to see if now Endpoint are sort of mentally checked out, or if they are just going to be able to take that as, okay, we screwed that one up, but this is our map choice, and this is our opportunity to win. And all we can really say is we're going to be off to a break, and then we'll find out.
a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Jack it up.
hello. This is, we're straight into the pistol round. This is not what I was expecting, but you know what? I'm ready. And we got some dual Berettas. See, this is a man after my own heart. Julies in the pistol round. It has to be done. He didn't go Julies in the kit, so he is slightly off on the right strategy. But nonetheless, the Julies almost reign supreme. It's still looking like the pistol is going to be going the way of Nordavind. Probably pronouncing that wrong. I'm sure there's a in there somewhere. And, well, yeah, someone had to bleep that sound. Either way, it is going to be 1-0 in favor of Nordavind. Alex, how can Nordavind win this one? They have a terrible win rate on this. What do they have to do?
Just kill people, I guess.
It's a good thing they hired you at WePlay to be a professional analyst, because I honestly don't know what we would have done without you.
I don't know. I've been, every team's asking me to coach them. Everyone's like, "Can we get you in? You have some amazing insights that I've never heard before." Unfortunately, I'm just too cool for that. But I think Nordavind have at least played this map, which is nice. It's not like it's a map they never play. They've clearly put in some time on it. They played it a little bit. The worry is just that I've seen Endpoint on this map play crazy aggressive at times, on their CT side especially, which can catch teams off guard. And tenzki almost got caught off guard there, but he wins the fight with the MAC-10. Thomas here to try and back his teammates up, but the trade's looking good for Nordavind so far. As soon as I say that, though, Crucial gets another kill for Endpoint, so it's into a 3v3, but here come those smokes onto the A site, and this is where Endpoint might struggle. They've got a couple of nades, though, ready to be lined up. So once Nordavind try and get that bomb down, they might be in trouble here. These nades are still in hand, and this could work really well for Endpoint. Oh, nice. Baiting out the nades. They don't do damage, but still getting the bomb plant here might not be so easy. Never mind, he's fine.
Harry is going to be able to get it. Spammed a little bit as he looks to try and escape. Crucial actually peeking out. He's found one. This is looking more and more possible as the seconds go by. They do need to get someone onto this bomb relatively soon. It's left all onto Cromen, who's trying to sneak his way through the edge of the smoke, but he doesn't connect his shots. It's going to be Crucial with a triple kill, and after a strong start, it will be quickly reduced to ashes, as Nordavind are not going to be able to convert this second round. And that's a bit of a worry for me because, well, we've seen Endpoint play a ridiculous amount of maps over the last 3 months. They have over 40 maps of Dust 2, but up there with that is going to be the 29 maps of Vertigo that they've played. I don't know if there'll be anybody that has more maps of Vertigo than that, because that is a disgusting amount of Vertigo. Yeah, pretty much once every 3 days they play a Vertigo, which I can't say I even do that, even when I'm just playing with my mates. So, you know, it is going to be 1-1. On the other side of things, Nordavind really don't play this map as anywhere near as much, and their win rate is a hell of a lot worse. So it's not looking good for them. We are going to see an investment into this next round. Now, tenzki could, in theory, drop an AK, maybe go for something a little bit cheeky, but it does look like he's, at least now, saving some cash. But that might just be because we're in a pause.
Yeah, always got to wait and see what the buys end up being at the end of the freeze time. Odds favouring Nordavind after they won their own map choice. We'll see if they can keep it going into Vertigo. Those buys have slowly but surely trickled on through for both teams. So it is that full investment coming in from Nordavind. Looking at the map stats for Endpoint here on Vertigo, they've played a lot of it, so we've got a big sample size to work with, and it's their T side that has been most impressive for them. 60% win rate on that T side, whereas it's closer to 50% on their CT. So that gives you an idea of what to expect here from Endpoint. I think most of the good Vertigo teams nowadays are starting to get a lot of success on that T side. There's a lot of options for you. You can start to hit this B site much more effectively, and Nordavind is showing that they've got that up their sleeve, but Surreal just spots that player right up close, and Nordavind are not finding any success on these entries. Finally, tenzki has something to say about that, but he's the only man doing anything in the round for Nordavind. Solid hold from Endpoint, just making sure that B site is not an issue for them early into this one.
Yeah, I think one of the jokes that a lot of people make, including myself, is that a lot of the time this almost becomes like an A retake simulator or a ramp simulator for the two teams. The B site definitely is not the favored of the two, although it does have options. I think a more dynamic team will be able to put more pressure on that side of the map, but it is going to be your hold of the A site, which sometimes becomes the be all and end all of your map of Vertigo. Tenzki seems to be having a bit of a crappy time at the moment, as he is just going to be hiding in the toilets. And for now, I guess this is just a round where they're talking things over a little bit.
Maybe Tenzki's like playing it like an RTS game. He's just in the toilet, giving the orders to his teammates. He apparently has ordered them to die to robiin, which is not going to be good for Nordavind at the start of this one. Surreal pushing down through B. This is something Endpoint like to do pretty often. They like to get aggressive down in this B area. They like to try and take away this area of the map. Like you said, a lot of teams will just set up those A executes. So if you can get the right timing on your B pushes, you can get a lot of information and you can start to get those flanks going. And, oh god, MiGHTYMAX got flustered for a second there, but he eventually realizes there's a player on his screen. 3-1 for Endpoint, not losing a single player in that round, but they will be up against a gun round this time. And MiGHTYMAX has plenty of money here. Might be worth him upgrading away from that UMP, or maybe he'll be a bit greedy and try and make the most of it. I guess Vertigo's a map where you can play some close angles, so the UMP's not the worst gun to have.
Well, yeah, especially if you're planning on throwing some like deep smokes and getting aggressive, there's plenty of positions that can be played, especially around the side of the ramp, which is actually exactly where Max is going to be going, but he'll lose the battle to HS. An important one for Nordavind to take into their first buy round. Of course, this not quite a bonus, but there are a few players that still can reinvest fairly easily, in fact, on Endpoint. Like robiin with 7,600 will pretty much come up with 9,000 even if they lose this round, so he'll be able to drop a rifle or two over, make sure that his team will still be able to purchase, and that's if they lose this one. If they even make things costly, this is going to be worrying, and Thomas already again showing some strength on that CT side, easily opening things up. Sure, there have been trades back in return, but the HP highly favors Endpoint.
Yeah, Endpoint basically untouched, while Nordavind have two players who have taken damage, mainly HS taking the brunt of it. The upside for Nordavind, though, is that Endpoint have to remain spread out across the map. That means Surreal is currently solo holding B. So even if Surreal gets one kill here, if Nordavind can just trade him out, they can be pretty happy with that. Surreal's still got full nades, though. That could be a big benefit to him. He could really try and slow them down with this utility, but the timing's off. Uh-oh, Surreal almost caught out, but the smoke is dropped defensively. Nice shot onto the first man, and Surreal still staying alive behind the smoke. Finally, Hara gets him, but that's allowed time for the rotation to come into play. Hara's getting that bomb down, but in the meantime, it's robiin now the last man standing, and NaToSaphiX gets both those kills from the back lines to give Nordavind their second round. And good play across the map from Nordavind. That's a good sign for me here on their T side, that they were able to go back to B like that.
Yeah, the only worry from my perspective is money. You just look at the CT side.
That's all you're concerned about, Tom.
Yeah,
money.
in
the
life,
only thing in the world.
In life as well. Yeah, it is goal number one. But yeah, for in the game, we are looking at already the T side with some vulnerabilities here. They've got themselves an SMG, so probably going to be a faster play, but the CT side have still got everything. Even that AWP, Crucial, misses the first shot, tries to stick around for a little bit longer, but isn't going to be able to find anything, and in fact will switch his position. One portion of the map that a lot of teams negate and don't really utilize enough, I feel, is middle, especially with the changes to Vertigo, allowing you to jump through. I feel like there's a lot more of an opportunity for a proper B split that a lot of teams will not use at all. Mainly, I think that's because the A site is still the easiest place to get the bomb down, and a wraparound onto the A site only really works in after plant positions. I think you getting in from behind can be really difficult because you have to basically walk through a massive choke point. Even still, though, MiGHTYMAX has gone down in the very early stages of this round. A good start, but look at the rotation. The CTs have already brought over a third man to try and defend. More Crucial, he actually gets wrecked. Really nice shot from Nato. Goes in for more, and he's just found 2 kills into the site. This is already looking done. robiin and Surreal may even just have to think about saving. They've got an extra nade or two that they might be able to use to try and deny the plant. And HS does get tanked a little bit, but in fact, actually a lot. He's down to just 2 HP now, but it doesn't matter. They haven't found themselves anything back into the round, and well, the Dane is the person we're looking at, or at least one of them, but winning them the round.
Yeah, NaToSaphiX is having a really solid start to this game. He's even going to get the opportunity to get the AWP into his hands now because of that shot he landed against Crucial. So that's a great sign as well. And yeah, just those entry kills from NATO basically won them the round, in all honesty. Just some great shots. There's not much more to say about that. If you get those early entries onto the A site, we know how difficult teams can find it to retake once the bomb is planted. It's pretty difficult to clear out the ramp fully. It's pretty difficult to deal with the crossfires that can be in play. So good stuff from Nordavind. I'm liking what we're seeing here at the start of their T side. Even though it's not a map they have the best win rate on, it's definitely a promising sign for them that they've been able to play across the map so far. There's the first shot from NaToSaphiX, and the second one just as quick. That second man on the CT side standing in front of those smokes to try and maybe get a kill and then fall back, but NaToSaphiX doesn't allow that to happen. And now Endpoint's money is called into question ahead of this round. They've got those 2 rifles, but outside of that, very little investment into this one, and Harrah's going to go down early. The MAC-10 dropped out of his hands. Oh no, NaToSaphiX also hitting the deck. The rest of the rifles have got to recover here for Nordavind. That bomb is dropped in the open as well, but the kills are coming back round. robiin quickly traded out, and Thomas only has 12 health in the 1v2.
Still, you do have to worry a lot of the time for Nordavind. I feel like they choose interesting moments to go for that mid play. Like, you know that their economy's a bit battered here. You know that in a lot of cases, sure, maybe you'll get a ramp push or something like that. But rather than like taking it slow and basically being a little bit more patient, they just run out into mid and take these fights. And Endpoint, wow, their decision making in the anti-eco round seems to be solid. They get themselves into very strong positions, almost winnable positions in the majority of these rounds, and it's something we definitely need to give them props for. This time, though, it's looking like we're back to basics. A ramp challenge. Crucial catches that nade in between his thighs, which is something I wouldn't advise. HS has actually got very far forward here. They've got to be careful. They don't expect him to be this far forward, and it's already going to be an opening kill. tenzki, in fact, has found another through the smoke, and Thomas is the only remaining defender. NATO happy to round this corner at pace, knowing that he has an inherent advantage in the trades. And I actually like this from Nordavind. Like, the difference between their Vertigo and Mirage, I'm actually favoring their Vertigo at the moment, which, considering how poor their map statistics are, is a surprise. But it's because I think they don't have necessarily the depth within this map, so they're just playing as a unit. But that's where I actually think they're a better team.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They're keeping it pretty simple, keeping it pretty basic and standard, but just use 1 or 2 flashes there to get yourself through a ramp and then focus on the spacing and focus on the trading. And it also helps they're winning a lot more of these opening fights, it feels like. But that's in part because there was a decent flashbang there to help out, and the man at Sandbags just got caught a little bit in the open. And then once they win that first fight, it becomes so much easier to trade because you get the information as to where that second player is. You start to win out those trades, and all in all, Nordavind are really showing up here early on this T side. And this T side is oftentimes what can be a struggle for some of the lesser experienced teams on this map. So just good signs all round for Nordavind right now. Surreal's trying to take this fight over at B, but he's not successful in doing so. And Endpoint have to try and do something with the pistols. They did come close in that previous round, though, when they had the low buy, and there's a man in that smoke. Oh, Nordavind might not have realized that. There's a player behind them. I think MiGHTYMAX was spotted, though. He's been taken out.
This is actually where I want to slightly disagree with something that you said earlier about these two teams, like in terms of skill. Sure. Because I actually think that, I think Nordavind are a higher skilled team. I just think Endpoint are a more consistently skilled team, if that makes sense. Like, if I was going to play 20 matches, overall, I think statistically Endpoint are probably going to do better. If I was going to play, if I was going to bet on a player to drop a 30 bomb, I'm going with the guys from Nordavind. I think that they can have the individuals that can take over a map more. Unfortunately, it just doesn't happen regularly enough. That's why if you see some of the upsets that Nordavind manages to create, they're against some like incredibly good teams, like Fnatic, for example. Whereas I would never bet on someone like Endpoint to beat a Fnatic. I just don't think that would happen because I don't think their skill ceiling is anywhere near as high, at least for now. So if Nordavind are going to get into their stride like we're seeing right now, like tenzki, 9 kills, NATO 7, I think there's a couple like HS, cromen up there as well, that's where I think they become a team that can be unbeatable. It's just that they have all their players going off at once. Unfortunately, that is a very rare occurrence.
Yeah, I guess more of the Nordavind players have an ability to have those games where they take over, would be one way of putting it for sure. I have seen games where Crucial has definitely just taken over,
Yeah, no, there's a
and
couple
Thomas as
for
well.
sure.
There's a couple on the Endpoint side. But yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, is that Nordavind are more inconsistent with their skill, but when they're at their peak, they can be a very, very tough team to just deal with on an individual basis. And right now, that is really what's happening for Endpoint. They've been struggling in these fights. Nordavind, again, showing us a different look here, going for this early mid play. A couple of smokes deployed, but MiGHTYMAX is waiting for them. Thomas here to back his teammate up. 2 kills, almost the third, but tenzki jumps through the smoke to get the trade. It's still a 2v3 for Nordavind, though, and they don't have that bomb in their hands right now, but cromen could be in the critical position. This should be a free kill.
Yeah, and the most important one at that, because that's their path on towards this A site. Waiting for the Molotov to fade before he actually goes for the kill. It gives the chance for tenzki to rotate. That patience is actually so important, because if he gets that kill instantly, the remaining players of Endpoint probably deny the bomb from getting to the site. Instead, he waits for the Molotov to be just within seconds of fading, and then he gets the kill so the tenzki can just run straight on. And now the thing is, the CTs have absolutely no idea where cromen is. They probably expected him to take the bomb and then fall back and plant it himself. So now he has the chance to actually rotate back in from behind. No idea that he's here. The first kill goes his way. The second, though, might have been a bit of a risky peek. He could have just waited for Surreal to take that risk instead. And now Surreal has saved them and brought back another round.
Yeah, it was looking so good for Nordavind to begin with there. Like you said, I loved how cromen just waited to get that kill, waited for the right time so that the bomb could quickly move over to A, could quickly be planted. But then they don't really play the bomb. They don't really play the time in the post-plant. They give Surreal the opportunity to take the fights. And even though Nordavind had been winning the fights up until that point, that's where it goes against them. The upside, though, is that Endpoint have had to fully reinvest, and they've got a couple of SMGs in play. Because they only had one man surviving at the end there, the CT economy could really easily become a problem for them right here. And Nordavind still have plenty of money in the bank. So this is a chance for Nordavind to make sure they come right back into it. And once again, the SMG tries to push into ramp, but Nordavind are ready for it. HS almost loses out, but he wins that first fight. And Endpoint go a man down early.
Yeah, and this is a round that they really can't afford to lose. Financially, again, they'd be in a relatively awkward position.
I love this boost.
Yeah, it's a good boost over the top. I think especially because once you do spot these players out, even if you only get 1 kill, you can just continue to spam through the wall. Again, there's a few players I think do that better than most. S-Tag and Bondik are actually two that seem to know all the pre-fires. Nato, though, he doesn't need to shoot through the wall. His entries in this game so far have been flawless. Multiple times he's had multi-frags getting into the site. I think without him, they'd be really struggling to get a lot of these rounds through. And now, once again, an opportunity to get the bomb down, although a lot of the smokes are going to be fading, in fact, in the favor of cromen. He's hit a few fairly tasty timings over the last couple of rounds, and now it's left all onto robiin. Now, a couple of these players are within a bullet of death, be that in the face or in the chest. However, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do too much to deny this plant, and saving the rifle is probably the right thing to do.
Yeah, it just has to back away. I think the issue in this round for Endpoint was just that they weren't ready for NaToSaphiX to be pushing that short position so quickly, or the scaffold position, whatever you want to call it. They had 2 players that didn't seem ready for that fast push, and once he got the first kill onto MiGHTYMAX, the second man had to try and readjust as quickly as he could. Just couldn't land any shots. NaToSaphiX continues to do good work on those entry kills, especially in from that scaffolding position. And if you get those early kills onto A, it does become pretty difficult for the retake to come through, especially when robiin's in a 1v3. So the save call has to be made. And so far, so good for Nordavind. Here is NaToSaphiX, so that's why they didn't expect him, because he was running into the flames. And there you see, first man not looking his way, second man just turns around. They weren't ready for the aggression on short. They just overlooked that for a second too long. Because they put that molly down, they thought they were safe. But you need to make sure you watch that molly for just a few seconds in case a player's ready to push. And unfortunately for Endpoint, that's the real difference maker in the round, and that puts them down to yet another low buy.
A fairly aggressive peek coming out from MiGHTYMAX. It might be enough to actually cause the rotation of that rifle. He definitely spotted a couple of players going in this direction. Of course, you have to remember, we do expect better from both teams on their T side. It's one of the only maps within the pool. I think we can say that fairly confidently. Like, a lot of teams who struggle on the T side, I feel like I shouldn't really be playing Vertigo at all. Nonetheless, we do now have almost a full stack of this A side. A fairly decent guess from Endpoint, mainly because they've spotted a lot of players in this direction, but more so because this has easily been the favored of the two. The other thing as well is we're not really seeing Nordavind go for too many wall bangs, but just as I mentioned it, NATO is actually going to find the kill onto Crucial, and that's the one thing that a lot of teams have to remember. This wall, although it may look strong, you can definitely do a hell of a lot of damage through it.
Yeah, I like that it's a bit more difficult to spam through now than the wood previously. I think it's in a pretty good spot right now where the CTs, you can try and play behind it, you can try and boost behind it, but you still have to be aware of it. But you're not going to die too quickly that you just don't want to play there. robiin with that AK is on this A site, and he's got himself 2 kills. Nordavind not able to trade him out. robiin trying to reposition. There's a man up on top of the bomb site. HS taking away another kill, and Surreal's trying to move in. HS has got to keep his teammates safe, but NATO goes down. The rush onto the site is successful, and Endpoint finally winning a round on A. It hasn't felt like they've been able to hold that A site too often, but this time with the pistols, they get the job done, mainly thanks to that 1 AK of robiin.
Yeah, this is one of the problems again. Like, this is now a second time where we've seen Endpoint steal rounds away with very little. I think that because Nordavind are so dedicated to one of these sites, it was very easy for them to just take a big risk in this round. Like, there was one player, I think it was Surreal, who was initially on the B site. Everybody else had rotated into A, ready to defend, and I feel like Nordavind in that round, after spotting so many players, taking so many fights, maybe should have tried to fake things out a little bit, because although their A site takes have definitely been working, they have become a little bit one-dimensional, and wow, that is one hell of a shot from Crucial. Through smoke, while blind. It doesn't matter though, because Harry's found a kill in mid.
Yeah, Nordavind are looking to make the most of that. Smoke put down. There should be a gap in that on at least one of the sides. Well, Crucial's looking for it, but it's actually a pretty good smoke. He's not got much vision, and neither has Thomas. He finally spots one man. Nice angle over the top there. The bomb is dropped, but Harry gets a kill onto the site itself. tenzki just about gets away with the bomb, so this bomb should go down safely. Harry's position is a pretty common one, but it goes almost unchecked. MiGHTYMAX manages to make up for it. And now NaToSaphiX and tenzki have got to lock this down from the bomb site. It's all on NATO. He just can't land shots. MiGHTYMAX with all 3 kills. I don't know how he got away with all of those, but he steps up for Endpoint.
Yeah, a good round from him after a relatively quiet performance so far to step up when needed. And again, it was a little bit disjointed. There's evident rounds where you can see that Endpoint clearly know some of the angles that maybe haven't been particularly used so far by Nordavind, like that little boost up over the top. We've seen positions over their smokes that have become a little bit of an issue. So it is clear that Endpoint are very, very comfortable on this map, and you have to bear in mind that I do expect a fair bit from them going into the T side. At the same time, if we can see the last couple of rounds go the way of Nordavind, there's still a fairly good chance they take this.
Opening kill from Crucial. Comes in at mid, and he gets a second. This is where Nordavind struggle to trade, but finally tenzki is able to land the shot. Still a bit slow on those refrag attempts, though, in some of these situations on Nordavind. They give the AWP a couple of easy fights to begin with. And Surreal's got an AWP of his own, so Nordavind need to make sure they're aware of this secondary AWP that's in play on B. Might not matter though, MiGHTYMAX has pushed all the way into the A ramp. This is a massive amount of information. This is a massive advantage for Endpoint in terms of players, and Nordavind would have to do something really incredible to get back into this round at this point. Endpoint should be in a position to close this one out.
We're going to see this jump up. Nice shot for NATO. If they can somehow get this kill cleanly onto Surreal, but he hits one while blind. The timing shot is going to set him up wonderfully, and now it's left all onto tenzki. Just trying to smoke the cross, get himself further into the site, but he's being flanked on. MiGHTYMAX has done well at this. Surreal actually going to go down, but time is going to be everything. I don't think he has any idea that this flank's coming in so fast, and well, he doesn't even manage to get the kill onto Thomas anyway. Scoreline equalized 7-7, and there will just be enough money for Nordavind to scrape a buy, but it looks like they might actually take the hit when it comes to some of their weaponry instead.
Yeah, only the 2 AKs for Nordavind into the last round of the half. I think 7 rounds is definitely decent for Nordavind. If they can get 8, obviously that would be even better for them. But considering it's the T side of Vertigo, a map they don't play too often, this puts them in a position where they've got the chance to try and compete on this map, which is the main thing that they were looking for out of this first half. Endpoint have definitely grown into this one, though. We're starting to see some of that aggression come through from the Endpoint side. We're starting to see them take away some areas of the map. I think they're starting to figure out the way that Nordavind have been playing and the way that Nordavind have been generally just grouping up towards a site really early in the round. Crucial's playing close to this smoke, trying to help out Thomas. There is a rotate coming over to A as well, and Nordavind are starting to set up these players. Crucial will try and draw the attention away from Thomas, who's waiting on that left side, but the smoke comes up. Now Thomas might be isolated in his position here.
Still going to hit the shot nonetheless, but it's a very quick trade back. HS will keep things even for now. Of course, in terms of an execution, there are going to be a few pieces missing, but this time there hasn't been such a heavy rotation. That's one of the things that's been working a little bit better for Endpoint, because there have just been all-in commitments coming out from Nordavind. The second they decide on a site, it seems like that's the goal from the get-go. There's been a rotation now to bring a third player in. He's just watching to see if there is any sort of flank, maybe trying to bait them into a rotation here. Molotov going over the top, which will force MiGHTYMAX back. They boosted Crucial into this, and there's actually running out of utility. They have a single flash. They need to get themselves onto the site and start trying to get that bomb down, otherwise they're going to have no cover when they eventually try to do it.
Oh, well, at least the bomb goes down safely, but Hara is very much trapped on the bomb site right now. I doubt he'll be able to get away with too much from that position. Nordavind have got players ready to back him up, though. Nades coming in from the CT side. Hara still in such an awkward position. He misses that jump up, but NaToSaphiX comes in with 2 kills of his own. Oh, it's a boost going on, but Surreal picks off 1, makes it a second, and it's all on HS. It's still the 2 AWPs in hand on this retake, but HS... Okay, Surreal just absolutely bangs him. I don't know what else to say. That's just a no-scope through the smoke.
Yeah, I don't know how he knew. Maybe the smoke was fading and we've been misled a little bit, but even still, if that was the case, it should have favored, I think, was it HS in the smoke?
Yeah.
Either way, that is absolute filth, but a great comeback. 5 of the last 6 rounds coming up for Endpoint as they streak it together to give themselves the lead going into the second. And as said, this is where I now expect Endpoint to basically close this to the finish. This should be their map to take, going on to the T side where they can set the pace. They'll probably have a little bit more depth than what we've seen from Nordavind just by the amount of times they've played it, and mainly because this is not a map that Nordavind are particularly good at.
Well, we're going to get the replay. At least I hope we're going to get the replay of this final shot. First 2 were nice. I don't think he was even properly aiming at him, in all honesty. I think that's just straight up luck. But sometimes fortune favors the bold.
Or the bold.
Or the bold. Don't think Surreal is bold. Not quite yet.
We'll see.
One day.
If he ever falls asleep near me, that might change.
I don't know if that's a threat or if it's... I don't even know what it is.
A promise.
Oh, a promise. Wow.
Be careful, Hawker. I'm a dangerous man.
Oh, God. Well, I like my hair, so I'm going to be staying away from Tom in the future.
I think you look good bald.
You think?
No. No,
I really don't. I was going to say, I really do not. I was thinking about shaving my hair at the start of the lockdown, and then I thought...
Same.
I think you did shave your hair at the start of the lockdown.
Shave it quite regularly. But either way, irrelevant. It is going to be push coming in, same bait onto the nade to make sure it doesn't do anything. It doesn't matter, though. Cromen's actually going to get a kill through the smoke instead. Give them the man advantage in this pistol round, one that they desperately need, because this retake is not going to be easy. That flashbang, though, is spot on. He runs out of bullets, though. It doesn't matter. He's got tenzki to help him out. In fact, with both kills, now robiin and MiGHTYMAX have one hell of a job to do. There is still a kit available. robiin, he gets himself the first kill. The fight is dodgy. Cromen, he's still surviving. He's going to get knifed, though. And now it's all on to the 1 versus 1. tenzki already with 3 kills. The clock is ticking. He's yet to find the kit, but he will get the kill in the end.
Get the kit.
He's got to pick it up. That's actually going to be relatively
Oh,
close.
no.
I don't know if he's got this. He does.
Ooh.
Just. That is disgustingly close.
Oh, you could see the panic from tenzki because he tapped the bomb after he got the kit, then got off it for a second, got on it again. It was all a little bit confusing. I mean, the fact that tenzki even gets the kill with the burst fire of the Glock is kind of ridiculous to begin with. There was tenzki helping out his teammate to start the round. MiGHTYMAX running into the smoke. I want to see how tenzki wins this fight. Yeah, just bursting with the Glock. MiGHTYMAX must have missed some shots. And, well, the CTs clearly have been through a hard battle after that round. You can see it in their eyes. But they're ready to go again into this next one, this time with some better weapons. That dude's still just rocking the knife for now. Which of these CTs would you be, Tom? Which one would you choose? Which model? They all look pretty similar, to be
I
honest.
think I'm the guy on the T side with the big bald head.
Oh, okay.
So that's probably me.
I definitely don't want to be that guy with the shades on who thinks he's cool, but just clearly isn't.
Oh no, this guy looks like someone I don't want to talk to.
Yeah, he looks
very,
too scary
very
to.
angry.
I would not be that.
Yeah, I don't want to look into those eyes.
Yeah, no. Get me out of here. Well, we are ready to get back underway, and Endpoint are ready to go with a force buy. robiin and MiGHTYMAX picking up the AKs into this one. Pistols on the rest of the players. Pretty good in terms of the utility bought by Endpoint as well. Those pistol players can get quite a few nades between them. And over on the Nordavind side, it is full rifles, albeit only the one M4 for tenzki, who got all those kills from the pistol round, which is why he's got that extra money. MiGHTYMAX looking for a fight here at A ramp. He spots the shoulder. This AK could be about to land a headshot if HS pops his head up too quickly, and there it is. It's Cromen who actually goes down. Really snappy flick from MiGHTYMAX to open up the round, and Nordavind is still fighting for ramp here. If they're not careful, if they lose another fight, they might be in some trouble. I think those two smokes landed on basically the same spot.
Yeah, one of them thrown by the T's as well, so clearly wanting to gain a little bit of extra ground. I don't have a particularly good feeling about this round for Nordavind though. I think this is one that could easily slip away, especially when you consider they don't have a whole lot of utility. Nice work from tenzki, though. That might have just changed things. He comes up with 3 HS white peaks, though. He just hands away the frag. Didn't really need to take that risk. I guess was hoping that there'd be a trade available. Now NATO, just a scout in hand. The last remaining players, both with AKs, but tagged within inches of their life. If he hits even a single shot to the toe with that scout, it will wipe out either of these players. Time is going to be everything. Oh, and he doesn't. He whiffs. And now it's all on to Harry. He does have a nade. That might be enough to kill off this remaining man. It's going to land just above. And that leaves MiGHTYMAX still standing. Flash goes out. Another one, in fact, just to try and give him a chance to get away. Both players solo. He just needs to land a bullet, but it's not going too well for Harry, at least for now. And he needs to get a move on. No kit available for him, at least. But there is a potential 1 versus 1. There's the first. Now, does he have an idea where the remaining man is? It seems like he knows exactly where robiin's going to be standing. Just needs to connect a single bullet, and he'll do just that. Look to get onto the bomb, and a nice 1v2 for Harry.
Yeah, I think robiin popped his head up from the sandbags briefly, but it was enough for Harry to spot it. The defuse is close, but it is there. Another close defuse for Nordavind, but one that goes their way. And if there was a way for Nordavind to win it out here from the CT side, this is the kind of start they would need. The issue is that Endpoint got another bomb plant, so I think their money should still be pretty strong on the Endpoint side. I don't know if they'll want to go for the force up yet again, though. It might be time for them to take a weaker investment into this one, but wow, Endpoint are taking it. They're going for another force buy. MiGHTYMAX has another AK. They've got Galils. It's definitely not a bad buy. You can see why Endpoint have gone for this. In fact, Endpoint technically do have more rifles than Nordavind in this round, albeit that's only because of the Galils they've got in play. But you can never underestimate the Galil. It's definitely a decent enough weapon. Harry, though, has been boosted up on mid. This can be a difficult angle to deal with. NaToSaphiX just tucks into the corner and they fight together in tandem. Nordavind locked down mid completely. And I think we might get an end to the force buy wars with Nordavind winning all of them.
Yeah, Surreal has managed to gain some ground, though. He's made a fair bit of noise. And with the position currently being held by Harry, he might have heard this. So it looks like there is already players watching here. They've definitely heard all the footsteps. They just need to be careful not to throw their lives away to this gun, and they won't. Thomas, well, just playing a bait game on the other side of the map, waiting to see if anybody rotates. Gives him at least a kill, but in all honesty, it's a bit of an awkward spot for him. Either he just saves this Khalil, which is not something that anybody ever really wants to do, or he tries to hunt down some of these remaining players, and he might actually have a free one onto NATO here. It's a bit of an odd angle to take. I'm very confused as to the... I guess he was expecting him to go up the ladder, but I'm not really sure why you wouldn't play on an angle where you can't get shot from the stairs, unless you just really didn't expect that to happen at all.
Well, 20 seconds for Thomas. Even with that kill onto NATO, I don't think he's winning this. Goes for the fight at the end, so he doesn't want to save the Galil. He just wants to try and do damage, but try it as he might. There's only so much damage he can do. And at this time round, Endpoint will be taking a weaker investment. Probably just pistols into this round. Yeah, I think if Nordavind had a chance here on Vertigo, this is exactly the sort of start they would have needed, right? Where you get off to a good start, you get yourself into a lead, and that's what's happened for them. Make sure to check out Hellcase, where you can use the code SLTV15 for a 15% refill bonus. You can also open up the Hell Cup 8 Pro case to help contribute to the dynamic prize pool, now standing at $30,972 precisely. As we head into the next round, HS is in a pretty good position to deal with this. Cromen also there to help out. Endpoint trying to find some success on towards A, but it's not working. These are all solo fights and not fights they're going to be winning. Nordavind up to a 4v2.
Still not with a huge amount of money, so they'd like to keep this one clean. Or maybe give Harry the chance to actually farm up a little bit of cash. Instead, it's going to be NATO going for the fights with the FAMAS, and he'll win both out cleanly. So that's exactly what they want to have going into what will be the first proper buy round for Endpoint. This is where we need to see the UK roster actually step up to the mark, because if this is going to be the sort of continuous struggle for them, like getting off to decent starts to matches, having an okay half in the first, and then letting everything slip away, well, they're going to be eliminated from this tournament. This is their last lifeline. If they don't manage to win out this series, in fact, they are out of the Hellcase Cup number 8. And they won't have a chance to fight for the land size share of this dynamic prize pool, which obviously can be contributed by opening the SLTV case. Either way, it is going to be an early trade. Already NATO finding one, but MiGHTYMAX to fight off tenzki. They're taking big risks fighting for this ramp. Now, they should have a decent idea that HS is going to be here somewhere, and Thomas just about gets away with that duel. Left on just 17 HP, the CT side might even have to make a decision here just to try and save, because financially they are not in a good spot going into the next round, and in a 4 versus 2, it seems like they still believe they can do this.
Do you believe, Tom, though? That's the question.
No.
Well, NaToSaphiX still has faith. Oh, trying to land the no-scope. If he'd have got that, then I'd have really started to have some faith in him, but he's still hanging around. Harris only just arriving to the site now, and with these two AWPs, it's going to be difficult, but at least they have some nades. Molly into short. Smokes available for them, not being used just yet. Finally, the smokes will be deployed towards the bomb. The time is so far gone, though. They've got to get on the bomb right now. NaToSaphiX taps it, and I think he's just trying to bait the Endpoint players in at this point. Nice shot. Ooh, nice shots from NATO, but he's not winning the round. He's just doing damage. AWP will be saved on over, but remember, Nordavind's money is still good enough for this round at least, but it's going to start to become an issue if they lose this next one. And this is where Endpoint have finally got those full buys, where we were expecting them to come on strong here on this T side of Vertigo.
I'm still not really a fan. Like, I get that you have that sort of extra money to still buy into this round, and the damage is valuable, but it means you've taken a hit to your own purchase to try and hurt theirs, which it's like headbutting someone. It just doesn't really make much sense. Like, sure, you might hurt them as well, but you're using your face as a weapon. Like, it doesn't really seem like the smart thing to do.
I don't think I have a very strong head either. I don't think I'd ever headbutt anyone.
We can test it if you like.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
How strong is your head with Hawker? Well, he died, so clearly not very strong.
Sounds like a great show.
It sounds like a show that would be cancelled after episode 1 with the death of the first guest.
But imagine if it was a game show where like you progressively earn more as the challenges go up. I'm not selling you, am I?
You've made it to $400,000. This time you have to headbutt a bowling ball that's been dropped off like the gherkin or something like that.
Man, well, right now we're just playing Counter-Strike, so we can talk about our game shows later. Right now it is CSGO that we're watching, and we are watching Endpoint start to move into this B side of the map where Nordavind have got 3 players. Heavy stack on the B side, but Harrit's been spotted and he's in trouble. Oh, Crucial doesn't get the kill. Harrit is somehow still alive. This molly must be the death of him though. He must be a goner. Finally, Crucial gets that kill and he makes it a second. Taking lots of damage in the process though. Nordavind trying to see what they can do, but they're in a 2v4. These smokes are cutting them off. I don't know if they can really go for this. NaTo's trying, but he misses the mark. Oh, he gets it, second time of asking. All of a sudden, Nordavind are in this round as NaTo lands an excellent shot onto that man, but MiGHTYMAX comes back in. Oh, he doesn't know he's clearing the angle, but NaToSaphiX keeps on going. He is really stepping up now on this CT side. And Endpoint's money is still in trouble. That could be a round which really helps Nordavind try and get this win.
Yeah, that looked like an unlosable position. I don't actually know how Endpoint managed to throw that one away. That's a 4 versus 2 with smokes down. No one defending the bomb. Like, how does he get 2 shots off? Like, the shots he's hitting, at least after the first whiff, was very nice. This shot was disgusting. But I don't understand how it gets to a point where they're even coming back in a 4v2. So big slip-ups coming in for Endpoint. Now they're going to try and challenge once again. Cromen taking a hell of a lot of damage, but he is still standing. Incendiary will at least deny their presence onto him for now, but there is still a rifle available. The nade over the top, he's going to be caught by HS. He's got his back, and now just left with 1 man standing. It was only a half buy, a half investment, but Nordavind, they keep it with 4 players alive.
Yeah, Endpoint now can't afford to let too many rounds more slip either. They've had struggles closing out some of these rounds. That can't continue to be the case. The upside is that Nordavind now are in a position where, again, if they lose this round, their money will probably be in a bad spot. So Endpoint only really need the 1 round win to try and get back into it. You can see, though, the odds over on Unicorn favoring Nordavind right now. And if they get this win on Vertigo, then they would be delighted. Thomas sneaking through the smoke, and he lands an instant headshot onto HS, who was trying to take control of that position. Thomas now going back for more. The nade does damage, but it's Harrit playing this same position at mid, and Endpoint aren't ready for these angles. They have got themselves onto the B site, though. This could be all the difference. Surreal playing this close angle. He hears players around him, but the bomb's already been planted in a 3v4, and Surreal's going to try and be a nuisance here. Wow! How does he not get that kill? Harrit with the MP9 finds his second of the round. robiin's burning alive. He's taking so much damage from the flames. Crucial's got to land shots, but he's been blinded. He's in trouble, and it's all on robiin with 4 players against him. I don't see how he's going to win this. NaToSaphiX lands the wallbang, and Nordavind inch closer and closer to victory.
I don't even know what's going on at this point. The fact that Harry gets away with 3 kills in that round after he probably should have been dead after the first one is a little bit ridiculous. And then you've just got everybody hitting their shots. Like tenzki and NATO both having a fantastic match, and the rest of the team starting to catch up as well. I think Endpoint just mentally looked checked out from this game. Like Surreal, as you said, that should have been a very easy kill for him. Like, he's waiting on the angle with a significantly better weapon and still doesn't manage to land the shots. Like, it's getting to the point where you just have to feel like Endpoint aren't playing up to the level that we know they can. And on the other side, Nordavind have got some standout players. NATO is having a lights-out performance, as said. Like, they seem to have the better players that can take over a match, and we're starting to witness that here with different players just stepping up again and again and again. And if that's going to continuously happen, well, there's not really much that Endpoint can do, even if they are the significantly better Vertigo team, at least based off prior statistics. Even better in this matchup versus Nordavind if you're going off previous statistics. Everything points to Endpoint winning, but the scoreline says otherwise.
Oh, cromen saw that Molotov being thrown. He thought about going for it. This is so risky from cromen. He's just standing here with nades in hand, but he knows that HS is close by, ready to fight. HS only with 1 kill for the time being, though. MiGHTYMAX able to trade him. cromen goes down. Great entries from MiGHTYMAX. Oh, tenzki gets 2 kills, though. So it's back to a 2v2, and Endpoint still need to get that bomb down.
Thomas waiting on the angle on the boosted player. Could be a freebie kill. They haven't spotted out Harry, though. He's going to get the first. And Thomas, he actually whiffs a couple of shots. It's so close to him going down. Smoke can be thrown out. AK going to be retrieved. And Harry just trying to bait him in. Spam going to be coming through. He could just try and stick this diffuser. It'd be a risky one, but now we start to see the rotation coming back round from Thomas. He might have played this perfectly. Harry not thinking about this other angle, but he switches spots. 6 HP. Nothing is going right for Endpoint. Every single clutch going the way of Nordavind. Not even going to think about retrieving an AWP. It seems like he's too busy celebrating.
This is just the same Endpoint as we're seeing yesterday, it feels like. They keep putting themselves in pretty good positions, and they just can't close out the rounds for whatever reason. They can't end up getting the round win over the line. AK's out again, but this is now 6 rounds in a row required just to keep themselves in the tournament, just to keep themselves in this map, and NaToSaphiX has already landed the initial kill. He's going back for more. He lands a second shot. NaToSaphiX taking over here with the AWP. The first 2 shots landed, and Endpoint continued to try and moving into the B-bomb site, but look at the rotation. Nordavind have so many players here. They're getting further frags, and robiin's left in another 1v4. This is looking like it's going to be Endpoint out of the tournament, and it is. Nordavind knock Endpoint out. And remember when I said on the first day, I think Endpoint might be one of the teams that make it all the way, Tom? Clearly, I was wrong.
Yeah, one of the favorites in this tournament, looking really good coming in, and they've gone out in dead last. But
you see this pen, Tom, with the UK flag on it? I'm throwing it away. It's useless. I did throw it away.
Yeah, I know you threw it away. I was just seeing if it broke when it landed.
Oh,
that would have been.
It was already half
Then it really
broken,
would
honestly.
represent the UK because we are
Exactly.
breaking off from everybody. But yeah, this was not the performance we wanted to see today from Endpoint. Maybe they are an evening team where it just doesn't seem to work for them in the mornings. But we were seeing like players not being able to hit their shots. We were seeing like basically just them being overrun in a lot of rounds just by their pure individual skill. NATO had an absolutely superb performance on both sides of the map, which not easy to do. His entry frags on the T side were fantastic, and then the AWP retakes he was managed to pull off were even more ridiculous. We saw a big step up from Harry on the CT side as well, and tenzki was just sort of quietly chugging along throughout the whole map, and that's what you need when you watch Nordavind. You need these individual players. You need them to step up. That unit mentality where it just seems like when they go together as a squad and go for retakes as a squad, they just play well together. And the other thing as well is, like, from knowing NATO, he's one of those players that when he gets hyped up, when the squad gets hyped up, like you've seen it in the past, like if you Google NaToSaphiX and Blame F, like that was some of the performances they had together was so fantastic because they get so excited, they get so pumped up around these big plays that I guarantee that played a big part for them. And like on the other side of things, sure, there were a few rounds where they should have got pumped up, things should have gone well for them, but it just seemed like everything diminished in these last few seconds, or in the last 10, 15 seconds of the round for Endpoint. And I'm sure by the end of it, even rounds like this, where they're in 2v1s and should be winning, it eventually demoralized them to the point where they just couldn't win a round.
Yeah, I also think that something you were saying earlier there, the fact that NaToSaphiX was getting AK entry kills on the T side, then AWPing on the CT side, that's kind of just in part because of the way his career's gone. He's had to play a bunch of different roles on a bunch of different teams. Exactly. He's a very versatile player, which is a great asset to have. If he needs to step up and get entry kills, he's going to do that. If he's just needing to AWP on the CT side, he's going to do that as well. So when he's on his game, he can be a real handful to deal with. And some of these rounds at the end, I think we're just adding to Endpoint's misery at this point, but hey, NaToSaphiX had a great game. Nordavind just in general performing much better here on Vertigo. Maybe this is a map they can think about leaning into more if they keep on having performances like that.
Yeah, if only his body could cope with gluten, he'd probably be the perfect human being. But
Pretty much.
unfortunately, that's his kryptonite by the looks of things. 29 kills, that is an impressive showing. But then even looking down, you've got tenzki still with a 1.73 rating. He had a very good performance, and he doesn't quite make this side of the scoreboard, but Harry was someone who, there were a couple of rounds where without him, they wouldn't have won this game. So yeah, I think that they can be very happy with their performance. Of course, it doesn't really get much easier from here, as they have got to grind their way through the lower bracket, which we actually still have another lower bracket match to come, which will involve ESPADA and HAVU. So HAVU definitely a team that I would expect to be challenging for the title. I know that that's a risky thing to say with them being in the lower bracket, but they won themselves Blast Rising, which was against a lot of similar teams. They beat out Endpoint towards the final stages of that. So yeah, I expect quite a bit from them, and the fact that they've gone straight into the lower bracket is definitely going to make things interesting. But we will have, unfortunately, a bit of an extended break because this was a 2-0, and we stick to our schedule. So go get yourself some food, see if there's any other CS on that you can watch. Maybe even go and open yourselves up some Hell cases. I know that you can get a nice little discount code, SLTV15, which will give you some extra cash and help you out along the way. Or maybe go and place a bet on Unicorn if you think you can work out the next game. Either way, we are off to a break, and we'll see you after we come back.
into my eyes and show me your adventures I haven't seen. Taking all the life, it hits the spot. Walking on fantasy. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. Test the waters, oh, it's hot. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. Take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. Electric, feel it in your hands. Hypnotic, watch your body stand. Happiness, this is where we stand. My dreams among the stars while I'm standing on the pavement. Spinning around, lost and found, just trying to make a statement. Lift the weight off my shoulders, set me free. With the birds in the sky is where I'd like to be. Without gravity to hold us down, together we on the side of the ground. I place my dreams among the stars while I'm standing on the pavement. Spinning around, lost and found, just trying to make a statement. Lift the weight off my shoulders, set me free. With the birds in the sky is where I'd like to be. Without gravity to hold us down, together we on the side of the ground.
Sorry I kept you waiting forever and a day. But now we're out here together with nothing standing in our way. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. So alive, I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. From the heat wave stole my emotions. I left my doubts when I was swept by the ocean, and every pulse from the tide was a finish line. I wave race we were made to ride. You and I were first in line, and we took them by surprise. I was with you all the time. You may not realize, but I'm here. I hear you loud and clear. When we get lost in our own minds, you'll be keeping me near. I painted skies that left my mind. They were your design. I followed roads that won't take me home, but lead me to your side. There is a burning in the clouds. Take a deep breath in and step out from among those crowds. Let the feeling of realization in that I'm here. I hear you loud and clear. When we get lost in our own minds, you'll be keeping me near. You'll be keeping me near. I hear you loud and clear. When we get lost in our own minds, you'll be keeping me near.
I try to cheat, but I won't be.
thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
this yourself. It's extremely dangerous.
In the wake of dawn, I see you shine. When I feel that heartbeat, I fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher. Skylines and clouds are below us now. Skydive back down. Oh, take
Hello and welcome back to the Hellcase Cup 8. We've had our first elimination already. That'll be Endpoint, your team looking to win it, who have been sent home in last, in the playoffs at least. Obviously, they did have to get there in the first place. Now we get to see who's going to go out second. It's ESPADA facing off against HAVU. I think there's a clear favorite going into this match. HAVU have been a team definitely on the rise, or at least having a peak when they played in Flashpoint, also coming on to win the Blast Rising event, but had what I would say is an early upset. They didn't perform particularly well yesterday. They were relatively disappointing facing off against Nemiga, who are another team who've been performing quite well recently. The only worry for me is they now have to basically bounce back and prove that they are one of the squads to watch, because ESPADA, I wouldn't say they're a team that should be anywhere near their league. At the same time, they've managed a few upsets themselves, done some damage over the last few months, managing to get a 5th place spot going into the RMR event for WePlay. So realistically, kind of expect this to be a HAVU victory, but at the same time, I'm not feeling as confident as I did when I was going into the match yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to say yesterday, I thought you were picking HAVU to be one of the teams up there as well, weren't you? So we could have both of our picks going out early, which maybe just shows that at this level, there are a bunch of teams that are at a pretty good level, because I think it was just HAVU individually not showing up for the most part yesterday. And if that happens again against a team like ESPADA, you could see similar problems for them in this series. You see the win rates on their maps there, pretty good on most of them. Both teams having these permabans. And then we get the Mirage pick from ESPADA, which they go for pretty often. HAVU then going for the Nuke, which I think has been a solid map for them. And then Dust 2 as that decider, which we all know can be a very topsy-turvy map.
Yeah, I think the one thing that interests me most about this series, again, we're looking at the AWPers, like you do in a lot of series, but mainly because we've got two sort of very different AWPers in the sense of ZOREE, someone with a hell of a lot of experience, who I think that has been one of the staple players within this roster, someone I expected to do well yesterday, didn't really step up to the mark. And then you have degster, 18-year-old kid who has definitely had some ridiculous statistics going into the recent RMR event, but then didn't quite reach the heights that we expected. Maybe the pressure got to him a little bit. But it was actually some of the other players, like Dima was one of their better performance. Even in some of the matches you saw Patsi, who's only 16 years of age, coming into this and doing some damage. And that's something I think you really have to give to ESPADA as an organization is, in terms of a rebuild, they have done very, very well after losing Magix, who was their standout player, has gone on to play in Team Spirit, who managed to finish second and are currently the #1 in the CIS RMR tournament. So it's definitely interesting to see that they've managed to find some more young talent and build around it. It will just be whether or not they can match up against a team like HAVU, who have been together a very long time, have more of a strict structure, that's for sure, and more importantly, should be better than them, even just on a man-to-man basis.
Yeah, and I still think there were some issues for ESPADA with players like sotfik, who we know is quite a low fragging in-game leader for the most part. I felt at that RMR event, FinigaN was put in some pretty good spots for the most part and didn't really deliver to the level I'd want to across the whole tournament. He had some maps where he was performing pretty well, but across the entire thing, I didn't see enough impact from him personally. And even degster, like you were saying, he didn't have the impact. It felt like he was getting kills in a lot of maps, but not necessarily kills that won them rounds, which is kind of worrying as the AWPer of the team. But he's got the chance to maybe prove it to us here. This is the sort of tournament where you'd maybe more expect degster to be performing at, I guess, in these sorts of online tournaments where there's maybe a bit less pressure. So I want to see degster. I'm still going to be looking out for him. But like you said, Patsi and Dima were the other two players who looked pretty impressive at that RMR event.
Yeah, and again, if they can even have like a decent match here, that would be something for them to take home. I think that HAVU are one of those teams that have sort of proven themselves to be a potential top 20 team, but had a bit of a fall off. And again, we don't see them play as regularly as a lot of other teams. Like, they are a team that seems to like to keep a thinner schedule. I was talking to you earlier about how Gambia youngsters, it was evident that some of their players might have needed a break, and then they've got 4 tournaments over the space, 4 online tournaments as well, that also go over the same 30 days in July. So it seems like a lot of teams are just going to be ignoring the player break, and I think for mid-tier and smaller organizations, this could actually be an opportunity to maybe catch up with some of the tier 1 teams. Of course, you know that the likes of like Navi and people, VP, people like that are going to be taking this as a break, giving themselves a chance to cool off, like your G2s, all of that, because they have been playing a ridiculously long schedule. You've had Blast, you've had the RMR, you've had DreamHack as well. Like, not long before that, you had ESL doing the Road to Rio and even the qualifiers coming in to try and get themselves into the next season of Pro League. So definitely a well-deserved break coming up. I believe that starts on the 6th, which is, interestingly, when this tournament has just finished. We will be going until the 5th of July. Either way, we are into our knife round, of course, on a map like Mirage. It doesn't seem to be the end of the world. We did see earlier in the day, it was actually the pick of the T side that came out for Nordavind, although I will say that it was evident their CT side was the much stronger of the two in the match that was at least play versus Endpoint, but they managed to pull it back on their CT side. Maybe that's something that teams look into. If we can get a certain amount of rounds, we know that we can pull it back. However, in this case, it is looking like we are going to see the CT side taken for HAVU. Of course, at the moment, the names at the top need to be switched, and they will be. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not ESPADA can have that same level of impact, because they are one of those teams, again, you see them a lot playing through middle, trying to lurk through connector control, and sometimes you do wonder if some of the more basic executions are missing from them, and if they are going to be able to compete with a team as structurally sound as HAVU. And I think that's one of the things that made HAVU actually very difficult to play against, is I wouldn't necessarily think that if I was going to pick any of their players and try to fit them into, say, an ENTS or something like that, I think that'd be relatively difficult to do, because I don't think individually they're as good, a lot of the players at least. But in terms of a unit, in terms of their structure, and in terms of their strategies, that's where HAVU have always been fantastic. The thing is, after their Flashpoint win, I'm not sure if they've maybe taken their foot off the gas a little bit, or more so, teams have started to pay attention to them. And that's always the sort of curse of success. That's why it's so difficult for teams to stay #1 for more than a couple of months. That's why Astralis were so impressive, because they were able to reinvent their team multiple times, so that even if you could predict what they did a month ago, the next month you play them, they're going to be a completely different squad.
Yeah, I also think for HAVU, they might be a team that's actually more favored to playing on LAN, just based on the way that this team plays with their structured playstyle. You want your opponents to be making mistakes more than anything, and that's a little more difficult online, where you can kind of get away with mistakes a little more easily, and you can get away with taking fights aggressively, just with how the lag compensation can work sometimes and the way that the ping works out. And we're already seeing degster get involved early in this pistol round. I talked about his pistol stats all through the RMR event. He's a player who's generally very successful in these pistols, but this time round he has been shut down by Saw. Bomb has been planted for ESPADA though, and they've got pretty good positions for the post plant right now.
The only worry for me is the player within Palace. Dima, though, is actually going to get one combined with Patsi to double up, and now ZOREE's position doesn't seem as valuable. He's going to be able to pick off a first. The kit, if there is one, is down on the deck, and they're just trying to bait out some of these players, but ESPADA should have this pistol round dead to rights, even with these kills coming up. There just isn't enough time, and it looks like ZOREE might just try and take a couple with him. There's an extra kill for him. Of course, every little will help, especially going into the next round, where he may want to force up a scout with some armor.
Yeah, nice start for ESPADA. I'm definitely going to be watching out for Dima on this T side especially. I think a lot of ESPADA's T side success that I've seen from them has come from him getting entry kills. More than oftentimes the executes or anything else. It's been Dima who's kind of just won fights that maybe he shouldn't have, that's got them into the round in the first place. And as you were pointing out, against a team like HAVU, who are going to be quite structured, that might be more difficult to do. You might not get given those chances to find those easier entries onto bomb sites. But right now, we're not into the gun rounds yet, so we don't have to look at Dima specifically. We have to look at what HAVU have got themselves in this round, and the answer is nothing. The one man saved the Kevlar, but he didn't even buy an upgraded pistol. They've all stuck with their default pistols, their USPs for most of their players, as well as the one P2000. And it looks like ESPADA have found the weakness here. Players spotted in connector, but the bomb is about to be planted on A, and this UMP will be hunting for frags.
It's actually fairly unusual for teams nowadays to save in the second round, especially if you are on the CT side, because it leaves you in a bit of an awkward spot financially for the next. Sure, you're going to have the rifles. ZOREE, in theory, could get himself a glass cannon AWP, but it does mean that there'll be some utility missing, and it means that this round is actually a very good chance for ESPADA to do some damage. They're even going to spend the extra catch that they've just made to actually invest into an AWP, so even the extra SMGs are now dissipated. So there's going to be a pretty big round for HAVU, because they lose this one, they will have to take a hit, and we could be seeing ESPADA off to a 4-0 start.
Yeah, that would be a scary start for HAVU to overcome, especially on their opponent's pick. ZOREE not ready for Dima, and that is the fast-flying entry fragging that Dima is capable of. And investing so heavily into an AWP without the helmet just gets wrecked by a Galil at the start of the round.
So trying to play around the edge of that smoke, and it seems like that smoke has betrayed him almost. It's going to be Dima to find his second kill of the round. This is looking bleak. 3 now, and barely any damage taken for Dima. He's had 22 in return for 3 HAVU players going down. I do wonder if maybe they're underestimating their opponent a little bit here, as these faces have been few and far between. sLowi and hoody now left in an impossible situation. They almost have to hope that somebody on the ESPADA side makes a big mistake. And in all honesty, I'm not expecting that.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier that I wasn't expecting Dima's aggression to work. I wasn't expecting his entry work to be successful against a team like HAVU, because I expected HAVU to be pretty well set up and pretty well prepared for plays like that. But they just got caught asleep at the wheel right there. Weren't ready for Dima's aggression. Then they just kind of whiffed some shots, it felt like, on the following fights. hoody has at least got 1 kill for HAVU, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. The bomb's on the A site already. ESPADA have this round in the bag. And it's looking like a pretty easy start to this game for ESPADA here on Mirage, here on their choice. HAVU just looking to hold on to their 2 guns, a FAMAS and an M4 right now. But like you said, this is the risk you run when you go for this early bite. If you lose out quickly, you can pretty quickly fall behind. And it's looking pretty good here for ESPADA to get a 4-0 lead, assuming that they can win this next round, where they will be against these 2 saved rifles, because they are allowing those 2 guns to be saved. This also just helps the economy of ESPADA, though. They should be able to build up some good cash here.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're going to be in a fantastic spot, because now this round can't really be an investment from HAVU. But yeah, I have to say, in the initial stages, this is relatively disappointing. I think that ZOREE gets completely caught out by the fact that somebody pushes that aggressively through mid. But I think when you're playing against the CIS roster, you almost have to expect those sort of plays. Like, if I was looking at any Nemiga demo ever, I would know that they're going to take those fights, and the same for ESPADA. It's a very common thing within the CIS, and to be honest, the fact that he almost seemed to DC when going for that peak is a little bit worrying. Again, I love this from Dima.
Yes.
So much confidence, so much aggression, just happy to take the fights with no fear. It's definitely risky, but when you're in this sort of team, I feel like they just allow for this. They allow him that space, they allow him the opportunity, and that is one of the cleanest NT rounds I've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, I really think ESPADA are at their best when Dima's getting entry kills like that. It makes such a big difference for them, because sometimes they can get bogged down with their executes not being 100% perfect. But when Dima gets those kills, it just makes it so much easier for the rest of the team to push behind him. Because when Dima shows that confidence, the rest of the team can much more easily push behind him and have the confidence to follow him up. So great stuff from ESPADA at the start of this game. Really, all the signs of life are from ESPADA right now. We haven't seen much from HAVU, but they've got their first full gun round together alongside 2 AWPs. That previous round they did have the full rifles, but it wasn't the perfect buy. That's the perfect fight for FinigaN, though. Wins the initial kill for his team, but sLowi's got one back over at B. So it's into a 4v4 after an early 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, definitely not the opening that the CTs were really hoping for. It seems like they're trying to fight fire with fire, as Saw looks to get aggressive into the Palace. FinigaN actually expects the angle and still manages to win the duel. That is dirty from him. Also getting off to a strong start in this match and trying to stop any repeat coming out from the Palace. The rest of the team are actually planning on joining him. Now, this is a little bit unorthodox. You don't normally see multiple players push out of the Palace unless it's a pistol round where you're trying to get yourself the bomb down. Reason for that, it is very open to multiple angles. Like, peeking out from this spot basically gives the CT side so many angles to hold at once. It's only going to be the one, though. ZOREE actually hasn't turned his gaze just yet, but they might not expect him to be here. Already extra utility being expended, but he's still on that close angle. degster should be dead for sure. The bait comes out, but the flashbang from sLowi makes sure that ZOREE's not taking any real risks here. They're still just trapped on the edge of this box. sLowi already going to be going down his left. All onto ZOREE. He gets the first kill. Patsi's actually going to push him, but he'll get it with the pistol anyway. ESPADA, it's a little bit close for comfort, but they take themselves their 5th round in a row. And I'm wondering if HAVU have actually woken up just yet.
Yeah, that is ballsy from Patsi to just jump on top of the box at the end there. That could have cost him his life, but he gets away with it with the pistol in hand. Wins his team another round, and ESPADA are cruising right now. I mean, that round was close, but at the same time, they've got themselves a 5-0 lead. That push through Palace was definitely risky, but just the ability to get that instant refrag was great. And speaking of great, degster is picking them apart. They only had pistols in this round, so a bit of a surprise to see HAVU fight mid so aggressively, and that's what degster can do to you. Just a firing range for the AWP down mid. No one seemed to be shooting back at him. And it's going to be another round for ESPADA. I do not see a way that HAVU will be winning this. And ESPADA's money is just going to be so good at this point, especially if they don't lose players here. They're going to be set for quite a few buy rounds before HAVU can do anything. And that just makes it even more difficult for HAVU to come back into this.
Yeah, this is looking rough. And I have to say, so far, being fairly disappointed with HAVU. Like, even just on an individual basis, they cannot match up at the moment versus ESPADA. And this is what? I guess you consider them maybe the 5th, 6th, maybe even 7th best CIS squad. Like, it depends what rating you put them in. You got teams like forZe who are currently fairly low down on the rankings. Gambit youngsters who they beat last time. So, but even still, they're a team that HAVU I think would be expecting to beat, and as of right now, they're getting trounced.
Yeah, not really many other words for it, honestly. I mean, there are other words for it. It's just they're all negative. Yeah, this is a strange decision from HAVU, just having these players fight mid with the pistols. degster's going to land those shots most of the time. I guess they were just hoping that they could get the timing right and get into positions where degster didn't have those easy shots to begin with, but there's not much cover at mid. Maybe HAVU can start to turn it round in this one, though. They've got themselves another buy on the board. naToSaphiX taking the fight early, wins it as well. The in-game leader stepping up for his team. The flash is on point, and everything is going right for ESPADA. All their players are showing up. This time, it's naToSaphiX who gets the 2 opening kills. And HAVU just aren't winning any fights right now.
No, ZOREE, the shot misses. He does get a chance to re-pick into lower, and we'll get rid of Patsi. A second as well. This is what we like to see from ZOREE. A little bit better. Still end up in a 3v3. The bomb's going to be retrieved, and Dima is going to start his move back towards the A site. Now, there is still a man on the site, a rotation available for ZOREE, but he's actually going in the direction of B, so maybe a bit of a misread. That's mainly because of Dodo's aggressive position, but if they expect this once again, this round might be all over. First kill, second kill as well. Dodo's done enough. He's at least given his teammates a chance as the rotation will be able to come in. But actually, it seems like degster's going to try and fool the remainder as the rotation's going to go back towards the A site. And by the looks of it, well, I was going to say maybe he's going to B, but I guess he's just trying to bamboozle them one step further.
Yeah, this might confuse HAVU slightly because that bomb hasn't been planted yet. The other upside is degster still has nades, which could be useful. The problem is, as soon as he throws a nade, he obviously gives away where he's going, so he doesn't want to use that utility early, and ZOREE's got the angle with the AWP. This should be good for ZOREE here. degster's about to round the corner. Smoke will now be deployed, but that gives the game away. ZOREE can go for this fight. Oh, he's not in the right position, though. degster plants in the open. Oh, he's dead. sLowi pushes through the smoke, takes advantage of the bomb plant, and takes HAVU their first round win. They've got to keep going, though, and they might have some limitations in their buy, even into this very round. I think they'll be okay for the most part. They might be missing some nades, but it's not too bad for them. The problem is if they were to lose this round, they have very little money in the bank. They've had to fully reinvest into this one.
Yeah, and a lot of that came down to a couple of pieces of individual brilliance, like ZOREE being able to find a couple of picks with the AWP, and Dodo with a 2K when he probably should have only got 1, so a little bit of an uncomfortable position, and as you mentioned, HAVU definitely not out of the woods just yet. ZOREE going to be in position once again. A bit of spam through the smoke from naToSaphiX, and Might be able to give a free kill, but again, it's not going to be the first shot connected. Hopefully it's like the last round where the first one leads to 2 coming back straight after. Even still though, with that missed shot, it is going to mean that HAVU have had to give up control of middle. And to be honest, their fights for middle thus far really haven't been going too well. ESPADA have been able to get this mostly for free, or even with some advantageous situations coming out of it. And they're taking over everything, already making their way all the way in towards the ladder room. They've got connector control, have apps control. The only thing I think they've lost is the ramp, and that's something that they haven't actually challenged for in this round. So, if anything, they have everything they need to go fighting into one of these sites.
Smoke goes down into the apartments. That will slow ESPADA down even further. As it stands, HAVU are rotating away from B, though. sLowi's really going to have a lot of pressure on him here. And the thing is, he's pushed into the apartment, so sLowi can not really have the ability to fall back. With such little time left on the clock, he'll sit in the corner to try and buy some time, but here comes the push. They do clear the corner. Dima's entries continue to be successful as he moves into the B-bomb site. Hoody has rotated over. Bomb yet to be planted. FinigaN goes for the fight, and the bomb is dropped on the bomb site. It's back to a 1v2, but the time is against degster. He's got to go for the bomb, and there's just no time left. Now he's got to try and find these kills. The no-scope lands, but there's no way he's getting this second one. Saw just sits back and relaxes. And I've got to say, FinigaN might have just been better off planting the bomb there. Going for that fight was a big gamble, and HAVU step up with multi-kills all over that B site.
Yeah, that was too close for comfort, but ultimately, it is still HAVU getting themselves another round. Again, no real economy built up, so the pressure is still going to be on them. degster doesn't seem to be really missing too many shots. It's looking like they might go for something a little bit quicker, which is somewhat of a common reaction after having a round almost slipping away. Patsi looking like he's going to be the one to break out of the palace. A couple of flashbangs being expended to help the players pushing out through. But with 2 players under dark, it's a bit of a surprise. Patsi actually doesn't get anything and helps with the upgrade. HAVU have finally sprung to life and left degster all alone. 1 versus 5. Oh, maybe 4. But sLowi is going to shut him down. Finally, HAVU get themselves a clean one, and the aggressive stance from ESPADA has been shut down. Even still, they actually still have enough money to buy here.
Yeah, that was always going to be one of the problems for HAVU, is even if they start to win rounds, they've got to keep on going to reset that ESPADA economy. You can go ahead and check out Hellcase. You can use the code SLTV15 for a 15% refill bonus. You can also open up the Hell Cup 8 Pro case to help contribute to that dynamic prize pool, which is on your screen. Back into the action, where ESPADA go back to this mid control, which has been successful so far, and degster has already got the opening kill to go his way. Saw was just facing mid there. Didn't seem ready for the fight, didn't seem ready for degster, and degster will happily give his team an early lead.
This has been one of the problems. They haven't been able to shut this man with the AWP down. And again, mid control is definitely one of the weaknesses for HAVU at the moment. So having a bit of a rough start to the match, and Patsi looking to try and probe into this connector. Something I mentioned at the beginning of the game. This is something they like to do quite regularly. In fact, a lot of the looser style teams you'll see put a lot more pressure on connector. It is one of those valuable positions. sophiX, this could be perfect. He's going to sneak up behind sLowi. Is he going to spot the gun? He will, and that's a free kill. Already a 2-man advantage for ESPADA. Looking for their 7th. Hoody should have the surprise angle and will return the favor onto sophiX. But ultimately, the T's have taken so much map control that they're almost ready to go for an A execution.
Yeah, HAVU have got the read wrong right here. They've got 2 players stacked on B, only 1 man anywhere near the A site, and currently Dotto's focused on mid. So he's going to call to his teammates. Well, mid is clear, but I'm not so sure about A, because he's hearing some nades come through, and Dotto's not ready for the man in connector. He's in trouble. If Patsi goes for the peek, Dotto is a dead man, and there it is. Patsi in position, just waiting in connector the entire time. I think that's something ESPADA like to do pretty often. Like you were saying, not only the connector presence, but also just leaving a man in connector to maybe be a bit of a lurker, maybe to be a player later in the round who kind of goes unchecked. And Patsi just gets the 1 kill that guarantees them the round win. HAVU unable to get the right read, and ESPADA have got themselves a 7th on the board. Oh, Patsi, what are you doing? Oh, yep, you're dead. It's all good, though. They're 7-3 up. We can allow a few silly mistakes like that.
Yeah, I guess he was probably expecting them to be saving a little bit further back, but as you said, doesn't matter massively. It could do a little bit more harm to their economy than they probably would have liked, and the CT side being able to save the remaining weaponry will actually be the difference between them buying and not buying. 2 guns can be dropped, Dotto can purchase another one, and that means they do have enough to go for a purchase, although it may leave a few limitations here and there when it comes to utility or kits or whatever you may name it. But they will have the guns, which is the priority here. So 7-3, HAVU in desperate need of a fight back if they are going to be challenging on their opponent's map choice. And it was something we mentioned, like if they are going to be a team looking to fight versus the best in the world and sort of rise up, whether or not we're on LAN or not, this should be a victory that they're taking.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw at that CIS tournament, ESPADA were a dangerous team at times, but it felt like when it came down to crunch time, ESPADA struggled sometimes in those 2v2s and those 3v3s. They struggled to make the right decisions. The issue here is that ESPADA haven't been put in too many of those positions where they have to make decisions like that because they've been winning so many early fights. And speaking of, Dima has been one of the main offenders of that. One of the main players who's been successful in these early duels. He's won another one at the start of this round. And so far, HAVU have only had 1 round where they've won the first fight. So that just goes to show how much of an issue they've had, how many times they've been fighting from the back foot to begin with. Dotto, though, just about gets that kill. FinigaN not timing the peak right. So at least this time it's back to a 4v4.
Definitely more of an opportunity. sLowi has spotted the majority of the players. However, Patsi has found a kill elsewhere. A second shot onto ZOREE as he is decapitated, and one by one the full defense of HAVU falls. It leaves sLowi just alone, and Patsi is just wrecking face. He gets his 8th kill, 3 in the round. And ESPADA, as said, they're just playing with heaps of confidence at this point, and the same can't be said for HAVU. And yeah, I agree, really.
Yeah, that's what HAVU will be asking right now after seeing some of those shots land.
It might say Richard Lewis yawns.
I mean, it could say that. I don't think so. I don't even know how your brain just comes up with that, Tom.
Well, RL just makes me think of Richard Lewis.
Well, sure, but then you just add yawns.
So then there's a Y. So
all right.
There you go. And also, I'm a genius.
Oh, that's the other part. It's the other part of the equation that I didn't take into account.
Yeah, let's just not talk about school grades, because that might question things. Although I did well in my degree.
That's more important.
That's what matters, right?
You know, I love saying, I get to say to people, technically, I have a Bachelor of Science. Makes me sound so smart. It is in geography, so it's not quite as fancy as it really sounds.
So basically, you should be doing the weatherman segments then?
Basically, yes.
You should be replacing Sponge for those.
I mean, I don't think I'm at that level yet.
Well, you have the geography degree. He
That's
doesn't,
true.
So
he has, what does he have? He did plumbing, I think.
I
don't know how that comes into play.
So, but yeah, well, let's put it this way: if we need a handyman, I'm not coming to you. That's for sure.
Oh no, dude, I'm useless. Absolutely useless.
I could imagine you crumbling under the pressure of picking up a chair.
Yeah.
So,
it's hard, man.
But if I need someone to tell me if it's gonna rain, I'll probably Google it. But maybe if you're in the room.
And then if you ask me, I'll probably Google it as well.
Yeah.
So there you go. Well, this round has not been a fun one for HAVU. They had pistols, but they didn't really get to use them, other than Dotto. ESPADA are just all looking at his position right now. He's sitting here, he's waiting for someone to peek him, and FinigaN will oblige, and FinigaN will get the kill. 9-3 lead for ESPADA. Yeah, it's just been lackluster from HAVU here. Just on an individual basis has been the biggest problem for them. They've still got a chance to maybe salvage 5 or 6 rounds of the half, and that wouldn't be terrible for them, but you can already see Unicorn, who were favoring HAVU to begin with, have now shifted over to ESPADA after seeing this performance at the start of this game. Another chance for a bye for both teams, and ESPADA all grouping up around A and lining up some smokes for a standard A execute.
Solo left completely blind for a large amount of time. They have actually managed to pull a very large rotation, considering that nobody's actually made a push into the site just yet. It's looking like HAVU have just decided that they've got to start taking some risks in their defense.
We saw this round from ESPADA at the RMR. I think they go all the way back to B on this. They fake the A execute again, and we've seen it work sometimes, because when you see that second set of nades into A, you do start to get a little scared. Because look, they're going to use all 3 smokes on A right now. So a lot of teams start to think, okay, we've seen all 5 smokes at A. Surely it has to be A. And there you go. You can see HAVU are already rotating.
Yeah, if they go back after this, it is going to be the pure bamboozle. They've sent in Dima. He's got the opening pick there. Still hasn't been a rotation, though. One man in the form of Hoody has not taken the bait. And sophiX doesn't check the angle. It looks like it might have all gone wrong. What is that shot from degster? He's not going to hit the second. The bomb's actually going to go back again. This has definitely fallen apart. The plan might have been a good one, but the execution definitely hasn't been to standard. And now degster's left with no bomb and a man still on this site. He's going to know that he's here. sLowi still would like to win this duel, going for a few pre-fire shots. Basically waiting to see if he can bait one out, but eventually he's going to run out of ammo, and a no-scope through the wall definitely makes things a little bit more interesting. The problem now is the time. 15 seconds, there's no chance for degster to actually win the round, so keeping the AWP forward is definitely the right call. I don't think the CT side are going to be over-facing in this. They've already saved themselves on AWP and an AK. And I kind of like the idea from ESPADA. Unfortunately, I think they needed to basically move as a squad, and they looked a little bit too indecisive with what they were actually planning to do.
Yeah, so I think the idea is that the double pump fake where HAVU over-rotate to A and then they rotate back to B and then you go A, but it just is overcomplicating things at this point. And I feel like ESPADA have just been doing fine while winning just the fights and keeping it standard, which hopefully they'll go back to here. I'm glad we're getting to see some more of these plays from degster, though. It's just some audacious shots being landed there. And this is more of the player that we were expecting to see, more of the skill that we were expecting to see. And he is really delivering here. FinigaN, loses out against the MP9 of ZOREE. HAVU now starting to get a bit more confident, starting to get a bit more aggressive, and starting to get rounds on the board, most importantly. They've got 4 to their name. They should be able to make it 5 as long as they can close out this 5v3.
Dima to take the lead once again, as Hoody is just waiting around the edge of the smoke. They've got to be careful to check this angle. Patsy's going to do just that, and again, this youngster entry fragging, but he can't quite get past the cross. It's ZOREE with the AWP, a trade back for Dima as well, and it's a dicey battle. Dodo's messed that one up, that's for sure. Leaves us back into a 2 versus 2 from a 5v3. This should not be possible for the side of ESPADA, but degster adds another to the death toll. It's left all onto ZOREE. It doesn't matter that Dima's low. He needs to hit the shot with the AWP, and he is not going to. A huge round for ESPADA to take away from HAVU, and the Finns are already looking out of this map.
Yeah, there's not been much love between these two teams here on Mirage, that's for sure. At least not being given by ESPADA, because they are dominating right now. And this T side has just been too hot for HAVU to handle. And I think it's mainly just come down to those individual plays. We've seen rounds where ESPADA have tried to complicate things a little bit more, not work for them. But when they keep it basic, when they keep it simple, their work together is good enough. Their team play and their individuals are good enough to win them rounds. And that's been the majority of how this game has gone so far. Patsi pushing into underpass, loses out against the UMP of Hoody. So maybe HAVU have got a chance to get themselves a 5th round on the board at the end of the half here. degster's already opened things up though with the AWP. I think he's up to 18 kills now. Indeed, 18 frags on the board. Nearly 100 ADR for degster. This man has been delivering right here. And there are 3 CTs stacked on A, but FinigaN's ready for them. That's a UMP peeking from stairs, but it works out because of the man up close. And ESPADA have to overcome a 2v4 to try and close out this half. As they look to move into B, one of the players has already been dealt with, and degster, he throws away his weapon, but he hasn't got the AK. Now he gets the AK into his hands. He's got the chance for a 1v1 fight on B. This would be the beginning he would need to the clutch. But unfortunately, he's backing away, and I think that pretty much takes away any chance he had.
Not knowing where these remaining players are going to be. He's 18-4, 19-4. Kid's been playing out of his mind, but he's not quite going to be able to close things out. Very good half for ESPADA nonetheless, and at least we see a little glimmer of hope coming out of HAVU as they do end up with a 5th. Now, we saw this earlier in the day, a pistol round, and the follow-up can definitely springboard a team back into the game, as we did witness Nordavind being able to have a dominant CT side while facing off against Endpoint. At the same time, I'm a little bit worried for HAVU, because we haven't even seen a lot of the individual players stepping up on their side. There's been some questionable plays. sLowi's not been having a particularly good game. Saw as well, who was actually one of the better performers in the match that they lost yesterday. Question is, are they going to be able to bring this back while going on to the pistol? And, well, by the looks of it, it's a very aggressive stance coming up from the CT side, pushing all the way up mid. The problem, however, is that the push is already coming in onto A.
Yeah, Dima has to play super safe here. Might just have to play for retake, but they don't have a kit on the ESPADA side of things. That's the most confusing thing about this setup. If you're going to play retake on A, normally you want at least the one kit in there for the pistol round, but they're just going to have to go fast, and that's already going against them. ZOREE winning the initial battle. Trades continuing as HAVU take away more ground from their opponents. And ESPADA can't afford to sit around for much longer here. They've got to start to push towards the site. Hoody's got the flank going as well, but Patsi hears it. Awkward fight between the two of them, but Hoody's just buying time at this point, and the time is the biggest issue for ESPADA. Even with that kill for FinigaN, he won't expect Dotto. Oh, God, this is horrible, but eventually Dotto gets the kill he needed, and the bomb was too far ticked anyway. HAVU taking a much-needed pistol round win to keep themselves in this map.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't clean, but they get it done nonetheless. And again, I agree with some of the decision-making that ESPADA's making in that round. It just seems a little bit off. Like, if you're not going to have a heavier defense, at least make sure you have a kit ready and prepared, or even a smoke as well, just to make sure that that retake's a little bit easier. We are going to see the CT side fully invest. Fairly common. As said, the purchase we saw from HAVU is definitely more of a rarity, and it does give them a reasonable chance in this one. Still some pistols to play with, utility obviously diminished, and, well, a couple of SMGs as well alongside it. Whereas, well, the T's are playing this very safe. They've gone for 4 rifles and a single SMG.
Yeah, got to say, on ESPADA's CT side, I'd be watching out for Patsi over at B, who's been very good for them in their previous games as that B site anchor. And this time round, he flashes in degster very effectively. Opening kill goes the way of ESPADA. HAVU's response is to quickly move into the A side of the map, where FinigaN's waiting for them, as is sophiX. All the fights going the way of ESPADA. And HAVU, oh no, it's all gone wrong for them. The P250 of sophiX gets away with 2 kills. And, well, we thought it was the start that HAVU needed, but losing this round puts them in a terrible spot. This is literally the worst economic position you can be in the game, Tom. They've got $1,400 each.
Yeah, I think the only way it could be worse is if they didn't have that extra decoy money saved. So there was an extra $50.
Or I guess you lose money for team kills, don't you? So technically.
Potentially.
Or maybe if you like die to yourself, do you lose money?
I don't think you can, but you can't go into minus money.
Well, no.
So it would still be $1,400 to be.
Yeah, you're right. You're
so
right.
only the 50 that they didn't spend is the bonus, and it's not a particularly good bonus. In fact, they're coming into this round with just Deagles and Kevlar, and they are getting absolutely slaughtered. This is going to be such a big win for ESPADA. They get themselves up to 12. Now the eco comes in as well, so they're going to build up so much extra cash. They've got to save all 4 of the rifles that were up for HAVU in the round where they purchased. I said it was a safe buy because they had so many rifles. Instead, it might be their undoing, as they've given every single one of them over to their opposition. And I'll be honest, if HAVU bring this back, I'll be thoroughly impressed, because they have had a severely underwhelming match so far.
This is ideal for degster as well, who already has $7,000. He's got the ult for a while, at least for a couple of rounds if he wants it. I like that HAVU are taking risks here, trying to push through the Molotov. They have to do something crazy in this round. They're also trying to fake so the bomb can go B. I mean, I guess if he wins the fight against Patsi, he's got a chance. And he actually gets a dink, but no kill. No way to get the bomb down. And now HAVU need to win this round to have any chance here on Mirage, realistically.
Yeah, we've just witnessed the classic you will go A, I go B with bomb. You know, the legendary strategy stolen straight from matchmaking that works.
Dude, I have a friend that calls that
roughly-
every game.
It works roughly about, I would say, 0.1% of the time. It is a trash strategy. I did like, I remember back in the day, it was like an old Luminosity team, not the legendary one, the one after that. Okay, that's interesting. Who basically on train would throw one man out B ramp as the fake, then throw 3 men out Ivy, and then there'd be one more upper B to go and plant the bomb.
Cheeky.
And it worked, and it was genius. And I think I've seen it work once since then, ever. And that was a few years ago. So it was genius at the time, but it doesn't work very often. This has started fairly well for HAVU. The rifle's in their favor, but there's FinigaN to turn it back to an even scenario once again. And in these clutch situations, in these close situations, it just seems that every single time ESPADA are the ones to come out on top. Patsi with a decent angle, takes the fight, but can't win the second one. So that will at least lead a path towards this B site. The problem, though, is they still have to retrieve the bomb. And that could be a real problem, especially with the position of FinigaN, who's actually going to go all the way around into top mid. It seems like sophiX still knows where that bomb is going to be. And even if they do go towards the B site, he's going to have the perfect flank available. sLowi just about wins that duel, so that will at least give them the opportunity to retrieve the bomb. Although they still haven't done it just yet, and there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. They've got to make a gamble of where they actually think this remaining player is going to be. Now, he was originally on this A side, but it seems like HAVU have gambled on the fact that he would have moved by now, and they have got it spot on.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, actually, that HAVU end up thinking that A is clear, or rather, just go into the A site. I feel like FinigaN made a pretty decent decision to try and go back to B, but I guess with the bomb being dropped in connector, with such little time left, it was always going to be a bit of a problem to actually make it to B in time. So they just go towards A together, they try and make sure they can trade it out, and now FinigaN's chances are limited here. He basically has to guess where these players are. He's so far removed from the action that it really is a guessing game at this point. That nade, though, oh, it almost gets the kill, but sLowi survives on 6 health. And FinigaN is just going to get away with the AWP. So, again, degster, who already has $10,000, even gets the AWP saved for him, which is lovely for ESPADA. And once again, HAVU are running into the same issues where, because ESPADA have built up so much money early, there's still at least 2 more gun rounds left for ESPADA before HAVU even have a chance of resetting them. And that is always a difficult position to be in when you basically just have to win out on your T side.
Yeah, they've basically got a mountain to climb, and that mountain is made of cash. They basically just need the Joker to come and light half of it on fire, and then maybe they'll stand a chance, because this is a horrible position to be in, it's safe to say, but they are definitely a team with a strong mentality, and we've seen them come back from crazier situations in the past, so it'd be a fool to doubt that it's impossible for the Finnish side, but just with what we've seen so far, it hasn't been particularly impressive. degster alongside Patsi once again. We're going to see this aggression, and just Patsi just wrecks hoody out of the round. They're going to go for the classic trade. In the meantime, there's going to be a push through the smoke. Saul might be able to catch Dima off guard. He's facing completely in the wrong direction. That's a free kill for him. Also, degster wasn't quite prepared, but somehow still manages to win that duel. Now the real play comes in from FinigaN. A good early peek. He's not quite going to transfer onto the second. And sophiX so low on HP. He has to be careful. In fact, he's catching the nade. ZOREE should win this duel, but never mind. degster just doesn't seem to be missing. And he's in fact just going to fall back. Not allow for that trade to come in before he gets the reload. Smoke will be thrown out. But in fact, he's going to make his way through the window. Take the safer bet as the bomb is looking to be planted. It's just whether or not it's actually expected for him to already make this cross. He does so much damage onto Dodo, who already has 2 kills to his name. But degster doesn't actually see him cross back over to the other side of the site. The incendiary should give him a clue that this man has already gone past. And of course, degster will win it for them once again. 24-7. I would defuse the bomb before you go and retrieve any weaponry, degster, I'll be honest at this point. But he does have a kit, and it will be comfortable.
Yeah, degster has been just destroying them, in all honesty. 24 kills for him. I'm really enjoying seeing him just having more impact, because he was putting up numbers at the Clutch Island, but he wasn't winning rounds that often. And here, he actually is winning clutches. He actually is winning rounds. And You can see that Unicorn have slowly but surely been switching in favor of ESPADA, realizing maybe they got the read wrong in the first place, because HAVU were slight favorites coming into this, but ESPADA looking strong on their own map pick. That's a point we have to make, though. This is ESPADA's map pick, and Nuke up next would be one where you'd expect HAVU to have a much better showing. It's a map that would, in theory, suit them much more. And I think, in general, Mirage is the map where if you don't show up individually, it's very difficult to actually win the game. So HAVU... Oh, wow. FinigaN gets 2 kills out of that. He even gets an assist on Hoody as well. And this game is slipping away from HAVU slowly but surely. This should be a 15-7 lead for ESPADA, unless Saw and ZOREE have something to say about it.
Yeah, the last time they played Nuke was quite a while ago, but might not be getting there just yet. Saw so close to getting his second kill. Degster just waiting on the cross, but he's got to be careful. That flick was lightning fast. He doesn't quite manage to hit the second one, but now Dima can come in to save the day. That was disgusting from Degster. He's just not missing a beat at this moment in time. And I'll look at what is left, Alex, to try and save the day. It's the pistols.
That's sad. It's always sad when you're facing round 15 and you only have pistols. I feel like we could get some good nicknames for Degster. Like Degster, the Destroyer of Worlds, maybe. Maybe just the Destroyer of Fins right now, in all honesty. Some good things you could do with his name. I like it. Yeah, just pistols for HAVU. There's not much to say about Mirage. It feels like at this point, it should be ESPADA taking this one over the line. I said earlier, watch out for Patsy's hold on the B site. He's not really been needed. It's been a lot of successful A site holds from ESPADA so far, and it might be one more A site hold for them. svyat gets the first kill at mid, and here comes the A play.
Quick push coming in. I think the footsteps have been heard, and it's all too easy for FinigaN. He as well has had a very good game. He's been slightly overshadowed by the performance that has come out from Degster, but he himself currently up on 22 kills. Great to see these sort of new players within the ESPADA roster performing so fantastically well. And Hoody, well, this will be a clutch for the ages. A total of 22 damage done to his opposition thus far. 5 players standing and a minute left. If he had a Molotov, I'd tell him to sit in it, because there is absolutely no chance for him winning this round. The bomb down, you can even see that Degster's ready, watching the flank, just in case he is going to come through this angle, and he is going to be making his way forward, and Degster will close out the map. Absolutely dominant, and I am looking forward to watching the highlights and just seeing basically an ESPADA frag movie, because this has been incredibly dominant. I honestly thought that this was going to be much more of a competition at a minimum for HAVU, as I do expect them going into this to be the better team, but they were completely absent all the way through that map.
Yeah, they just didn't show up, in all honesty. And over on the ESPADA side, again, we were talking about Degster, we were talking about FinigaN at the end there. Dima had a bunch of rounds where he was getting entry kills as well, which is always going to be a big thing for this ESPADA team. If he gets entries, I always feel like that's a big difference. And we didn't even have to see much of Patsi. He was solid for the most part. svyat there with them as well. Just in general, what else can you say? Just a great performance from ESPADA. And HAVU have got to step up on Nuke. It's as simple as that. Even if it's not a map on Nuke where you have to be as skilled individually, necessarily, you still got to win fights. That's what Counter-Strike's about at the end of the day. And they just did not win enough of them.
Yeah, and the worrying thing is even looking at ESPADA's Nuke games, I'm sure it's not one of their better maps, but they've beaten Nemiga, Hard Legion, Pact, come close versus Spirit. The only dominant loss that they actually have on this map is versus Spirit, who I would say are a fantastic Nuke team. When they get going, they're a terrifying squad to play against. Sure, they've had some losses against like Kova, but that was in overtime. You can even look at like an overtime loss to Na'Vi in the first Road to Rio. They can definitely put up a fight on this map, and if even just the individual players on HAVU are playing like they have in this map, I would almost favor ESPADA to win it. It just hasn't been an impressive showing over the last couple of days. I don't know if they're in a bit of a slump, maybe just ready for that break, which is going to be coming up relatively soon. I do wonder if HAVU are going to be one of the teams actually taking a proper break going forward. And yeah, well, this is the scoreboard. It's pretty much every single member. There's only one missing, and it's the man that you mentioned, Patsi, who just didn't really have that much to do, but still had some impact plays, especially his entry fragging. ZOREE was the only one really doing anything. Like, there were a couple of rounds that they managed to win, and a lot of it came off his individual brilliance. That scoreline, though, and that rating from Degster is filth. 3.71 KD. absolutely dominant. And yeah, this is a comparison that I don't really think we need to be making, because it was a night and day performance between these two players.
Yeah, I think I said it previously, where when your best player has a negative KD for the map, something's probably gone horribly wrong. Whereas for degster, complete opposite, complete performance across the board really for him. There were rounds where I felt like he was fed some kills with the AWP, especially on those low buys from HAVU, but at the same time you got to land the shots, and he had impact in the gun rounds as well. 15 AWP kills for him in that game. I don't know if there's much more we can say about this map, really. It's more looking into Nuke, what HAVU can show up with, because that is normally a map that's strong for them, but I don't know if they've got enough individual skill right now. Like you said, ZOREE's the only one really showing up.
Yeah, it's not been the best performance from them, but hopefully that was just the Mirage Blues and now making their way onto Nuke. We will see if HAVU are going to make the comeback and take us to a third, or if they will be the second team out of the playoffs. We'll be back after a short break.
You can't get to me. Throw your sticks and your stones, go break all of my bones. You won't ache my soul, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, but fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight, I'm a but I'm a push me down to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't put the flame out, you can't get to me. Say what you wanna say, go take it all away. But I'm here to stay, no you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, but fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight.
want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island.
Hello and welcome back to the Hellcase Cup 8. We're going into our second map of a best of 3. It's going to be ESPADA on the CT side to start after winning the 9th round and after having a fantastic first map. We're going to get to witness whether they can continue this on. And it's going to be the lead through onto the A side. A bit of an interesting setup here from the CT side of ESPADA. They've got a kit this time, you'll be happy to know, Alex. And we'll see if it's going to be put to use.
Gotta hope so. sLowi's got some flashes as well, which will kick off this retake attempt. There comes the flashes, and here comes the push. ESPADA getting some early kills, getting all the early kills in this one. Oh no, it's gone terribly for HAVU, just not winning a single fight so far. And Saw's trying to flank, but sLowi is ready for him. He can go down and defuse the bomb, or someone else can, because they've got plenty of time on the ESPADA side of things. It is a clean sweep on the pistol.
Yeah, unusual to see a 5v5 after planting the T side, not getting a single kill in return. We'll see if they're actually going to force off the back of this, because normally the thing that's really beneficial is obviously you get a little bit of extra cash for planting the bomb, the individual who does it, but also you get extra cash for kills. So the fact that they didn't get any kills means that it's not so much AKs and Galils, it's, well, a scout, a MAC-10, a Galil, no AKs and some pistols. It's definitely not as pretty as we would like. And speaking of pretty things, we got an XM. This is the prime map to do it, but it's actually a vent dive. Pretty much the whole team. I think at least 3 people have just gone down the vents. Patsy's actually going to be the first to fall, and Dima maybe a little bit overly aggressive here. Is he burst firing?
Yes, and I don't know why.
What a wrong'un.
Oh.
But somehow he's still getting the kills. There we go. Eventually runs out of bullets and ends up in a 2v2. Make that just 1 as Dodo hits the headshot. I've not seen someone burst fire a FAMAS in maybe even Counter-Strike Go. Like, it just doesn't happen. Dodo might be about to get caught, though. This XM's pretty damn powerful. The problem is, at this sort of range, he should be screwed. Looking like sLowi's just going to try and bait him in, knowing where this gun is valuable, but he can't quite make it work. An important break back for HAVU to get off to a strong start. And I do have to question maybe some of the decisions that were made there for ESPADA. Nonetheless, I wouldn't be overly surprised to see them force this one.
Yeah, their losing bonus isn't big enough to be able to just save and get a buy, so the option will probably be forcing. Maybe degster will save a bit of extra money to try and get that AWP out, but no, he fully invests. It's a full force buy for ESPADA. I think the biggest issue there, though, is just letting HAVU down the vents so easily on this sort of round. That's basically the only way that you can get really uncomfortable right from the start of the round. You have to have some presence there. You have to have at least 1 or 2 kills before allowing HAVU down the vents, and you should just be able to spray through with your superior weaponry, but ESPADA are unable to stop that from happening, and that means that HAVU have got a good opportunity to get some T rounds early in the half. degster holding yard with a Deg. Not the ideal weapon for the circumstances, but unable to get anything better in this round. And elsewhere, ZOREE's opened things up with a MAC-10. So it looks like the Finns should have a pretty decent time of things in this round. ZOREE can even go down the vents if he so desires, but the rest of HAVU will be following up. And now Patsi is about to go over the top of the smoke, but they've all snuck down the vents. Oh, and Patsi isn't aware of it. At least he doesn't seem aware of it. I feel like ESPADA must know, and now Dima just goes down into his death. Not the best start here for ESPADA.
A little bit too close for comfort. Patsi, okay. I feel like he should have got the kill. Nice shot with the USP, but nonetheless, this will be the bomb going elsewhere. FinigaN shouldn't really be able to get anything done here with the scout, and Hoodie doesn't actually need to fight him, so may just be worth saving that extra weaponry into the next round. I don't really see a way that they come back out of this on top, and even Patsi just probing just doesn't seem worth it. Just going to hand some kills away, and, well, if anything, this has just become a farming simulator for the side of HAVU, making that extra cash, getting themselves a second round, and more importantly, the next they will face will be an eco.
FinigaN's scout sitting back in spawn. They're all running his way. Oh, okay. Saw just instantly removes his head from his shoulders. Great shot from Saw. And we get a replay of the early kill from ZOREE. Just a small gap in the smoke, which he's able to exploit. And then again, it's the same issue for ESPADA, where they just let HAVU down the vents way too easily. If that's going to be a consistent theme throughout this half, that's going to be really frustrating for ESPADA to deal with. They've got to find a way of not allowing that vent dive to happen so soon, because if you allow the Ts to get down vents early in the round, it makes you so uncomfortable on your CT side. You instantly have to start rotating. You instantly have to start to be aware of the B side of the map. Then HAVU could just go for yard smokes and could join that man towards B, and it just makes your rotations really uncomfortable in general. And it looks like ESPADA have got a Zeus out. Ooh, sophiX unable to take it. Though sLowi's ready for him, and I think HAVU should have a pretty easy time from this point on.
He's quite able to master the hops. Maybe there's a chance for at least one kill here. That would be the hope, just to try and reduce the economy a little bit. But no, this is a much better start for HAVU. Something we didn't really see in the previous map was the fact that every single time it seemed like ESPADA were stringing rounds together and getting rolling. Even now, their purchase on the ESPADA side is not going to be particularly good. Yet to see an AWP for degster, which was one of the main features of their Mirage CT side was how good this man was with the AWP. And XM even coming in for sophiX, which, again, if he's playing around the hut position, that really isn't too much of a detriment. It will allow him to pretty much play those close range angles, but as we saw previously in the retake, it can be damaging. And again, we're going to see the vent dive. No incendiary there to deny the initial push, and HAVU are just pushing down on a weakness that ESPADA clearly have.
Yeah, this is simply too easy. We were pointing it out earlier. If ESPADA continue to let this happen, they're going to have a lot of issues here. Dima has to go through the smoke, and, well, he gets one kill for his troubles, but one kill is all ESPADA have found across the board. degster unable to win that fight either. And ESPADA are losing out here early on their CT side of Nuke. This will be another round for HAVU. There's no way around it. FinigaN won't be winning this one. And if I'm ESPADA right now, I'm maybe just taking a pause ahead of the next gun round, because this is clearly not going according to plan for you. And sure, it would be an early pause, but I think someone needs to let them know that the vent dive is something that they've got to be better at dealing with. They've got to be more ready for. Maybe you even get an AWP into degster's hands and put him towards door to try and land some early shots. Maybe you just use your nades. Either way, something needs to change for ESPADA, because if you let HAVU get down to B site this early, the CTs aren't going to have players in position to stop it. You can't rotate down that fast. And you see Dima realizes he's just got to try and go through the smoke and fight for the site, but he's not going to be able to do so when he's alone. And that's allowing some easy early rounds for HAVU.
Ooh, he's just managed to dodge him. I can imagine that's going to be a little bit of confusion for Hoodie there as to how he was stood in that corner, but even still, it is going to be a 4-1 scoreline. HAVU off to a flying start. Exactly the sort of resurgence we wanted to see going into their map choice. But we're yet to really see ESPADA basically counter one of the most basic strategies in the entire game. Something that I'm pretty sure when Nuke was re-added to the pool was something that was done in every single matchmaking game to date. And it's still something that I do. What I like to do in my event dive, especially in pistol rounds, is that the first player out the door doesn't go down the vent. So they act as a distraction.
Cheeky.
And then the bomb goes down the vent. Because also there's always that worry that the first person who's holding the bomb just gets headshotted. So you take that distraction away and then send the other down. It's a slight deviation from the normal play, which everybody goes for, but I find it works a lot more successfully. But more interestingly, I do think that they just need to start using nades and incendiaries just to basically destroy anybody who goes through. Even just pre-firing the door can work out quite nicely, especially if it's something that's going to be tried quite regularly by HAVU. The thing is, they can now force ESPADA to use a lot of their utility earlier and then switch into more of a play outside or something of the sort. They're still going to go in this direction once again. sLowi doing some damage with the shotgun, but no kill found.
That's just every time I use a shotgun in this game. It's like, yep, 90 damage, and he doesn't die. And you cry.
That's just because you're bad.
I mean, I think the shotguns are bad. I know I'm
No,
bad,
no,
but the shotguns are also part of it.
No,
Except the auto shotty, which is the one.
Oh, that's rough for FinigaN. They are going to have enough money now to get the AWP. They get multiple if they really wanted to, but I'm not sure that's an adaptation that specifically needs to be made. It is already a much better performance, though. Like ZOREE, for example, has had a huge step up. Hoody, Dodo, pretty much the whole squad now performing in the place of ZOREE. But we can expect a bit more from him on the CT side. T side opening on this map kind of sucks. It only really works as a counter to basically someone just dominating you on the outside. But here we go. We've got that AWP. This is the first 4-buy we've actually seen from this CT side thus far. And they need to really build up some high amount of rounds. We have seen a lot more T-sided halves come in on this map as people have slowly developed their strategy, but I would still expect ESPADA to want at least 7 or 8 rounds on this half.
Yeah, definitely. And with this slow start, it's going to be difficult to get up to that mark unless they start winning rounds right now. Nice shot from degster, who was pushing into Hut. He had a teammate alongside him. Bit of aggression coming in here for the CTs. And sLowi has again been able to get out through door and again get down the vents. Maybe ESPADA just need to play someone down the vents at this point, because this is happening almost every round. And HAVU can begin to try and gain access, but oh, there was a gap in that smoke. Patsi makes the most of it, gets away with the second kill for ESPADA. And from a 5v3, ESPADA really should be winning this round almost every time.
Yeah, Dima has made an early rotation, though. So sLowi, is he going to expect this angle? It's a bit of a weird one because it is so open and would be very risky if the doors were opened. But the fact is, Dima has got that kill. They want to try and keep this one as clean as possible. Now he's going to be rotating around the rafters. He's got to be careful. 2 players here, but he gets both. Almost flawless round. Finally, ESPADA get on the board and on the buy. But there is so much money left for HAVU that they are going to be buying for at least a few rounds.
Yeah, Dima's someone that we saw back at Clutch Island. We keep referencing the Clutch Island because we were analyzing so many games there. But he was someone who was really good at the ramp room, holding that position. I think he had a half against Na'Vi where he got like 20 kills on the CT side or something crazy. And part of being that ramp room player is having that ability to rotate down to B and get into a position where you can try and lock it down with multiple kills. And Dima delivers for his team that time round. sLowi almost caught at the start of this one though. 3 health at the start of the round, but here's a fast A play. HAVU crunching in on this A site, and all the fights go their way. degster finally fires back, but it's too little, too late. He's bailing out of there as HAVU's switch up in terms of quick aggression onto A is all that they need to win this one.
Yeah, that is worrying. That is worrying how easy that looked for HAVU. Again, it's Saw doing the majority of the damage, but Dima and degster, no choice. They've just got to try and save their weaponry. There is enough finances in the bank that they'll be able to get another buy. Of course, the loss bonus not reset anymore. It is just diminished over time. So They are still going to be able to make enough cash. They've got to make sure that they don't just give these weapons up, though, and Saw is on the hunt. They've got so much money on the T side that they don't really have to worry about this. Degster is going to take that initial kill. Now, Dotto is going to know that it's going to be way more valuable just to take one of these guns away than it is to save his, and that's exactly what he does. It's the AWP to fall. Now, it can be repurchased, so it's not the end of the world, but it does mean that going into future rounds, if things do go wrong, they're going to be left in a bit of an awkward position, and saphiX didn't really need to buy an XM there.
No.
It can work, and a lot of players do find it as a viable gun on this map, but he could have just been given a rifle.
Yeah, I think the auto shotgun can be pretty effective, especially against those fast A plays, which is what they just lost against, so maybe that's part of it. I still think in general, ESPADA's A-site hold is sometimes a bit weak, and Degster is just not ready for those players. He goes for the fight, but Patsy's got a gap in the smoke, and Patsi is about to pull the trigger. Almost two. There it is. Second frag found, and the bomb dropped. That's a big problem for HAVU. They've got to go back to get the bomb, and those smokes will be fading shortly, so HAVU could have a really tough time of things here. You see on the minimap, they're not moving towards the bomb just yet, and look at Dima. He is taking matters into his own hands.
He needs this kill, though, and Dotto has been taking peeks every once in a while. Ooh, it's a bit of a whiff initially, but he does correct his aim to find the kill. Hoody desperately trying to spot if there is anybody on the bomb, but there isn't. Just waiting patiently for a push to come in elsewhere. The thing is, though, with a minute left on the clock, it's not like HAVU have to worry about the time and so much money. They can easily go for a round like this, and even if they just get 1 or 2 kills, it would still make things very awkward. But chances are they're still going to have an opportunity to actually win out this round. They do make their way through mini. FinigaN might not be spotted. Patsy's supposed to be taking first contact, but he hasn't actually seen them go out yet. There's the spot, but he goes down. Are they going to expect FinigaN to be here? They don't. A second player up above. It's clear the T's thought that they'd be more defending that lower bomb site because of their initial position. And ESPADA, they get their third round, but it's at a heavy cost.
Yeah, just that gap in the smokes is really the difference maker in the round. Straight up, Patsy's able to get those 2 kills because there was just a bit of information. A slight gap in those smokes can make all the difference. And once Patsi drops the bomb, it really throws the round into question, throws the round into disarray. I've got to say as well, I think FinigaN getting a couple of kills there on A is also an important sign and a positive one, because in general, this A site for ESPADA can be a problem position for them at times. They have saphiX playing there, who we know is sometimes a low fragger, and then FinigaN can be a bit hit or miss. So seeing him step up with multiple kills is a good sign. And Patsi this time steps up at the start of this round, getting aggressive at yard. I think there were 3 CTs stacked there at the start of this round, and clearly that sort of aggression is something that HAVU were not ready for.
Yeah, still definitely a level of confidence to some of the players on this roster. Patsy's got to be careful, though. I'm surprised he's not actually scoped in. Hoody will trade that kill, and all the success he had in the early portions of the round has now been diminished to absolutely nothing. A 4v4 situation almost always favors T side. Smoke's going to be thrown out. No gap this time, and unless Degster's going to hit the perfect timing, he is just going to have to try and reposition. ZOREE was looking for this battle outside. Hasn't had too much to do just yet. They are going to be making their cross down. They've left a player further back, which could be interesting. sLowi not really involved in the current take, maybe just trying to stop the rotations. And once again, we've got Dima already down, ready and waiting.
Time is ticking as well.
Yeah, 20 seconds up and coming on the clock. Incendiary going to go down into the window. I like this. It delays even further as they get down to the remaining 15 seconds. They should expect this. He played here before, but again, it's going to be the easy kill. Another one with the bomb dropped, and it has to be the push forward now. Needs to just get onto it. I don't think there's a chance anymore as Hoody, he needs to get this kill. Just has to hide for a second, and he's going to get it. That is atrocious. Just needed to survive, and unfortunately, it wasn't going to happen for ESPADA. I don't know how HAVU get away with that round, but that's a big clutch for them to take.
Yeah, not a convincing one for HAVU, but hey, they get the kills onto B. That's the main thing that matters. I was really concerned for HAVU there because they took so long to start to move down towards B. They hadn't cleared out the window room, for example. They hadn't cleared out some of those spots, so they just had to end up pushing towards the site with very little information and very little ability to set up those nades in the first place. If you get there with about 30 seconds left on the clock, you can maybe start to smoke off ramp. You can start to try and cut off those rotates. But fair play to HAVU, they just about win out the fight. ESPADA end up losing by elimination. And now the CTs are on a low buy, but degster's landed one. Make it a second. Dexter's being flanked, but he gets his gun out. He doesn't get the chance to get the kill, though. Hoody takes him out of the round, and now HAVU are coming back in full force, but FinigaN is here to play. The Eeg spams down 2 players, and Hoody has to save his team from this round, because they're down right now in a 1v2. 15 kills for Hoody, though. If there's any man to do it, it would be him.
Yeah, the problem is retrieving that bomb is going to be a lot easier said than done, and it should be expected. sophiX is already prepared, and a round out of nowhere might have just given ESPADA a lifeline that didn't look like it was coming. It's also set the economy back now for HAVU, so this will be potentially their last purchase for a while if they do lose this round. Disgusting stuff from degster once again. And this from FinigaN was very nice, a little bit less clean, but I don't think he's going to be complaining about the kills. And this is what I mean. Financially now, a little bit awkward. Looking like ZOREE, in fact, doesn't even have his AWP unless that's been lost somewhere along the way. I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a faster play, and in fact, they're actually going to molly into the vents.
Jeez.
Just really worried about players going in that direction at this point, and I can understand why. Patsi still trying to be a bit more proactive around outside, but it's mainly been a one and done for him. And sLowi has still managed to get down the vent, so I guess it doesn't really matter what you do. This man is still going to sneak past.
Yeah, I think Patsi over at main maybe just needs to have more eyes on that position. He's really focused on yard there completely. And you can understand it to some extent, because HAVU have been going for these outside smokes, but still, Patsi strays into the open, and it works for him. Saw not ready for that position. So maybe Patsi's positioning does pay off for him there. sophiX was also trying to watch towards the vents, so maybe that's part of why Patsi was so focused on yard. But Hoody's looking for a kill, and FinigaN is playing this close angle. This angle that FinigaN's playing so often goes overlooked. It's really difficult to just straight up clear that position, and if Hoody tries to push out here alone, he would be in trouble. I think because he's alone, though, he's just going to take his time because his teammates are moving down to the B side of the map. Dima not on the site this time. He's having to hold from ramp, and this is where the nades could lock him out. He goes for it, but Dotto somehow turns it round. Okay, Dotto was the man from below, which makes a bit more sense as HAVU get it down in a 4v4, and Hoody was waiting the entire time for that rotation.
It's all too easy for HAVU to just pick this CT side apart, and they themselves are not in a good spot financially.
That's pretty sick.
Patsi will at least be able to get himself a free AK, a slight upgrade from the M4 that he was holding, but nonetheless, it's going to be the half victory taken, and the question is, will he actually get to hold on to that AK? The timing couldn't really have been worse. He spotted out sLowi as well and just looks to try and retreat back before taking any more losses in this round. Losses they really can't afford. It will be 8-4 now, and HAVU definitely looking a lot more prominent on their map choice.
Just much more convincing from HAVU here. In general, they're looking like they have better plans at the start of these rounds. I think the comfort level is probably helping their individuals play a bit better as well. They're more used to taking these fights. They're more used to these angles. 8-4 lead for HAVU. I think in general they've had a good mix as well of faster and slower plays, and here's a fast one. Patsi trying to hold, but that Molotov is burning him. Oh, he's down to 23 health, and FinigaN's unable to watch the vents, so they've got down vents again. I think Dima has rotated down towards B, though, and Saw is just now dropping. Okay, there we go. He goes down safely, joining the rest of his comrades down towards B. ESPADA still haven't rotated a player down to the B site itself, though, from what I can see. So HAVU might be able to have access to B. Okay, there is Dima on the site itself, but again, he's very isolated in this position. If he loses out, they lose this B site pretty fast.
Yeah, he's having to play some slightly more aggressive angles. He can't obviously use his silo spot again. Already, though, Patsi is going to fall, and 4-4 ensues. They do take an awful lot of map control. Now, if they can get ramp, then Dima would be screwed for sure. But the question is, are they even planning on going in this direction? They have the wrap around. Dodo might even just be able to burst up the vents and leave the remaining CTs in a fairly awkward position. sophic might be about to ruin their day, though. He's just spotted ZOREE in hell, and that gives so much information over to these remaining players. Dima, though, it will be him coming under pressure. Again, just trying to waste some time, but with 2 entries coming in a matter of seconds, it is looking like this round is done just like the last, as FinigaN and degster are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, ESPADA are unable to deal with this B-sided play right now. Oftentimes relying on Dima to hold it alone, and he doesn't have any players anywhere near. So even if Dima got 1 kill and then was traded, it probably still would have been the round loss. Really well worked by HAVU there, though. They slow it down significantly, but they end up taking so much map control from it, right? They wrap back up through secret, they get themselves into hell, they get themselves all sorts of positions which make ESPADA uncomfortable. And I think a lot of teams there would have just quickly pushed the B site, but HAVU decided they wanted to make life even more difficult for ESPADA. They wanted to keep ESPADA guessing to some extent. And even though ESPADA went for information plays and went for pushes that got them the information, it didn't allow them a rotation to come through in time. They still only had the 1 player down on B. Hoody now up to 17 kills, has been really impressive here, but I think it has been more just about the team play and the calls from HAVU in a lot of these rounds that have really allowed them to come out on top, have really allowed them to get a lot of success. And unless ESPADA can win at least 1 or probably 2 more rounds from this first half, they're going to be pretty far behind here from their CT side of Nuke.
Once again, we're going to see a lot of early utility expended. Same angles being played. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a vent dive at some point. It's happened almost every single round that somebody's been able to thread the needle, mainly Saw. But instead, a bit more of a passive start here from HAVU. Haven't really had to put much pressure onto the ramp, so maybe that's the change that will be made. Finally switching up their strategy for one that's been so successful, but now can be quite predictable. The vent's not broken, so at least sophic can know this time that no one's gone in that direction. Dexter's aggression is actually going to be spammed for, but he is still surviving for now. It's actually FinigaN who's taken the majority of the damage so far for them in this round.
HAVU keeping their cards close to their chest right now, not giving too much away at the start of this one. sophic just died to a molly. I don't think there were any shots there. It sounded like it was the molly that completely burned him. I don't know exactly where he was playing, but that's not the start that ESPADA needed. This is more like it, though. Degster landing 2 kills in on the aggression, and Dima, committed to ramp, has to fight his way out of this, but he gets traded out by ZOREE, and now HAVU should have access to this B site. Unfortunately, it's only ZOREE alive, so with 3 players against him, even as he gets this bomb down, his chances are slim at best, and, well, he just gets spammed through the smoke. Good rotation from Patsi. HAVU not able to win this one as degster's AWP finally comes into play. Haven't seen too much impact from him, but he definitely stepped it up there.
Yeah, this is at least a lifeline in this map. Looking to try and make sure they retrieve all the utility and weaponry that they can as they get themselves their 5th onto the board. Of course, as we mentioned throughout, the T's have had absolutely no issues with economy all the way through this half. After the early 3-1 lead that they took, it's been pretty much perfect from there. A 6th for ESPADA said if they can win the pistol, they really wouldn't be in that bad a spot anymore. This isn't the same 13-2 nuke that we used to see back in the day where you could pretty much base a pistol round victory off the whole match being done. At the same time, though, a 10-5 without a pistol, I think is pretty much over.
Yeah, I think 5 was kind of the absolute minimum that ESPADA needed to maybe have a chance if they win that pistol, unless something crazy happens. 6 would be much nicer for them, and Saw, oh, great entry onto Patsi. There are still players on this A site waiting, but FinigaN has been taken out of the equation, and sophic now has got to step it up. He can't do so. Again, I've said it before, I think this A-site hold can be weak for ESPADA at times. FinigaN and sophic are not the best fraggers on this team, and, well, that A-site collapsing leaves ESPADA in a 2v5 retake that they have to go for, but they won't be liking their chances. Both Dima and degster coming in from heaven, and Dotto will seal the deal for HAVU, giving them a 10-5 lead at the half.
Yeah, very good T-side coming out from HAVU, and I think the way that they were relatively dynamic, constantly switching things up, but also putting pressure on positions, they were finding exploitations. This looked like a much better side from the Finns, and one that was necessary. Of course, if they do lose this map, they are going to be out of the tournament, finishing, well, not in last place, obviously, because we are in the playoffs, but last in the playoffs, joint with the side of Endpoint. Definitely not two teams we would have expected necessarily to be down in these sort of positions, mainly because you look at the side of Blast Rising and they were the two teams getting all the way towards the end. Nonetheless, we now get to see if they can do it going onto their CT side. Normally the favored, but not by much. And for the ESPADA, they've now got to try and get 11 rounds on their T side, which I'm not going to be too confident in.
Yeah, it's hard to win out the T side at times. I mean, like you said, Nuke is much more balanced now, but winning it out by such a big margin remains difficult. Pistol round would be the start to it, though. sophic and FinigaN buying up the nades. There's also a P250 bought by FinigaN, which he's keeping rather than giving to one of the players who has armor. And here comes the fast A aggression. Dima looking for some entries. He gets one, but his teammates are all falling around him. Dima trying his damnedest, but it's not going to be enough. FinigaN's got 3 players to find, turning with the P250, but there are 2 players behind him. And oh, he actually gets that first, but Hoody is there to back his teammate up. And HAVU winning that pistol round puts them in a really good position here on Nuke.
Yeah, this is looking bleak, and I'm not overly surprised that we do actually see the Ts invest back into this one. A couple of SMGs, some Tech 9s, probably just going to be a blast into the A site. It wouldn't be a bad suggestion. The fact that HAVU have actually gone for all SMGs themselves, maybe not expecting there to be a purchase here, but at the same time, it's one of the maps where you definitely can use those close-range weapons already. It is going to be an early trade and completely blinded. I don't know how Hoody's alive. He actually falls into the vent. And somehow the Ts are making this one work quite effectively. Dodo with a nice shot, though, on the P250. Definitely not ideal to have a scout in this sort of position. But they could potentially line up for him, and if they go down the vent, they could be in even more trouble. Instead, there's going to be a wraparound coming in towards heaven, and the bomb is going to be planted as well.
Well, this would be the way that ESPADA could keep themselves alive here on Nuke. As long as they can close out this round, they keep themselves in with a somewhat decent chance. Hoody gets 1 kill from above, though, and there might be more where that's coming from. The MP9 dishing out the damage. degster taken down low. There's no kit in hand right now, and Hoody losing that fight should be the end of it. degster closes out the round, and ESPADA keep themselves alive here. It still remains unlikely. It still remains a long road ahead of them, but it remains somewhat possible thanks to that round win. Make sure to check out Hellcase. You can use the code SLTV15 for a 15% refill bonus. That's over on Hellcase. Big thanks to them for being the sponsors of this tournament. And we will get back into the Force Buy Wars, Tom, because HAVU are not going to give up without a fight. They've got a Force Buy of their own with 2 scouts and a UMP alongside some pistols. But ESPADA going for a fast play into ramp, and sLowi doesn't land a single shot. I don't know how he doesn't land a single shot, but he doesn't land a single shot.
Yeah, this is one of the only ways that ESPADA really could have got back into this match, was to not only take themselves a round off of Force Buy, but potentially win another one clean. I don't really think that if this bomb goes down on the B site, the remaining players from HAVU can even attempt a retake. With 2 scouts, a pistol, and a UMP, it really wouldn't be worth it, and it looks like they're already opting to save, so a decent round from ESPADA. Obviously not going to be making too much money off the SMGs themselves, but I guess from their perspective, as long as they're winning, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you were pointing out earlier that teams like Endpoint and HAVU were teams we maybe weren't expecting to go down to the lower bracket, and I was just looking at the rankings. Technically, Endpoint are the 3rd highest ranked team at this tournament, at 31st in the world. I think that the reason why we have the chance of seeing some of these upsets, though, is that there are a bunch of teams in and around the 30th to 40th ranked spots in the world that are all battling it out to really try and prove who's the best of them. And the other point is that we know that the rankings sometimes can favor the teams who play more. And Endpoint are one of the teams that have been grinding it out. So seeing them lose was Yeah, a bit surprising, but not outside of the realms of possibility. HAVU also, for what it's worth, the second highest ranked team here at this tournament, so if they were to go out, some of the big dogs would be going out early, but right now, HAVU have got themselves the lead on this map. A couple of save guns on the HAVU side. In fact, they'll have guns across the board. Pistols on a couple of their players, but once again, this is how ESPADA had to get back into this game. They've stepped it up in these early rounds. Let's see if they can do it again, because they are still up against what is a somewhat dangerous buy of HAVU here. I say buy, they save most of the guns, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, this is an opportunity, that's for sure. I think Dodo might have just seen someone, and, well, if he didn't, then he would have just missed the last man as well.
Yeah, they're rotating down to be with a couple of players here at HAVU. So they definitely have a decent idea that this is a possibility.
Just trying to clear out some of the closer angles. Molotov as well. We'll move some of the players back, so they're methodically just taking map control. This is probably one of the better opportunities for HAVU to at least do some damage, though. They've got the crossfires, they've got plenty of players here, and they know that this push is coming in on this direction. Dima's still lurking on the outside of the map, and sLowi has actually gone back up. It seems like the T's are well aware of this potential, and because of that, they are actually going to be clearing out a lot of these angles. Hoody's spot is a prime position, though, to potentially steal a gun away. It's whether or not Dima's actually going to check this close left angle, or more so, if Hoody is going to have the patience to wait.
Well, Dima is the man who's actually having even more patience here, but finally, Hoody comes into action. 4v4 after both teams get themselves a kill apiece. Problem for HAVU is with that bomb being planted, their chances at winning the round outright go down significantly. It might just be about trying to get some kills and perhaps trying to get some guns at the end here, which Hoody has obviously been able to do, getting a Galil into his hands. sLowi Mac 10 looking for more. Closing the distance onto this scout player, and even though the tag lands, sLowi is able to secure that kill. Only the Mac 10 being lost, so not a big deal for ESPADA, who will go on to take their 8th round win. A couple of guns saved for HAVU, but I'm not sure if they're going to want to use both of these scouts. Maybe one of them could be kept by Saw, whose money isn't perfect. But in general, it's ESPADA who have got themselves the full AKs, and it's HAVU who might not have all the weapons available to them here. Saw's actually switched out the scout for an MP9. So there is a scout on the floor which he could use, but having 2 scouts is a real vulnerability on the CT side. You need to have some closer range weapons, so the MP9 picked up by Saw. ZOREE keeping a bunch of cash in the bank as well. He had enough money to drop a teammate. He had enough money to upgrade his gun, but he's not going to do so. And maybe this is a chance for ESPADA to keep on rolling here. Bit of early damage done to Dima, who's forced away, but ESPADA have got those outside smokes up, and they've got themselves down secret. At least the first man has, but ZOREE's got eyes on this position. I feel like he must have seen at least 2 of those.
Oh, this is risky. Dima's in a very good position, just waiting for the peak. The patience pays off, and now the CT side once again are going to have a disadvantage in this round, especially now that they've lost a second man already. ZOREE getting tagged within inches of his life, and they're getting picked apart. Even though there's so many low players on their side, not a single duel has gone their way. I don't know if Saw's even going to be expecting this angle from sLowi. He even just executes another and spots the last man. That's all the information that ESPADA needed. They will be having their 9th round, no doubt. The question is, will Dodo be allowed to save his gun?
Yeah, the ESPADA's money's good enough to commit at least a couple of players to this. Okay, Patsi just runs it in with the Glock. Cool. It works out for him. Dotto not able to save. And, I mean, this is where ZOREE has extra money into this round because he didn't upgrade previously. But at the same time, what's he going to use it on? Maybe another scout, maybe dropping some weapons, or maybe the hero AWP, which is the option that ZOREE has gone for. I think he should still have enough money to get an AWP into the next gun round as well if he wants it. It might be a bit closer, but who knows? Maybe this hero AWP will be able to step up for HAVU. Let's see what ZOREE decides to do with it. He's going to be the linchpin in this round, and ZOREE is holding ramp right now. Good fight against Dima. That's a gun that could maybe be recovered. sLowi puts down a smoke to try and get that AK into his hands, and he recovers it. So now a second gun for HAVU, and now they're really cooking with gas in this round. They've got the man advantage, and they've got an AK recovered for sLowi.
Yeah, the question is, are they actually going to be able to do anything with it? Because that is a long way back in this round, even still. Again, they've managed to take a lot of control on the lower bomb side, but it doesn't mean they're necessarily going to execute. They did this before. They tried to basically bait a rotation out from HAVU, and then actually ended up going back in the other direction, just to try and catch them off guard. Now, ZOREE's already going to be here, and so is sLowi as well. So they do have both rifles in the right place at the right time. They are going to force a couple of them back. Nice work from sLowi onto the first. No trade available just yet, and getting past ZOREE is going to be a difficult case already. Only 2 players remaining now for ESPADA after what's been a fantastic comeback thus far. This might be the end of the train, as degster is going to try and get aggressive, but he's so low on HP. He just doesn't stand a chance. Even still, he manages to get 2, but that is a big round for HAVU to win. They stop the comeback. They reduce the streak. The question is now, Alex, can they continue it and close out this map?
Yeah, ESPADA's money remains perfect across the board, so they've got to win more gun rounds here, but that's a start for them, especially having ZOREE land a shot, who's had a really quiet game. Having the AWP in his hands, this makes all the difference. He gets that first pick, then sLowi has a smoke, which made a nice difference as well, to be able to get the AK into his hands and to be able to come into play there. HAVU able to rotate down to B. Plenty of players waiting for the aggression. And now that HAVU have got the full gun round, the proper full gun round with the AWP, with the full nades, with the full rifles, I'm feeling much better about their chances here, because in those earlier ones, they did have weaker weapons. They did have some missing nades. Now that's changed, but FinigaN gets the kill and gets down the vents. That's a great start to the round for ESPADA. That puts so much pressure on HAVU here.
Yeah, the other thing as well is with the nade going off, I do wonder if they still think there's somebody down there. It looks like Saw is more than aware. I was just wondering if maybe the nade going off would have masked his drop, which, maybe I'm just clutching at straws. Dodo is definitely hunting for this man, though. If they can kill him off, there's a chance. Good positioning from FinigaN, but he's not quite quick enough on the trigger. Sophics going to utilize this kerfuffle to try and gain some space, but they're making a hell of a lot of noise, and sLowi is more than aware. ZOREE is going to go down as well, and the rest of the team are going to go running back towards heaven. Saw with a quick trade, though. This round definitely isn't done just yet, and he's trying to keep some control. It seems like every time the T's gain some ground, they're almost forced to give it back up, and Saw just playing the headshot angle is going to make things at least a little bit awkward. I wonder if they'll even expect him to be here. That miss spray could give them the chance, but he gets the first, peeks back, can't quite get the second. degster so quick on the trigger that he takes down sLowi, and now Dodo 1v2. Bomb looking to be planted in a safe spot. degster switched up to the rifle, but the thing is whether or not they actually give Dodo an angle to take. They now know exactly where he is, so degster doesn't really have to reface. He still takes the fight, and, well, it's a little bit awkward, but Dima is going to get the kill. 10-12, CT side, money is in an awkward spot once again. I wonder if we might see the same sort of case where they spend some of it in order to try and do some damage.
Yeah, it was great watching the rotations for both teams in that round. That's what the high-level nuke games can look like, where, to begin with, ESPADA get the man down vents, they get that opening kill, then they realize that HAVU probably have to rotate their ramp player down to B to begin with. So they make the most of that gap, they get themselves into ramp, but then HAVU had a player aggressively down on B towards ramp, so they knew it wasn't the B play. They stacked 2 players on A. It looked like HAVU had the right read on the situation, but ESPADA end up just fragging out. They win some fights. They group up together. Just seeing the mind games and the rotations between those 2 teams in that round was really great to see. Starting to get some high-level stuff here on Nuke, and as this game goes on, that's going to have to continue for HAVU, because this is starting to slip away from them. Only 2 rounds in this one right now. ZOREE's got that AWP again. We saw him make a play with that previously, but he's sitting in a much safer position this time in towards Hell. degster does need to be somewhat careful here. Alone with the AWP, you don't want to be taking these close-range fights without someone backing you up. But ESPADA are going for the ramp play, and that's where ZOREE's waiting. Oh, he lands the shot, but he doesn't get the kill onto Patsi, who goes down to 20 health. And now ESPADA can find themselves access towards B.
Is there going to be a rotation quick enough? Saw's already on spot. CZ, no armor. Definitely not the ideal weaponry, but the side of the T's are starting to get slowed down a little bit. They've got to be careful. All of these rounds have been pretty close. That flashbang left Saw completely blind, and the smoke now fading doesn't leave him with much of a chance. They're going to put the pressure on Dima with the execution. It is going to be an after-plant situation, and with no kit available, this should just be a save now. I don't really see a realm in which at least the players with the AWP and the rifle can get back into this one. There's going to be almost a TK. Patsi is almost killed off through Hoody's face. A few spam shots coming in. They're trying to at least reduce the economy of the T side, but at this point, it's not really going to matter too much. We are just waiting to see how much damage can realistically be done. sLowi has managed to find that M4, but he has to get as far away from this bomb as possible. It can be quite misleading how close you actually get to this bomb from below. I think he should be okay from here.
I think so too. I hope so. Yeah. He is able to save the M4. ZOREE also able to save the AWP, which is a nice benefit for them. Again, though, he hasn't had too much impact with that sniper. He didn't really need to use it too much on their first half, on their T side. Now that we're heading into the CT side, though, he hadn't been able to get the AWP in some of the earlier rounds. Now that he's got it, I think we need to see him stepping up in some of these, because he's only got 9 kills right now. And as someone who's meant to be the star player on HAVU, that's not really good enough. And we're seeing it make the difference. ESPADA bringing it back to within 1 round. That nade is terrible. And you can see FinigaN is pissed off about it. It hits his teammate in the back. It doesn't blow open the door as they wanted it to, and he couldn't throw his Molotov because the door didn't get opened up. So that's a really awkward start to the round for ESPADA, but it's not the end of the world. It's just a bit of team damage, and it just means they've got to go for a plan B here instead of being able to open up that door early. Smoked down by HAVU to make sure that that squeaky position isn't a possibility. Ooh, a bit more nade damage done to Dima, this time from an opponent rather than a teammate. But they are going for a fast A play. Hoodie's out in the open right here. He could be in trouble. Only 1 kill for him. Flash is about to come on through, but FinigaN's found 2 trade kills off the back of his teammates. And this bomb should be planted unless Dotto has something to say about it. Oh, wait, where's the bomb going? It's going all the way down to B. FinigaN has slipped through the cracks, and this is something HAVU might not be ready for.
Yeah, the problem is they're going to rely heavily on degster to actually try and deny all of these rotations. Otherwise, it is going to have to just be 1 man. Are they going to expect it? They are not, so that's a free kill at least. Now he can go for the rotation. It should be expected at least by Dotto, but he's actually going to go past. Wow. He's not bothered about degster's position. He just wants to try and kill off the remaining man. The door's going to be shut in his face to spam through. Not quite clean enough. The Tech 9 could do the damage, but he's whiffing his shots. He might have just given this round away, and ZOREE is going to be able to get them another onto the board. There is a kit available. It won't be an issue for HAVU, and they are going to get their 13th. But damn, was it close.
Yeah, I wonder if degster got baited in by hearing those steps there, because the bomb was clearly planted more for Decon, that single door position. But I think he wanted to chase down that kill, and it just never quite came through for him. He was desperately looking for it, but doesn't go his way. And the odds on Unicorn dead even right now between these 2 teams. HAVU still looking like they are favored here on Nuke at least, but man oh man is it coming close for them. Nade going over to Yard from Dotto. Quick A play again from ESPADA. They got some kills here last round. They're going for it in this one. Hoodie gets the first kill, but he's trapped in the smoke, and the AKs come back around. Saw puts down a defensive smoke, but the kills keep on coming. FinigaN again finding all the kills needed. And ZOREE, well, lands a shot. Maybe there is something to be said about this. He's got 2 more to find, and they're just now getting the bomb down.
Oh, the nade. Probably going to turn it into the 1 versus 1. Now, FinigaN is the man you'd want to have. It's a battle for the 4K to see who can get this one through. ZOREE has had a step up in this round. Someone who can easily dominate at times. Hasn't had the best of games, but we know that he can pull it out of the bag. FinigaN, on the other hand, has been one of the stands out across this series so far. 3 to his name. just waiting for the peek, and he's going to get spotted. The push coming in, trying to bait things out, and he gets the headshot anyway. FinigaN gets his 19th frag, and this comeback continues. We were looking at a dominant first half, a 10-5 scoreline, even, I think, the pistol going their way, and somehow it's now down to just 1.
Yeah, these kills from FinigaN, so well done. That nade in heaven got him a kill as he was firing off. FinigaN even put a molly on the bomb at the end there to try and buy more time before he went for the peak. Just beautifully played by FinigaN, who, I was saying earlier, he's oftentimes set up to try and get those trade kills, and now he's really finding effectiveness with it on that A site. Got to give him props for that. I think if FinigaN can be unlocked for this ESPADA team, they can be a real threat at this tournament with some of the other players they have as well. And FinigaN politely closing the door behind him like a true gentleman at the start of this one. Only pistols for HAVU, so ESPADA decide to take a chill pill. Decide to slow it down. Imagine if a doctor prescribed you a chill pill. I probably wouldn't go back to that doctor if he called it that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that you could maybe describe as that, but some of them are not legal in a lot of countries, and other ones are used for much more serious illnesses. So, if he said take a chill pill, I probably wouldn't be too happy either. Aggressive push coming in. Somehow this is actually looking pretty good, but just as I say that, degster, Patsi, Dima combined, hoody still going to be able to find one. He's been fragging this game, but it's now left on just ZOREE. And, well, I guess they're a little bit wary about where this last man could be. Just going to be patiently waiting. Smoke holding him out at least for a moment. Only 30 seconds left, so they are going to have to make their way on towards the bomb site.
Oh my
He
God.
spotted the first, picked up an AK. The door's been shut in his face, though, and that's a little bit brutal. All he has to do is try and drop this bomb, but it's going to be a little bit too late, and Dima's even going to get the kill at the end. It was a nice attempt from ZOREE, but I think at every corner there was something in his way.
Yeah, I'm going to say fair play to ESPADA for closing that door behind them. I think some teams wouldn't have had that foresight, but it makes the difference there because they might have just lined up for him, and that could have been the difference in the round. So props to ESPADA, clearly thinking ahead. And I hope they've been thinking ahead to this round as well, because it's another gun round for HAVU, but this game is heating up here. We're into round 27. We could be going the distance in regulation. FinigaN was trying to get out through door early, but the Molotov denies him. That's something that HAVU have been pretty successful at, is denying the early squeaky play, but sLowi has got to be careful. The Molotov is well timed, but the smoke goes down, and sLowi has to get away safely. He's dropping down, but he might be in trouble. Oh, he's dead. Patsi runs him down, and they're getting straight on towards this B site.
Yeah, still, degster has gone down, but it should be an afterplant. Nice work from ZOREE to at least give them a man advantage in this scenario. Bomb still yet to be planted, but it is going to be juggled around. The rest of the team are going to be given the space to rotate, and this is going to be a real tough after-plant position for ESPADA. Not only are they a man down, but they haven't really had the opportunity to gain any ground, which is always going to make things that little bit more difficult. I like the spot through the door, though. That's smart stuff coming in from Patsi, who's actually going to continue his push, maybe a little bit too aggressive, as he hands away another kill, leaves just 2 players remaining, trying to hold on in this scenario. The bomb ticking in their favor, but I don't think the round will go that way. HAVU take their 14th, but once again, they lose a couple of players, and they're in the same scenario as last round. If they lose this one, they are going to be struggling a bit.
Yeah, I think Patsi's push is just a bit costly there, especially when Dima is waiting behind him, right? They've seen Patsi's position in towards the double doors. I think if Patsi just tries to continue to play there and bait them in, Dima might have been set up for some kills there on those stairs. He was in a pretty good position to try and play behind his teammate, but Patsi just gets a bit antsy, which is understandable. As a 16-year-old, someone who's not too experienced, he wants to just go and take fights. He wants to rely on his aim. But unfortunately, that's where the experience might have been something, or rather the inexperience might have been something that costs him. Either way, it's still not the end of the world for ESPADA. It's another gun round, and it's another fast one, straight through the door. Damage being done by the flames, and FinigaN again getting entries onto A. This man has been a machine at getting entries onto this A site, and just those 2 kills alone should be the round. HAVU are already bailing on this one. We've got to give FinigaN a lot of props for these rounds. He
Yeah,
really has been stepping up.
I'm not sure how he's able to do this so consistently as well. Like, you feel like the same as the last half, there just needs to be a better denial of those A-site aggressive plays, and I do wonder if they're going to try and hunt down these guns, because in reality their economy's in a good enough spot that they can take a bit of a risk. Even just dropping a gun or two could make things fairly difficult for the CT side going into the next round, especially with the back and forth nature that we've been witnessing over the last few. T's, though, seemingly fairly happy to just hold on to their own weaponry, but here comes that push. A little bit of a face in. Dodo just trying his best to survive around the edge, using some counter utility just to try and stop anybody else getting a kill. degster even going to be going for a peek, but we'll find nothing. 14-14. Of course, the last 2 rounds going the way of ESPADA would give them the victory and eliminate HAVU as one of the first teams out of the playoffs. If, of course, HAVU win, then we're off to a 3rd map.
Anyone's game here on Nuke, though, heading into round 29. We will be going the distance. We'll be playing all the rounds in regulation. HAVU have got to buy for this one, but if they lose here, their money might be called into question ahead of the next. So an important round for HAVU if they want to keep their chances in this tournament alive. ZOREE has again got a small gap in this smoke. I wonder if he'll be able to make the most of it, though. ESPADA not yet moving, but wow, sLowi gets the kill onto Dima. Looks like Dima was trying to make it through a smoke there, but not able to do so. degster gets one back, though, so even though it was looking like ESPADA might go a man down early, they've been able to get a kill. They've been able to get 1 man down secret as well, which might be enough for them to try and split through. The problem is, hoodie's pushed all the way in, and sophiX just waiting. Oh no, the timing might go against him. Sword takes the fight at just the right time, and HAVU have themselves a man advantage, and look at this from hoodie. He's going to be in behind them. I don't know if he's going to flank down. I don't think he's going to spot them, but this is still a position which can be very powerful.
It's all going to come down to timing.
Oh, he made
in
noise,
this
I think.
round.
Oh, did he? Oh, maybe not.
It does look like this. No, maybe not. I thought they were watching, but they aren't. This round is falling apart. Peek going to be coming in from FinigaN again. He's going to find another impactful kills, but they're running out of time. They have to check for sLowi, and he's already going to get the first pick. This round is looking over. FinigaN trying to find a way back into the round, but everything is sectioned off at this point, and it will be HAVU making their way to 15. ESPADA trying their best to survive in this map. They've got the money to do it. The question is, are they taking us to overtime?
Has been a very impressive T-half from ESPADA to even get to this point, but there's one more round that's required for them to keep themselves alive on Nuke. By slowly but surely coming through ahead of this last round, and it looks like we will get a pause ahead of it. I always say that whenever you get to round 30, a lot of teams will start to play super safe, will start to play passive. And maybe don't check out Hellcase right now, because we've got the last round of regulation. But after the game, you can go ahead and go over to Hellcase and use the code SLTV15 for a 15% refill bonus. For now, though, keep your eyes firmly locked on this screen, because it is this last round of regulation that we've been waiting for. It's HAVU who have the chance to take us to a 3rd, but ESPADA's T side has been impressing us so far as we get underway into this one. Let's see what both teams decide to go for. HAVU spamming into the vents, making sure that there's no drop early, but there's a man just speeding through yard. I think that's sophiX, who maybe should be renamed to Sonic right there, because that was fast as hell.
degster still trying to find a pick. sophiX the man to watch. The problem is there's no way onto this B side without making noise. So unless they're going to try and mask the sound, which was one of the clever things I've seen a few teams do, like open a door. I think it was Astralis that did that. Open a door at the same time on the other side of the map just to try and bamboozle them. But I think that might be a bit easier said than done. Dima, though, first entry, another couple coming up in a matter of seconds. ZOREE has to be the hero here, and he's just not going to be able to flop straight into the hands of sLowi. And I think he knows at this point that we are heading to overtime, a 1 versus 5 situation. Those upper A hits have been phenomenal from the side of ESPADA.
Whenever you start rotating over to A and you see your teammate dropping down the heaven ladder, the dead body, you know you're not in for a good time. And I think sLowi is aware of that. Okay, I didn't even see degster there. That's not fair. But it is 15-15. It is overtime. And remember, ESPADA stick on the T side now, and HAVU stick on their CT side, which has been a problem for them, to say the least. Got to give props to ESPADA for getting these A plays to work for them, but yeah, it's hard to tell what goes wrong with those A plays sometimes for the CTs, because it can be just very chaotic. You oftentimes get a bunch of nades, you get Molotovs on top of hut, you get flashes all over the place, but they really haven't shown much resistance on that A bomb site in some of these rounds. That's going to have to change. Maybe ZOREE could try and play towards A, maybe in towards main or something with the AWP. That could be a switch up that they go for, but when all those nades come in, it's always difficult for the AWPers to have impact. So we'll wait and see if there are any switch ups for HAVU as we head into the first round of overtime, with HAVU sticking on this troublesome CT side.
It's been surprising to have a 10-5 half, win the pistol, and still end up losing a 10-5 half back in return. I think this man is one of the main men to watch. FinigaN with 23 kills now. We've definitely seen a slowdown from some of the men on the HAVU side. But they might have actually heard that rotation. That could give some space on the other side of the map. So we are going to have the T's just patiently waiting in the spawn. Maybe going to go for an outside execution. Something we haven't really seen too much throughout this game, to be honest. Like, there's been a few. The smokes have been thrown, but not just a straight B push through secret. It's mainly been utilizing the vent, which is normally something both teams are pretty good at denying.
Ooh, nice shot from hoody to kick things off. They're onto the A site, though, and ZOREE, what? Doesn't get the kill. That turnaround is unreal from Dima, and he makes it a second. Thankfully, Dodo's able to spray him through the smoke, but Dima's made all the difference in this round because ESPADA are onto that A site. And oh, Patsi just spams back at Dotto through the smoke, leaving it up to sLowi. He's going to see if he can go for this. He's going to look for a gap, look for something. But ESPADA are playing it so safe right now, and this is exactly what they need to do. Just sit in corners, make sLowi go into the open to take these fights, and then you can just gang up on him. sLowi beginning to move in. Patsi not ready for it, but saphiX certainly is. ESPADA win the first round of overtime, and ESPADA into the lead here. And if HAVU aren't careful, their money will be fully reinvested. This is a round now that becomes very important for HAVU.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Normally you don't see too many tournaments running 10K. I suppose it's actually a fair mix, but I'm not a fan for this very reason, that you can have rounds where you end up with basically a 4 spy. Now, Nuke is definitely one where you can make 4 spies work on the CT side with SMGs, but it's never something you want to be seeing in overtime. We are going to have a pause for now in play. Taking some time to talk this one over. hoody still 29 kills, but there's been plenty of other players, excluding him, that have stepped up. degster, 25, Dima, 24, FinigaN, 23, and that trifecta of death has been performing so well on this T side. If they can get the last couple, or even just this one, it should set themselves up nicely. Especially as we then get the proper full buy coming out from ESPADA with the AWP, and whether or not the same mentality would be there from HAVU. I like the change of pace, though. A bit of aggression coming out from Dodo, trying to take some map control away from this CT, or from this T side, sorry. But again, we are going to see the smoke thrown over the top, a bit of counter utility expended, as Saw may just try and play on the edge of this vent. FinigaN patiently waiting. It's a bit of an awkward duel, as Dodo's unable to quite connect the shots. The counter nade being expended as he tries to retreat, but he almost dies. Left onto just 22 HP, and so much utility has had to be used just to hold him back.
Yeah, at least he gets away with his life, which was a real question mark at that point. After missing the earlier spray, Patsi appears to be waiting by the door. Maybe he's going to swing it open and allow a teammate's nade to come in. So far, though, no one from ESPADA in lobby as it stands. In fact, they're lining up some nades elsewhere. FinigaN and degster just repositioning. Clearly one of them knows one of the yard smokes, the other one knows the other one. And if they do get them both to land, There is, again, this very small gap. ZOREE hasn't really been able to make the most of this, though, and you can see there's just such little visibility there. I don't think that gap really makes a big difference. Saw was thinking about rotating down the vents, but he's come back up, and with 24 seconds, ESPADA have really got to get a move on here. Oh, sLowi's caught jumping up to the B site, and that could be a real problem. The nade from sophiX lands as well. A 3v2 advantage for ESPADA, but where's the bomb? It's taking so much time to get down to B. There's a gap in the smoke. Oh, ZOREE comes so close, but the bomb will be planted safely, and ZOREE just gets his face ripped off. sophiX doing good work in this one. And hoody, well, he either has to go for it or just try and save. Oh, and he shot his teammate's dead body as well. That's not the start he needed.
Okay, he's only going to get one. And yeah, you mentioned a save. It might have been worthwhile. ESPADA now going to hit 17, but we have seen some of these rounds go a little bit close for HAVU. A Nova going to be invested into, not the prime time gun, not something you really want to ever be seeing, and let alone seeing it in overtime. There's going to be a couple of SMGs, a 1 M4 for Dotto, and I'll have to wait and see what else is going to be coming up. It's not particularly pretty, that's for sure. But sometimes teams do manage to make these sort of rounds work, maybe a little bit audacious with some of their plays, and it's looking like that might be the case. They've gone heavy onto this A site with the shotguns. Dotto going to be lurking around, and I believe it might be sLowi just holding onto the ramp. Other than that, it is just a relatively A-site defense, and well, for the T's, as long as they manage to basically just play up to the level they have been, they should be getting all 3 T-side rounds.
Smoke's being prepared by ESPADA. Should be the exact same lineups as previously, and this time without an AWP for the CTs. I doubt they're going to be denying this too heavily. ESPADA taking their time to move off the back of those smokes. I'm not sure they're actually going to go down secret, considering how slow they're being so far. Looks like they're more likely to try and wrap into A, where Dima has already found them some early success. First fight won, but Dotto gets one in reply, and Dotto doubles down. That's the rifle dropped, though, and that is not what HAVU needed. The aggression works for hoody, though. He gets one with the Mag 7. And oh dear, that flashbang's bounced all the way back. But it's a 3v2 for HAVU. Definitely a round that's winnable. degster spamming away. Could be in trouble. Saw gets him from behind. And sophiX also caught in the back. So HAVU do it with the weaker weapons. They win at least the one round on that CT side to keep themselves in it.
Yeah, it's quite a common thing, and it's always so frustrating. I think a lot of teams play far more aggressively when they know that they have a big disadvantage. And even still, 17-16 scoreline, and realistically, if ESPADA can just fix some of the issues and get a couple of rounds, they are going to be eliminating HAVU from the tournament. We'll just have to wait and see. There's going to be the AUG once again up for Patsi. He's not had the best of games, but was able to do some decent work fighting for outside. degster on his AWP as well could be one of the crucial factors. I do wonder if HAVU are going to try and just be as aggressive as they were on the upper bomb site. That was one of their main successes on their first half. You can see already a fair amount of counter utility being expended. Flashbangs, incendiaries coming out just to try and deny that early push. sLowi already waiting. It is looking like they might be going for something similar once again. But for now, at least, I'm just going to be watching as they do slowly probe on different portions of the map, but ultimately haven't made a play just yet.
Ooh, wallbang from sLowi. Technically, ZOREE gets a flash assist on that, but I don't think the flashbang had much to do with it. It was a shot through the wall that sLowi ends up landing, and oh dear, degster's missed that shot, but he somehow got away with it. Both players taking some damage at yards. degster's still trapped behind the red container, though, which is not the ideal position to be in. He might be able to land some shots, though. How are they not ready for him here? Oh, never mind. They are. Dotto lands the shot, as does ZOREE, and it's all gone perfectly for HAVU at the start of this round. Even if they've taken damage, they've won all the fights so far.
Yeah, and this is a round where realistically the remaining couple of players shouldn't be over-facing to try and keep that extra weaponry through, as financially it can get quite awkward. Just everybody missing their shots in this round. This has been from such a fantastic comeback from ESPADA. The second they get back onto their CT side, it's like they unplug their mice or maybe turn them off if they're wireless. Because every single person, I think, in the fights that they took, except maybe the guy who was spammed through the wall, just missed.
And this is the exact sort of position where it is worth saving in this sort of overtime. With the 10k starting money, you do need to be somewhat worried about your own cash. And 1v5 is highly unlikely. Basically impossible. So FinigaN saving is obviously the right decision. Yeah, I think with the way the economy works in overtime, 10k is probably a bit too little. I think if you want the economy to have an impact, you'd have to make it a little bit higher, because it feels rough whenever teams have such a weak buy in that final one. Then again, HAVU did just make it work. And I think that's a good point, like you were saying earlier, is that it feels like team just play more freely and play with more risks when they have those lower buys. And I'm not sure why HAVU weren't going for that in some of their gun rounds earlier. We didn't really see any lobby aggression from them, which they could have gone for. I guess they were just hoping that their default would work for them, but never really happened. Either way, it is 17-17, all to play for in these last 2 rounds of this first overtime. And in come the smokes towards Yard from HAVU, but there are players on the CT side looking to fight this.
Oh, is degster really going to make a play through it? It seems like such a risk if he would.
Patsi's up on red. Oh dear, he's not anymore.
Yeah, it seems like that is all they really have at the moment. And while Sour's just absolutely decapitated them, it looked like we might be about to have HAVU fixing things here. Dima is only going to be good for 1, and FinigaN still just hoping that somebody's going to push through the door, but the fact is, they are all towards the B site, at least for now. However, sophiX still being here, they might actually rotate through the vent. It would need to be a miracle. This is an angle they never seem to check. Every single time FinigaN's here, but he can't quite get things over the line. And sophiX now, again, just going to have to save that weapon to at least give them a chance into the next.
Yeah, I think ESPADA tried to switch up their outside hold, but it's always a really big risk jumping up on top of red like Patsi did there. There could always just be a player on top of Silo that just spots you and just kills you outright, but you're so exposed when you jump on top of the red container that you can be caught early. And I think teams are starting to catch on to that. CTs like to do that occasionally, where they try and jump up on red to catch you in the back. And then degster took such a massive risk pushing through. sophiX trying this. Oh, he hasn't got time. He was thinking about the ninja defuse, but instead it costs him his AK. He's unable to save it. And now ESPADA's buy into what could be the last round of this game is limited, although degster can still pick up an AWP, which I assume we'll see. And I'd really like to see degster try and make a play with it here. We saw a previous round for HAVU where one of the players was able to push through. I think it was ZOREE who pushed through ramp and got an opening pick. I wouldn't mind seeing degster do the same here, or I wouldn't mind some aggression in general from ESPADA. The buy's not that bad in terms of rifles, but it's still one where I think they could get away with some aggression. It is HAVU's chance to try and take us to a third map, though. Let's see if they can pull it off. Patsi holding Yard early, but the flashbang denies him vision. Dexter's landed a shot, though, as has Patsi. ESPADA getting 2 kills early into this one, and it's looking like a second overtime may be on the cards.
Yeah, no, it's almost looking likely at this point. sLowi, though, was always so impactful from these sort of positions. Didn't quite have the CT side he would have been hoping for, but maybe he can help them drag this through on the T side. A lot of space gathered, and realistically, can they utilize it? The fact is, the CT side don't really have any presence on this side of the map, which, considering they're in a 5v3, is quite surprising. Maybe just looking to try and retake this one, as Saw is going to look to get aggressive elsewhere. Door's going to be open down below, but he could be in the prime position to try and deny the rotations. It's just whether or not they actually decide to go from this angle. Nothing being spotted, and they're definitely wary, because Dima was very quick to rotate in a lot of these rounds. sLowi actually taking a little bit of team damage there, but not anything to really write home about, as they're desperately trying to clear these remaining angles. They have absolutely no idea where these remaining players are. sophic will already take down Saw, and just this stack towards the A site has left the remaining players confused. degster runs all the way down, though, without actually checking anything. Dodo looks to go back. I'm so confused with the decision-making that's coming in here, and they've lost the round. It's over. It doesn't matter what sLowi does from this point onwards. I think they thought that they baited a rotation, even though they got a kill on that site. That is a weird, weird round for HAVU.
Like, sLowi had basically moved all the way through B to begin with there. So you've got to think that B is the weakest side of the map. sLowi was going down to B to try and help. It must have just been miscommunication for HAVU at that point. Maybe the nerves got to them, who knows, but it is a second overtime which will be played between these two teams, neither side giving up without a fight. And to give credit to HAVU, sometimes when you get into these overtime games, that's where you do start to just basically have a war of attrition, where it's more endurance than anything. It's more just making sure you don't make mistakes like that, which can be pretty hard to do when you've had to focus so hard for so long in this game. Either way, though, HAVU are going to have to cut down on some of those mistakes if they want to win this map here. And look at this switch up. They're angry after losing that last one. They're going fast down to the B site. Saw will be moving in first. The rest of the players alongside him, and Dima's only able to get one before he's traded. So this is going to be a bomb plant unless Patsi can deny. How has he not got this kill? Oh my god, that is awful. Saw finally falls at the hands of sophic, and the trades just keep on coming. It's hard to keep track on, but it's a 2v2 for now.
Dodo low on health, and degster making the decision to switch up to an AK-47 over his AWP. Of course, it seems like the CT side rounds are the more valuable for either side at the moment. ZOREE is going to make the rotation through the ramp. Now the bomb's dropped in a bit of an awkward position for them to try and retrieve. The smoke being down. This peak going to be coming through. It's the realization from sophic, and now Dodo left. 2 HP, 2 players to find. sophic having a standout round, but he is removed, and the position of degster seems to be unknown.
Ooh, and nades from Dotto aren't good enough. degster was holding the angle. Got to give props to sophic as well, who I feel has really stepped it up in overtime with a bunch of these multi-kills. I think sophic had maybe 10 kills or something ridiculous like that at the end of regulation, but he's up to 18 now. Here's another triple kill for him where Patsi couldn't finish the job, but sophic certainly could. And we get the SG out for ZOREE. That was something he was buying yesterday. Now that he's not got as much money into the second round of the overtime, he's gone for the Krieg again. Early Molotovs and flashes being exchanged. sophic taking some damage in this position. But he will be safe for now. Ooh, this must be a one-way smoke for Dima. He's having a look over the top of it, but HAVU have got no one here to fight him. At least not yet. sLowi looking into hut where degster lands the shot at close range. Good work from degster. It seems like he's very successful at going for those hut picks. He hasn't gone for it too often, but when he has, he's generally got his team some early frags. And oh, that Molotov missed from Saw. It just bounced back, so it won't go into the A-bomb site. Thankfully for HAVU, though, they won't be moving into A. They're looking at ramp room where hoody is trying to see if he can just wait this one out, trying to see if someone will peek into his position, and HAVU really need to get one of those kills back here. They're down in a 3v5.
Quite a bit of sound being made. FinigaN flashed off the angle. Is going to go for a peek. Doesn't really need to be fighting this. They've already got the advantage. He can just try and bait them into the site. Dima's going to find hoody elsewhere and leave it down to just 2. The bomb this time won't be allowed to go down the vent, and ESPADA take 2 on their CT side. Of course, it's not quite a big financial deficit for them here, as they will be able to get a purchase anyway. But even still, if ESPADA can get the 3rd round, that would be pretty good considering how good their T-sides have been.
I'm curious to see how this SG performs on the CT side for ESPADA that they saved over. Because I'm sure there are some players that just haven't practiced with the new SG whatsoever, and the spray is a bit weirder now because the rate of fire is so slow. But if you just hold an angle with the scope at a headshot height, you can probably get some good success with it. FinigaN is playing on the A side of the map with that SG right now, but it's ESPADA who are going to have to deal with some early aggression. Great flashbang, allows ZOREE the entry. FinigaN from the site gets 2 with the SG before he's traded. But Patsi's down the vents, and it's a 2v3 for ESPADA to overcome. Oh, good shot from sLowi and a good round from HAVU. Again, they get 1 round at the end of the half. They remain on the back foot, but at least they keep themselves somewhat close. 2019, Tom. We're living in the past.
Yeah, not for long.
No. Oh, there we go. It's still 2019. Nice. I thought it was going to switch round. Double up setup for HAVU. We haven't seen that too much here.
Yeah, I guess after really struggling. The thing that surprises me about that, though, is most of the plays we've seen have been really aggressive A takes. So I don't really know how a double up setup is going to help them, unless, of course, ESPADA decide that they want to switch things up. But if I'm being honest, I really hope they don't, because that's been some of the best rounds we've seen from them, are just faster plays. Again, we're actually going to see a quick attempted push on outside, and there's not really anything they can do about it. Dima still looking to try and probe in, but as of right now, just left behind the smoke.
Flash there from sLowi on the left side of your screen in the picture-in-picture. Tried to take a fight, but he's now backing away. So look back at Dotto in the center of your screen, because he's about to take some fights on the A site. Defensive smoke deployed by Dotto, as well as a flashbang. He's really slowing ESPADA down here. He's allowing the rotates to come through, but it's not going to matter. Oh, Patsi pushes through the smoke as well to add insult to injury. And, well, the rotations were starting to come in from HAVU. I think Dotto did a decent job at buying time. It's just that ESPADA were ready for the rotations. They land those headshots quickly, and ZOREE is stuck trying to save the AWP. I don't know how much damage he'd take from the bomb here.
I think it's far enough back that he should be okay. It's more of just a surprise position. I think he's hoping that they all go running past and maybe he gets a kill, but realistically, it is just all about saving that AWP, because we are now going to be seeing map and series point for the first time. ESPADA are in with a chance to completely close this one out. Of course, 22 is going to be our magic number, and what you were talking about being in the past, now we've hit the future.
Yeah, I'm not going to be alive in 2119, that's for sure.
You never
well,
know.
yeah, who knows? We could invent stuff. We're pretty good at that. That single AWP continues for ZOREE. No double AWP allowed this time around. At least he gets to save the one sniper, though. ESPADA only need one more round to knock HAVU out of this tournament. Can be difficult to keep track, so we've got to keep an eye on these rounds as they rack up in overtime. Oh, ZOREE lands that shot, but he takes some damage in reply. No kills, but a lot of damage going either way right now as ESPADA look for this A play, but sLowi just spots FinigaN on the edge of the smoke. ZOREE now dropping down the vents. It's HAVU who have the man advantage early, though, and that's the main thing that matters.
Oh, sLowi's actually going to be caught, though. And that's not only going to net them a kill, but quite a bit of space, as they could be able to make their way down the ramp. Dima's just going to be waiting patiently. And ZOREE's actually rotated all the way in. This is a pretty good position to hold, but it's whether or not it will actually come into play, as ESPADA have been more than dedicated to facing off into this A site, and with little to no information, they are going to go pushing in. Hoody up above, ZOREE within the site. They're actually going to look for the spot, but they haven't seen anybody. It's that corner position. The same one was used. It's going to be checked. ZOREE, though, with a good chance here. He sprays down 2. He keeps this one alive as he leaves it now all onto Dima. So low on HP. He doesn't really stand a chance in this round. ZOREE has stepped up exactly when they needed him. 28 kills and only one more attempt for ESPADA to take this through.
Yeah, that defensive smoke that HAVU are just dropping onto the site is really causing issues for ESPADA when they try and push in. This time, though, sLowi just steps up, and there's that smoke that just makes life difficult for ESPADA to really push from both sides. It makes it difficult for them to have the trade from both angles. So he can lock down the hut position without having to worry too much about his flank. And now there is one round in it. Both teams will be wanting this last round, but it's ESPADA who are upping the pace. The fast A play could be what closes it out for them. hoody in from above gets 2 kills, and okay, that is a complete shutdown. That's more like what we want to see from these A-site holds. It looks like HAVU will take us to a 3rd overtime here, as degster has got to be the hero, and he will not be able to step up to the plate this time round. 21-21. And Nuke is still going strong. Both these teams clearly loving it. They want to play more.
Yeah, our goal is now going to be the big 25.
Jeez, 40 for hoody.
Yeah, he's been playing out of his mind. There's been a few players who've been a little bit quieter than we normally would have expected, mainly ZOREE being the one that we look at. Still the odds favouring Unicorn, but it's understandable why they have slipped back into a much closer position. We'll see whether or not HAVU can maybe even things up. If they do take this map over the line, I think they'd have to be the favoured going into the 3rd, but I'm sure both teams are probably feeling pretty fatigued at this point. I do wonder if we'll see ESPADA actually go back to at least fighting for the B site a little bit. These A site plays were working very well in the initial stages, but a step up from Saw has made things a bit tougher. I think we've seen a lot more early round presence here for the side of HAVU. So not seeing anything, just starting to spam a few shots. Got some utility prepared. Smoke going to be thrown out as the pressure comes in. They don't check this corner though. It's a play that's been used so many times. The spam through doesn't quite manage to kill off one, but Patsi has found a kill elsewhere. And they're still trying to get the kill through the wall, which has come pretty damn close. ZOREE, though, from above is going to make things nigh on impossible as only 2 players remain, Patsi and degster, to try and turn this back. The youngsters of the squad, just 16 and 18 years old. Saw surviving on just 2 HP. An extra kill here could make all the difference. And in fact, they're going to go pushing in. I don't see a way that Patsi can get onto this cross. Already, though, looking for the pick. He actually looks back as well. That's one. degster has found another one, but the pick from ZOREE is fast enough. He's waiting for sLowi. He knows exactly where he is, expecting maybe the other player to be pushing at the same time. They're trying to get himself on top of the hut to get a better angle. The fact is, though, this shouldn't be possible. However, he's hit that initial shot, just looking to see the aggression coming out of sLowi, and he gets that kill as well. Just going to try and fall back around. Smoke in play as he fakes the plant. ZOREE doesn't quite push, and now he should know that this is being planted, but it's actually a second fake that he thought. Patsi's going to win it out. 4 kills for the 16-year-old, making him look like he's got the experience of someone who's been in the scene for 10 years. In fact, 10 years ago, he would have just been 6.
The young guns of ESPADA win a round they had no right of having a chance in. Oh man, HAVU have got to be kicking themselves after that one, but I don't know if they have any timeouts left. I don't know if they want to use timeouts at this point with how long this map has been going on. They're just playing it out. ZOREE investing all his money. HAVU's cash basically fully invested into this one, and that round from ESPADA could be a difference in this game. Again, they're still going back to these A-sided plays. I'm really surprised that ESPADA have been so one-note here in their A plays. They're currently focused on the A site, and you've got to think after last round, they must realize that's probably not repeatable with what degster and Patsi just did. Oh, a nice friendly bomb on the side of your screen. Pretty sure that's a trap.
Well, already, we are going to see the pressure looking to be put onto sLowi. That's had a bit of a rough game. Again, it's just going to be the run through. Dima's gone full suicidal. I'm not sure how that smoke has gone that wrong. Patsi does sneak his way through. This could make things interesting. I think Saw has expected it, though, as they look to put the pressure onto him. He gets the kill onto hoody, but still, there's only going to be a man on the site that they need to clear, and sLowi's found the perfect timing. degster now left alone. Just looking to try and do some damage, but he won't be able to. Back and forth we go as we hit the 22. 44 rounds played. Just waiting to see who's going to break the deadlock.
Yeah, this game is teetering on a seesaw. You'd think that Saw might be good at that, but It's been both teams a winning round so far. So taking a second to leave spawn before he finally gets underway into this one. As Tom so kindly pointed out earlier, it is first to 25 that would be the victors right now. I think at this point we're going to have to keep reiterating that because the maths gets confusing. I mean, really, you just add on 4 each time, but hey, some people can't figure it out. Especially people who've just tuned in. We've got to give them the props. Dotto, though, gets the first kill for HAVU. This could be a much-needed round for them on this CT side. I think if HAVU could win 2 on the CT side, they'd actually really be liking their chances because both teams have been pretty good on their T-halves so far. ESPADA slowing things down after losing that first fight, but Dotto's playing close. This crossfire could be deadly if ESPADA were to push this position, but it's sLowi who will be tested on his ramp hold.
A Molotov might actually allow them to cross, though. I don't think it's gone quite as deep as he would have liked it to. And it's just going to have to use his utility to try and get him out of there. ZOREE already finding another. It is looking like a 23rd round is on the cards for HAVU unless something goes severely wrong. sLowi in a perfect position, but he whiffs his shots. That might be the moment that gives them some space back in. Even still, it'll be a disadvantage, and the timing for Saw could be perfect. He's going to wait for his teammate and take the fight together. It's left all onto FinigaN, and he's not quite quick enough to kill off ZOREE. It will be a 23rd for HAVU, and now they just need to get 2 more on their T side, and they will be closing this one out.
And they would be taking us to a 3rd map if they can do it, Tom. I think both these teams would probably need a break after how long this one's been already. ESPADA, though, not going to be giving up on Nuke with how close this game has been. Again, we get another glance at the scoreboard. FinigaN up there for them. I mean, he's up there on score. I guess he's been planting the bomb a lot because there are other players who are out fragging him. Degster and Dima up there. Again, sLowi continued to perform better in overtime, which was a problem for them in regulation. So hopefully that can continue as we head into the second half of the 3rd overtime here. We saw HAVU going for double AWP setups earlier. ESPADA having none of that, though. They're just sticking with degster on the AWP. Meanwhile, HAVU not picking up a single sniper on this first T-side round. That might suggest they want to go for a fast play. If you were going for a fast A play, you definitely wouldn't want the AWP. So we'll keep an eye on that for HAVU, but it looks like they're just spreading out into a default early. So nothing too crazy being brought out by the Finns in this first T-side round for them in this 3rd OT.
Good flashbang, and already that will be Dotto hitting the deck, an attempted push on outside, but he was alone. Again, sLowi's going to be in a decent position. They like to utilize the smoke outside, but actually Patsi maybe looking to try and equalize things here. However, sLowi's going to go down. I think it is the CT side where he had the majority of his struggles. I'm not even sure if it's worth playing on top of the hut anymore. It's become such a predictable angle, and Patsi, this is a fight not worth taking. Already tagged low. Smoke is going to be going down, and by the looks of it, we might see them go into the vent or attempt it. Some damage has been done, but half the team seem to be a little bit stuck. They will have been heard. We're planning on Molotoving it out. Now, Dima needs at least a kill, and he gets nothing. He could have just played the passive position instead. He tried to be the hero, and he has been the sacrificial lamb that could cost them this entire map. A 2-man advantage has diminished now into them having a man less than their opponent. sLowi is the main reason for that with 2 kills to his name. ZOREE also up on this aggressive spot we've seen used so many times throughout this map so far. And with not a lot of time, they really do need to get moving. He's just going to sit passively, try and deny them any further presence. It is looking like a 24th round is almost guaranteed as FinigaN just doesn't have the time. Removing weaponry at this point is almost worthless, and a hoody headshot will give them a 24th. HAVU edging ever closer to closing out their map and taking us to a 3rd. And while the CT side have got to try and play for a 3rd OT. 4th OT.
Yeah. It is hard to keep track at this point, but it is HAVU, like you said, who have 2 map points Again, sticking with just the AKs, which was successful for them in that last one. Hoody has still been fragging at a surprisingly effective rate. 44 kills in, I don't even want to add up how many rounds have been played. 46 rounds played. So almost averaging 1 kill per round in a game that goes so long is really impressive. sLowi's making this same play again, and he should be able to get down the vent safely. HAVU have also got players down elsewhere, but the bomb was dropped for a second. Thankfully, Dotto can go back for it. ESPADA now need to be aware of this B-sided play being a possibility. sLowi's gone down the vents. They've got players down secret as well. And Dima is the man rotated down to B. He's generally been pretty good on these holds so far, though. At least back in regulation, he was. Let's see if he can remember how to do it in overtime.
Yeah, last few, I feel like he's been more of a liability, either getting 1 kill or instantly falling without anything. He wants to at least keep the man advantage, but realistically, it should be an attempt to get a little bit more. NaToSaphiX has found another, so we're in the same spot again and again. Dima just gets wrecked. Luckily, his teammates seem to be doing the work. ZOREE in a decent position, though. He's going to try and sneak his way through the edge of the smoke, but he's got to be more careful as there's another player above, and NaToSaphiX once again leaves it on to just sLowi. A 1 versus 3, looking to try and get the bomb plant. He's just going to stick it, but there's players coming in from all angles. There's nowhere for him to go, and we will have a 24-23. Still 1 more chance for HAVU to close out their map pick. Otherwise, this one might go all night.
Feels like a possibility at this point, Tom. A very real possibility with how this game's been going. Again, though, HAVU have to just put that behind them and focus on the round at hand. 1 round required for them to take victory and to take us to Dust 2, which would be the decider map if required. Or will be picked up by degster. It remains a full buy for both sides into round number whatever the hell it is at this point. I'm not going to count. Molotov down from FinigaN, who is playing up on A. Some early nades deployed by HAVU. And they're lining up some further pieces of utility. I'm not sure if they're going to fully commit to the A site, though. They've got Saw at main, so maybe they will when he gets into position. That would give them another angle of attack. There is some early CT utility, which I think should slow HAVU down, though. And now if Saw wants to move in, degster's AWP is in a pretty good position to deal with him. So I think any early idea of an A split from HAVU has been slowed down for the time being. sLowi gets down vents again, though. That's been a constant problem for ESPADA, and Dima has to try and lock down ramp, but he's just got to back away from it. He can't hold this position.
Yeah, battle for outside could be a crucial one. Saw needing this kill, and he's not going to get it. Same for Dima, though. As said, he's had no impact, and again, this man just can't do anything in overtime. It is a problem. If he's the only defender of the B site, he has to be getting something done. Patsi at least in with a quick rotation, but he almost walks around the corner not looking. Still manages to give them a man advantage. And of course, this is for the map. To stay in it, ESPADA have to win. We are going to see a decent crossfire setup. This is going to be a tough one for the CTs to break down. sLowi even coming in on a flank could be everything. The Molotov into the corner should get them 1, but there's 2 back in return. Make that 3 as FinigaN is now the only one left. He knows where one of them is. The first kill goes his way, but I don't see a way of him defusing this bomb. Just trying to use the flashbangs to his advantage, but it isn't going to happen. It's taken a long, long time